Okay, I'm going to try and explain things really quick because this is a very, very complicated speedrun that I'm about to try and pull off. I don't really ever do these things. The closest that I've done is the Celithus speedrun, but this is a little bit more involved because it involves a lot of people. So, the main issue with this run, and the reason why the stream is so early today, which I am a little bit tired as a result, but is what it is that in order to fully pull this off, I need to do a Mogushan's Vault run, or Mogushan Vaults run, right before the daily reset. Yeah, daily reset, which is in about 45 minutes from right now. And I'm going to do that, and then immediately after the daily reset, I'm going to run Mogushan Vaults again, which means that the speedrun needs to be literally right here, but more importantly, I need to schedule everything and basically have everything running on time so that we finish the Mogushan Vaults run like right before the daily reset. It can't just be like a little bit before, it needs to be really precise, which is why I'm starting it at a very particular time. But it is also just a very, 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 very convoluted speedrun because as it stands, I actually have 3 instances of WoW open right now. So, right now on one of my accounts, I have a level 10 character, and I'm going to be cycling between level 10 characters to anchor the group, because we're doing a boosting run, as the title implies. We're anchoring the group to the first 4 dungeons so that we don't get Stormstout Brewery. And as the run goes on, I'm going to be swapping to a new level 10 character every single time the first one hits level 20. I have 4 of them pre-set up. I have 3 really awesome viewers who have either, in one case, a level 20 Priest Twink, and the other 2 have level 70 characters, and they are going to be helping me out with the boost. So I am not actually using my Priest for this run. I am purely getting boosted, and I'm coordinating stuff on my other accounts to basically do invites and whatnot. And right now, on that level 10 character, I'm in a group with the 3 of them. We are ready to go. So what's going to happen is I'm going to log into this character. I'm going to skip the intro, obviously, get my cloak. I'm going to teleport to Jade Forest and complete the first quest because that is required to get the group finder. And then the moment that I am on that ship, after I've joined the group, we're going to queue up. And the advantage of this is not only do we have 3 boosters instead of just 1, but we are in a group of 5. And because we're in a group of 5, we're going to have instant dungeon queues, and we won't need to worry about waiting for people to accept the queue and, potentially having somebody AFK out. So that's going to save a lot of time. And I am going to be doing that up to level 25. And as we get close to that point, I have a 3rd account open where I am going to be pre-creating a Mogushan Vaults run. And I will be inviting you guys from the stream or from my Discord, because I announced this ahead of time, and we'll be putting that run together, ready to go. We'll have basically 9 slots. And then the moment that I hit level 25, I'm going to invite my character to that group. We're going to go into Mogushan Vaults, blast Mogushan Vaults. Then ideally, I get the experience. If we time it right, then we will have the second Mogushan Vaults run immediately after. And everybody from the first run, of course, can stay. And if we don't time it right, then I'll keep the group going and we'll do a few more heroic dungeon runs in the meantime. Then after both Mogushan Vaults runs, I will be just blasting heroic dungeons, or well, the other 3 boosters will be blasting heroic dungeons, and we'll see how fast this can actually get. Your internet went down, you're watching on your phone. Nice. And hello, Zach. But yeah, basically, I am going to be spinning a ton of plates. One of the other things is, the main reason I'm getting boosted is because I want to test if you follow along on a character, how much time does that actually save? But basically, if that wasn't clear enough, you may be able to tell that we are very tight on time here. I need to get this going ASAP, so let me just quickly double check my other accounts. And the thing is, anything like this, I'm sure that there are going to be, things that I screw up and I forget to do, and, we'll sort it out when we get there. Inevitably, nothing always goes exactly according to plan, but I can do my best to make sure that it does. So let me just double check. It looks like everything's ready to go. I assume the people who are boosting are watching along, so if so, just so you know, we're about to start pretty much by the time that you hear this, because there's like a built-in very short delay. I'm also doing it on a druid for no real particular reason, just because we get cat form and stuff. So the moment the loading screen finishes, let's start the timer. All right. And I can't get cat form immediately, but I'm going to do this Talk to Eternus again. Skip. Going to get this. This. Swap to my other accounts. Invite my character to the group. Fuck. Yeah, okay, that worked. Then I'm going to do this. Swap. Promote to leader. And queue for dungeons. So we're going to do a heroic time running dungeon. I'm queuing as a DPS. And switch characters, queue as a DPS. Alright, and we should be good to go. Enter. And okay, this one I will need to follow along. Alright, I have my cloak equipped. Right, we get the bonus. I'm going to try to shift into bear form, just so while I get this sorted. Okay. Right. I don't think I picked up the bonus experience. Let me double check something. Options, add-ons, auto-looter, blacklist. Okay, it should be blacklisted. I should end up getting the thing in my mail correctly. But that's another add-on. I'll talk about it later. And in case it's not obvious, a lot of this stuff... I'm going to have to explain to you guys later on. So I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people with questions. I will do my best to... I receive loot. Oh, fuck. I know the problem. Okay, so I did loot the bonus experience. I have to turn off the in-game auto loot. I think that should fix the issue. And I should be fine. So I looted the first 2 bonus experiences early. Kind of sucks, but it really doesn't make a huge difference. Good luck in the run, thank you. And the moment Commander Durand is dead, let me just make sure this is working correctly. Okay, now that is what we want to have happen every single time. What we're really hoping for here is Scholomance, because Scholomance will at least give me time to... Jade Serpent works too. Jade Serpent or Scholomance are great. I'm going to pick up the quests. I don't think I'm able to. I will get credit for the Shaw of Doubt one. So, that's nice. Oh, nice, yeah. And Kinesta's going to the right, so we'll be able to get 2 for 1. Okay, so this gives me a moment to, switch around stuff. I can't do that right there, but... Okay. Platform... Yeah, so the nice thing about Temple, the Jade Serpent, and Scholomance is that from the entrance you are in range of all 3 bosses. Scarlet Monastery there, if you sit at the entrance, you miss the, I think, last 2 bosses, which is why it's important for me to follow along. So I'm going to try to do that as much as I can. I'm also just trying to make sure I get everything sorted. Where is travel form? There we go. And then... we'll do, for this one, we'll just kill Lorewalker Stonestep. Just because it should be killed really quickly. And while Lorewalker Stonestep is dying, I'm going to run over here and loot this because I might get a bit of extra experience. Perfect. So we'll just loot that and then re-queue. So far, so good. Scarlet Halls, this is another one that I need to follow along. Okay, let me double check. So my character is level 12. One other thing I'm doing on this level 10 character is I am intentionally not equipping the cloak on it. That way I don't get the experience boost. So it should stay from 10 to 19 a little bit longer. Okay. I do want to switch to Guardian at some point when I get a chance. Maybe during the RP with the Hounds, I think this could be a good moment to quickly switch specs. Do I get beta on Wednesday? Well, I mean, I got the pre-order thing that gives me beta, so yeah, I believe I'm guaranteed to get beta. On that note, I should say I am going to be streaming War Within on Wednesday. Assuming there isn't some weird thing and, like, I don't get beta for whatever reason. But assuming nothing breaks, then yes, I do plan on streaming that. I believe I will be in range for this. Am I doing raids? Yes, Mogashan Vault twice at level 25. As we get close, so right now I'm level 15. It'll be very soon. When we get really, really, really close, I'm going to start pre-forming the group. And you guys, if you have characters suitable for this, right? So, I should note, I'm not going to bring in, you know, any random level. Okay, good. Skullomance. This one I can also partially AFK through while I set things up. So we got Guardians set up. Going to go to talents. Oh, right, I can't do that. Also, taking damage up here. That's tough. That's crap. What do I want to get? Verdant Heart. I guess I'll get Thrash, just cuz. And nice job. Why am I still in balance? Did I not get the spec swap off? I did not get the spec swap off. Okay, Verdant Heart. I was gonna say, I was surprised that it wasn't... I didn't have that already. Let's go with Brambles and then Innate Resolve, because all I really care about is making sure that I have Frenzied Regen. If you queue as a tank... Oh, shit, you're right, because you have to swap specs. Yes, I will be able to do that. Good point, Shori. Yeah, I can do that. I completely forgot that it would do that. Let's just get Moonfire in place, just on the off chance that I need to use this. Then I'm going to put Frenzied Regen here. What else do I need? Well, okay, I think I have everything. Your Q damage, it auto-swap. Oh, I didn't even think of that. Yeah. You know what? In that case, I will Q tank on this character. Yep. Yep. Yes, I do have plans to do an Evoker speedrun in the future. That is something that I will be doing. Alright. So my level 10 character is 15 now. Okay, this time we don't need to do Lorewalker Stone Step. I'm going to leave these quests pre-completed. You can try to get there if you want, if you think you'll be able to do it fast enough, but... I'm going to just put whatever gear I can find on when I'm able to. Where's your Cap and Pandaria? Weismari, nice. Am I out of combat? No, I'm still stuck in combat with... Okay, there we go. I'm out of combat. I can quickly swap to this. Zhao Sunseeker is unfolding before us. Alright, we're just going to instantly re-queue. Unfortunately, Lorewalker takes a little bit too much time. Okay. Nice. This one I'll need to follow. Yes, I am getting boosted. That is the entire point of this run. Yeah, this is basically testing to see how fast it can theoretically be. Yeah, Evokers are like DK was in Wrath, and Demon Hunters were in Legion. You can only have one of them. Okay, there we go. So I'm 21. If we get... I think I've mostly sorted through the initial stuff in my bags. So if we get one of the dungeons where I can AFK for the next one, I'm going to start putting together the Mogashan Vaults group. And I'll call it Harlden MSV. So if you have a character that you want to bring for the Mogashan Vaults run, queue up for the group, which, like I said, Harlden MSV, and put a note. Very important, because I need to make sure, I'm bringing people from the stream, because we're going to be waiting a little bit, obviously, until my character is ready. I don't want random people being like, why the fuck are we just sitting outside the entrance? So make sure you put a note so I know that you're from the stream, and I will invite you then. I almost fucked the boss. I was in a really unlucky spot there. Alright, requeue. And accept. There we go. Alright. It's a little bit annoying trying to get this stuff moved on my alt accounts. Scholarman's perfect. Okay. I'm going to put the group up. So, pre-made groups. Start group. We'll call it... oh, actually, crap. This character doesn't have an authenticator, so it is Mogushan Vaults 10 normal, and it is led by Raccoon Lock. So I can't actually name it. My bad. Mogushan Vaults normal, led by Raccoon Lock, is the name of the Mogushan Vaults group. Can I scrap while in combat? So I'm going to let it fill up a little bit. I'm not going to invite immediately just because I need to keep my bags clear, so I'm going to do this. Then we're going to go to Toy Box. We're going to go to Caddy Stamp Whistle. I don't have it on this. I have a Huna Perch. Yes. Okay. Thank God. Let's see. Bonus XP. These are threads. Necromancer. Okay. There we go. There's an experience thread. Let me real quick use the experience thread. There it is. Okay, experience threads. I'm just going to go through and hunt for the XP threads. I'll sort through the rest later. Okay, that's easy enough to do. Experience thread. Level am I? I'm 25. Wow, that was fast. We're actually just going to do one more. One more, because I genuinely... It's all happening too fast. So, I did not expect it to be that quick. Perfect. Okay, let me get people invited, watching stream. I'm checking now. It is from YouTube Discord. Cadis, your gear is not fully upgraded. So Q4, if you want to join Mogushan Vaults 10 normal, and then put something in your notes so that I know that you're watching stream. And if somebody can run over here and help me out with the summons. I'm going to summon my character here, of course. Yeah. It's insane that this is much faster without all the inventory management. Yep, exactly. Honestly, if you have a low-level character too, actually, screw it. Yeah, I'll just get us. I think it's fine. Yeah, any low-level characters should be fine. Okay, we got shoved out, and I'm going to leave the group, and then Chori, I'll invite you. So, okay, leave instance group. Leave instance group. And then I'm going to leave the actual group on this character. Chori, leave the group when you can. You're saved, all good. Let's see. I would be Larice boost, El Cremon, and convert to raid. Yeah. So where is? There we go. Just really quickly, help me summon. Help me summon my character. The people here outside. I have a portal down. Let's just quickly find stream people. At this point, I think we have enough people who are doing the carrying, so if you're watching the stream and you want to join, just queue up, put something in the note so I know it's you. Otherwise, we'll just go with this. And I'm not seeing anybody else, so we are just going with this. Yeah, we can just go. We'll just go. Do I ever play on Europe? No, I do not. Yeah, sorry, I forgot there's a delay. Yeah, no, I do not play in Europe. Also, right after Fang the Accursed, if one of the people in this group is able to drop down a portable mailbox for me, that would be much appreciated. That way I can continue sorting through stuff, because I only have the one on this character. I don't have any of the other ones. Not right now, but after Fang the Accursed. Because that way, during Garage All Trash, which takes, like, at least a minute or so, I'll be able to sort through that. What's the fastest I've done so far? I've only done one full test run with this, and it was 2 hours and 46 minutes. And if this goes the way I think it should, then I'm going to blow that time out of the water. I mean, this is also the fastest that I've gotten to 25, by far. I'm going to shift into bear form, just to be sure. Also, I apologize, but I'm only able to glance at chat a little bit in between responding, so things will be a little bit... low for responses and stuff. Let me double check. I'm in combat.
Ancient allies of the Mogul. They must seek the legendary weapon within the depths of the vaults. I am sorry I did not tell you earlier.
Let's see. Yeah, so if anybody happens to have a portable mailbox, turn off auto loot. Nope, you don't understand. I know that you mean well with that. I have a system in place. I know what I'm doing. Trust me. I will be happy to explain why auto loot is not turned off after. Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure I did explain it earlier, but maybe not.
Time to play, friends.
Let's see. What can I equip? I can equip this. Just want to make sure that I'm equipping, like, highest armor and stuff. Yeah, avoidance, I guess, sure. And what do I have here? I think can scrap some gear. Do I have a belt? Not a good one. So we'll equip this. We'll scrap this stuff. Yeah, for people. Yeah. Okay, so if somebody explained it to the guy in chat, then thank you. Yeah, I didn't see that, but I appreciate you guys explaining it. It's obviously difficult for me to keep track of that because I have a lot going on. It would be nice if you had a counter or something showing current level for those blazing streams. Yeah. Normally it's easy enough for me to show, so I don't really consider it, but it's a fair point. We'll see. What are my projections? You're going for sub 1 hour 45 minutes. I'm hoping it would be around there. Yes. Asked the question. The answer was to turn auto loot off. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think I saw like the initial question. I assumed somebody was trying to basically give me a reminder, like a friendly reminder of, hey, remember, you know, if you turn off or auto loot, you know, you can do that, but it's, I don't actually have auto loot turned off. It's an add-on. But I'm sure you guys said you explained that to him, so that is awesome. We'll get that. Actually, that's fine. What is the add-on? Auto looter. How long until Blizz tries to nerf this? I'm sure they'll try. I don't know if they'll be successful. Because the way that this works, they would need to fundamentally change a lot of stuff about the game. It's why in my video I said, like, this is kind of unnerfable. I mean, here's the thing, though. Boosting has been so... like, it's been a thing for such a long time. It's not, like, new. This is not a brand new method. It's just that, in the context of WoW Remix, it is extremely efficient. And it has now become more popular, because not only is it way more efficient than it is in regular WoW, but it is very, very, very easy for anybody to set up for themselves. That is the important part. Normally, boosting has been one of those things where, like, either you need a really beefy character that has, like, full mythic gear and stuff like that, which not everybody has, or you need to spend a ton of time gearing up the perfect level 11 Twink, which takes time, right? And now anybody can get this going in an extremely short amount of time, and it's also just faster because we don't have things like my Chromie time route as an option. Narcissus is the Gem Tinker add-on? Yes, that's correct. Yeah, because, like, a lot of people are, you know, only looking at this as, like, people are abusing an exploit, quote-unquote, to level up quickly. But, like, the exploit is just basic features attached to Starter Edition accounts. If Blizzard changes this, they ruin the starter player experience. And guess what? Blizzard likes money from getting new players to play their game. And if they start stripping away features from starter accounts, that makes the new player experience worse. So, how do you fix this? A weird flex, but okay. Chori dashing off the edge. God. You know what, Chori? Because at this point we're gonna blast through Mogashan Vaults, let's just do... Are you locked to Terrace the Endless Spring? Because at this point we could probably do Terrace into Mogashan Vaults again, and the timing would kind of just work out. If you want a brief rundown of the strat, I sped through it in like 3 minutes at the very start of the stream. You're not locked? Okay. So I'm going to leave the group on Raccoon Lock, and I'm going to start creating that. So if you want to join the next run... Crap, I can't because it's, Caddy's down? Okay, thank you. I can't create it. Actually, we can't do Terrace because I'm not level whatever. Never mind, never mind. Scratch the terrace idea. Scratch the terrace idea. Yeah. Because then I would have to consume experience. That would just, yeah, no. I wasn't thinking about the whole thing. We'll just stick to the original plan and do more dungeons. Let me make sure, while we do this, I'm going to, Holy Nova, I'm going to give you group leader, and I'm going to swap to my other level 10 character. It despawned Caddy. The chest spawned on Caddy and caused her to disappear. It's fine. It's fine. Unlucky. They can put a time limit. They're that would be, like I said, I do not think they are going to make the starter player experience worse just because some people are using it to level fast. I said it before, and I'll say it again. I think that the way they fix this is by not fixing this, they should buff other leveling methods. They should buff questing, they should buff raids, they should make it so everything is much more effective. Because who gives a fuck? It's the same thing with, like, all of the nerfs that they've been doing to this mode. Who fucking cares? Like, why spend all of these resources nerfing hyperspawns every single day? It's meant to be a for fun mode. Just let people go crazy. Like, genuinely, who gives a shit that people are able to level fast using this method? How do you deal with changing equips every damn time? This add-on. This add-on is a godsend. Make sure you use it. I can't sock it in combat. Okay, I'll have to do that later. Okay. Classic Andes care about a game they never play. Yeah, exactly. And then, Holy Nova, just pass lead when you get a chance. Awesome, thank you so much. It's meant to be for fun, but oh yeah, no, don't get me wrong, Victus Prime. I am under no delusions that this is actually meant to be a for fun mode. I know as well as anybody else with a brain that this is absolutely not meant by Blizzard to be fun. Any fun that people have is incidental. Blizzard does not give a shit about the player experience. They never have. If you think they do, you are delusional. I understand that this is entirely meant to drive their playtime metrics until the War Within, and they are doing everything in their power to kneecap people to keep them grinding so that they can keep their metrics up. I get that, right? But I still think it's important to call them out when their garbage marketing tactics clash with, you know, the actual way that the game mode plays. So, you know. If you think you do, you don't, yeah. Alright, so what we're gonna do here is, have I picked up any Nostwind vouchers? I've not, actually. Troy, do you have a Nostwind voucher that you could trade to me real quick, so we could just teleport out of here real fast? So I haven't managed to loot one yet, unfortunately. Oh, well, make sure you save one for yourself, because you need to teleport out too. But thank you. And then, okay, we're going to disband the group. I'll re-invite you, Troy, in a second. So this would be Larice Boost and... And then queue up for dungeons, heroic time running dungeon. I'm not the party leader, crap. There we go, promote to leader. Alright. And we're going to do this until the reset. Then we're going to do Mogashan Vaults one more time. No. So the reason that we did only 5-man for raids, it has nothing to do with the experience. It's just, I preformed the group. I only brought in people from stream. I grabbed whoever I could from stream. It was those people. And we just sent it. Because I didn't want to sit there and wait, obviously. I don't want to, like, wait for the group to fill, because it's a speedrun, right? We're trying to go as fast as possible. So I took whoever we had. I knew that Chori here, El Kraman, is good enough to solo the raid, so we just sent it. It's faster that way. I didn't need more people. I'm clearing my bags. Oh shit. I'm actually gonna stay back because I don't want to be in the doorway and potentially bug out the boss. So I'm gonna wait here. Oh shit. That's actually bad. Okay, I'm going to just quickly loot this and then re-queue. I'm going to put myself on auto run while I switch tabs, queue, and enter, enter. Okay, perfect. This one I also need to follow along. What can I do? I can loot that. Can you explain your auto loot script to exclude? It's not a script, it's an add-on. Auto looter. If people, I'll give a quick TLDR. There are ways that you can add item IDs to exclude the bonus experience with this add-on. That's why I'm using it. It makes the entire thing a lot easier. If other people in chat, other people in chat who know the add-on can explain, would help. Wow, I did not realize the range of that was so far. Holy hell. Alright, now try to loot as we go. Oh, I'm stunned. Okay, let me... Did I loot... I'm gonna loot the boss, and then we're gonna switch over, accept, then accept, accept... Jade Serpent, nice! Okay, this one I can AFK. Actually, can I... Fuck it. Problem is, it's so hard for me to actually get the gear and stuff set up. I need to make sure I'm deleting every single one of these gems that I find. That way, when I loot my mail, it's a little bit easier. You learned that. Blame me. Okay. Robert Hellman is correct, yes. That's exactly what I'm doing. Stack the extra XP until the end. How much does that increase them theoretically? A good amount, yeah. It helps quite a bit. Okay, we're going to root finder this. This. Nice! Oh, you got Lorewalker's Stone Step just in time. Perfect. Yeah, that's really sick. I think I was in range for that. Nice Scholomance again.
Class is now in session. Class dismissed. I can never die.
This one too. So I'm gonna wait actually, because I don't want to like be in a position where I'm unable to reach. So I'm gonna go back to the entrance because I know that's safe. Where's regrowth? The druid. Regrowth. Do I have any bear skin? I mean, I have most of the bear skins, yeah. Obviously, I'm not going to use them during the run. People are really on one with this going viral. If your alt is getting kicked, the best way to do it is to create another starter edition account and just park your starter edition account in the dungeon. Even if you don't care about leveling it, that way you have 3 out of 5 of the people in the dungeon and people can't kick you. I did not want to include that in the guide because imagine what would happen if I openly said that in the guide. I would get so many angry comments, but it is a legit strat. That is genuinely what I do. I have a 3rd account and I don't get kicked. And it's really easy because you make another starter edition account. It's completely free.
Now turn your lovely rune blades on our guests and fetch me.
How is that toxic? What about that is toxic? You're still carrying 2 people completely for free. All you are doing is avoiding the toxic people who kick you for trying to give them free carries. You are giving 2 people free carries. You are disadvantaging absolutely nobody. One random person doesn't get a free carry from you, but like they're not entitled to a free carry from you. Random person. And this just protects you against assholes who kick you for no reason. Absolutely nothing about that is toxic. You are just protecting yourself. You are protecting yourself at the cost of nobody. Nothing about that is toxic. Why is it bad to do that with randoms? You're giving them free carries. How is the random poorly affected? They just get a free carry. Literally all you're doing is protecting yourself from assholes. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's just a really stupid point to make. Who are these people that carry me? They are super awesome people from my Discord who are helping me out with this. Thank you again to all 3 of you. I really appreciate it. And thanks. There's a lot of other people who offered to help but either couldn't because, you know, they didn't have time or they're on Europe, right? Or, you know, their character wasn't like as fully caught up. I still appreciate that those people wanted to help out. That still means a lot. So thank you to everybody who wanted to help with this run. You don't get angry people being angry about this. It is so weird. I completely agree. The fact that people are angry about this when like it literally doesn't hurt them at all. It genuinely baffles me. I'm completely with you. I don't know. I'm going to quickly just loot this. There's a lot of mobs here, so a chance at bonus XP threads. We're just going to loot this here. Then I'm going to Q. You put a macro. Yeah, putting a macro in party chat can also definitely help. For sure. Scarlet Halls. Okay, so this is another one I need to follow. So the moment that I get a dungeon where I don't need to follow along, I'm going to start pre-forming the second Mogushan Vault group. So if you have a character that you want to bring to that, you'll make sure to look for, it would be Mogushan Vaults 10 normal, because that character, the account that I'm forming it on doesn't have an authenticator, so I can't create like special group names, but it will be led by Raccoon Lock. So keep an eye out for that in a few minutes. How do you prevent auto loot from looting the XP? It's an add-on. There are many jealous people that hate being carried. I genuinely don't know. Yeah. How dare you have a community offering help? Yeah, I know, right? You absolutely can do this process alone. Yeah, you absolutely can. That's that is literally what my entire video was about. It's about how to do this process on your own. What I'm trying to show here is that if you have other people, it can be even faster. So you can optimize it further, obviously. If you have multiple boosters and you have people doing it while you run it, which is why, like, I have had some weird comments where people are like, oh, 2 hours, 46 minutes is so slow. I've done it so much faster. And it's like, yeah, but I literally did it with a brand new level 20 priest where I was controlling both characters to demonstrate the point that even if you are doing both things yourself, it is still fast. So the entire reason for my first run was to basically show what is the bare minimum speedrun time that you can get with this method, which is why I did it like that. And now, what I'm trying to demonstrate is what is the fastest speedrun time you can get by doing this method, if you try to really, really, really optimize it. Okay, Temple of the Jade Serpent I can AFK in. So I'm going to really quickly sort through my bags, just anything else that I still need to do. Nice. Can swap that out. And then the moment that I've cleared out my bags and deleted all the stuff, I'm going to form the group on my alt account. And if you want to come to the second Mokushan Vault immediately after the daily reset in 1 minute, you can apply to that. Alright, Mokushan Vault's 10 normal. That's the name of the group, led by Raccoon Lock in LFG now, if you want to join for that. North America, of course, so if you're on Europe, apologies, but you won't be able to. This character is level 17, so I'll be able to switch to the third character during the Mokushan Vaults run. Are my friends all starter characters? No. We are, the entire point of this run is to limit test the crap out of this. I have two, basically, like, they didn't literally farm frogs, but they have, by what most people's definition is, a frog cloak. And then we have one level 20 Holy Priest booster. So absolutely not. These are not starter characters. These guys are decked out. We're going to do one more since reset isn't quite right now. There's still a minute. That one took a second. EU-US server merge, yeah. Clever idea to double tap raid to the daily reset. Yes, that was one of the entire points of this run, and that is why this stream is so early. I should also note, just in case anybody is just joining in and didn't read like the announcement post where I explained this, obviously this is really fast, and I'm not going to do a stream that is just 1 hour, so we are actually doing a 2-for-1 in this stream. We're going to do 2 speedruns. So we're doing this run at the start, partially because it has to be on the daily reset. Like, the timing had to be very precise, which meant I've been scrambling to get everything set up at the exact right time. But then, after this run is completed, there is a poll that is pinned in chat, and I'm going to be doing just a regular questing run. 10 to 70, completely solo-only quests, because I want to optimize that a bit more, because obviously not everybody likes leveling like this, so I want to make sure that you guys have an efficient way to level, even if you don't want to do the alt twink strat. And I'm going to do that with whatever class wins the poll. Right now, it's very close between Arcane Mage and Marksmanship Hunter. So if you want one of those to win over the other, make sure to vote there. Oh, perfectly timed level up. Alright, it is past the daily reset. I think daily quests reset at some point during this run. I didn't see the announcement, but I'm sure that it happened. And we're going to leave instance group. And I'm going to form the group now, so I'm going to check people in queue. Real quick, I don't know if I made this clear, so I apologize if I didn't reiterate it. If you want to join the Mokushan Vaults group, make sure you put something in your notes that you are watching the stream. That way I know, because I want to make sure that people in the run know what's going on, right? And we don't have a mix of, like, random people who are confused as to, like, what we're doing. So, if you want to watch that, make sure you join the stream like that. You put in something in your note, like watching the stream. And then we're going to go back to Heroic Dungeons after the fact. Going to invite El Kraman and Larice Boost. This. What is the raid name? It is just Mokushan Vaults 10 normal, led by Raccoon Lock. That is the name of my character. Just put something in your note. Anything that lets me know that you're watching the stream. So a lot of people are putting watching stream, or some people just put stream. That works too. As long as I know that you are from the stream. We will go in a second. Thank you, Chori. Is that a weaker you're using for seeing bronze? Yes. That is what I'm using. I'm going to convert to raid. We're just going to go through. I'm going to grab wherever I see YouTube stream watcher. Hunter from Heroics. Oh yeah, right, because you're able to help on the weekly reset. Perfect. Yeah. And I'm gonna just run in with my character. Oh! Did it break because the daily reset took a second? What happened? Can't enter the raid. Oh, maybe it... Get the daily quest? Honestly, not even worth it. Good idea, but, Raid info. It should have expired. So I think it just took, like, yeah. The daily reset was, like, a minute or two delayed, for whatever reason. Not sure why that happens. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pass lead to Larice Boost. I'm going to leave on my Warlock. And... oh, fuck, that took us out. Okay, so if you want to join Mogashan Vault's 10 normal... Actually, at this point, since we're already in the raid, I'm just going to stop... Yeah, I'll stop invites here. We have more than enough. I appreciate the people who are in here, and if you applied... and I wasn't able to get to you in time, I'm really sorry. I normally, in all of my, like, slow runs, I try to get a full raid. I try to get everybody in here. Obviously, you know, we are trying to go really, really, really fast. We'll get the summons off on the people who are at least in the group. And I'll start summoning you. I think this should get both of them. Blizzard are on to me? Oh no. Did we get... Oh, we didn't... Oh, we both summoned the same person. Oh no. Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you for sharing the quest. That's, that works perfectly. Also... Right after, okay, the moment the summon gets taken, Backblow, try to take that quickly because, yeah, Troy, just go. Yeah. If you want, obviously, after the boss, you can join in for the rest, but I'm not going to wait if you went AFK. Apologies. Same thing as before. If somebody has a mailbox toy after Fang the Accursed that you could drop during Garage All Trash, that would be much appreciated.
So the stories were true. We have defended your souls, mortals. These are the halls.
How much XP am I at? 214%. Nice, not bad. Shift into bear form just so I'm a little bit safer. Awesome. I had to click manually.
His body destroyed each time, only to rise again. This is not the last.
I think, yeah, I want to delete that. I can scrap that. Actually, I can probably equip that. I think, yeah, equipping this would help. And I'm not missing any of the other ones. Have I done Evoker? I've leveled Evokers in the past, yes. Not in Remix. I will do that eventually at some point. I think it would be cool. On stream, I think I did like one Evoker stream during Dragonflight pre-patch or something. It was like a while ago. So yes, I believe I have, but yeah, it was quite some time. I have not done one recently, no. The main issue with Evoker is that it doesn't really fit into any standard leveling format. You can't compare Evoker 1-to-1, at least until War Within, when they'll start at level 10. But right now, how do you compare an Evoker starting at 58 with, like, any other class? So, for the purposes of my leveling guides, I can never do the runs on Evoker, because it just wouldn't work. It's just, you can't really do them 1-to-1. If... Backblower, I don't remember the IDs off the top of my head. You're able to find it on Wowhead, but if somebody has a list of the item IDs, if you're able to post it either, probably in Discord would be a better place, and then I can pin that later. That would actually be a pretty good idea. The add-on for avoiding XP is auto-looter. Just one word. While we do this roleplay, I'm going to switch to my third level 10 character to anchor us. There's a post on Reddit. Yeah, the post on Reddit is what I saw. That gave me the thing. So if somebody has like a link to that post and they want to put it in my Discord for people who are looking for that. Because unfortunately, you can't include external links in YouTube chat. YouTube doesn't allow that. So you wouldn't be able to. You remember when I told you about the dungeon leveling boost you didn't believe? Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest. You know, I was wrong. A few people did tell me that dungeon boosting was really, really, really fast. I was skeptical. And if you were one of those people, you were right. I was wrong. I apologize. But I mean, I am not an all-knowing, like, deity or something. Like, I'm human, right? I try to test things, I get shit wrong. It happens. But it's also one of the reasons why there are so many times... Like, and here's the thing. I am glad that I was wrong and that you guys were right. Like, I'm happy that happened. But keep in mind, I just want to provide a little bit of context. Keep in mind the amount of times that I get, like, random messages, either in YouTube comments or on Discord DMs or something like that, somebody telling me, I found this insane leveling method, blah, 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 and I test it, and it's, like, the worst fucking thing I've ever seen. I'm like, this is garbage. How could anybody think this is fast? But a lot of times what happens is I still gotta test that, because unless it is something that is clearly just nonsensical, if it sounds like there is any remote case that it is actually fast, I have to do my due diligence and test it for myself. And I would say 90% of the time, the strategies that random people feed me are complete shit. But every now and then, somebody finds something really cool, and I test it, and it's really nice. I'll give you an example of a strategy that it wasn't bad, but it didn't end up being good. Somebody suggested that the scenario Dagger in the Dark, there are a bunch of ads that you can kill, little eggs, and they respawn really quickly, and you can spam re-queue and just kill the eggs, and it gives a lot of XP. And it sounded interesting. A bunch of people were asking me, like, have you tested this yet? And I did try it out. It's not really that good. It is not a bad strategy. It is, like, so close to being good, but it's like, if this wasn't MoP Remix, and there weren't a million other ways to level really quickly, it could be fast. But it's not only slower than, like, heroic dungeons and running raids, but it also gives you absolutely no bronze and no gear and anything like that, and it just hard stops at level 61. So that was a case of somebody found a really cool trick that was actually potentially useful for leveling, but unfortunately it just wasn't quite at the level that we would need it to be to compete with the other stuff. You ever led me astray? No. No, you have not. Ooh. I just shift into bear form just to be safe. Here, you get things wrong, yeah. Okay, while we do the RP for here, I'm going to set up my third character for dungeons. Do you put the experience bonus in the blacklist? Yes, you put it in the blacklist. That is correct. That way, when you loot, it does everything except the experience item. There's also, if you're looking at the Reddit post that people mentioned, there's another comment that is really helpful of if you don't loot Shanzi ritual stones, completely unrelated to leveling, but it's just nice to have, then you're able to get them in your mailbox, and there's no limit per day. It was an oversight in original MoP, and it still works now. You're basically AFK farming? Yeah, I mean, kind of. In a sense, yes. Okay, so let's see. Holy Nova, I'll get you invited. I shift into bear form so I'm safe. We have the same discussion that having a trial account is it the same as boosting? Yeah. Well, to be fair, I will say one thing to be completely clear. I still consider this boosting. Now, I have no issue. This is something I think maybe a few people misunderstand. I have no inherent moral dilemma with boosting. At all. I've never have. I have issue with boosting as a speed running, like competitive speed running metric. Because if you are getting boosted, it is not... I mean, the idea of boosting, right? I think this is somewhat interesting in, like, can this be done? I think this video will be an interesting watch purely for the hypothetical, how fast can you get leveling? What is the fastest possible time? Just like in terms of theory stuff. But I don't think that this is necessarily, like, hyper entertaining or anything like that, and I do think it 100% does count as boosting. Even if you are boosting yourself with a priest, that is boosting. Is it wrong to boost your own characters? No. But in the traditional runs that I do for fun, for like entertainment value with Dragonflight 10 to 70, the entire point is a solo speedrun. And in those cases, I would consider boosting myself with like a level 11 character outside the spirit of the rules. There's nothing wrong with it if you want to level that way to like get characters up quickly, but I do feel it is outside the spirit of the rules. So I do want to make a distinction there because I know some people are going to say, I thought you always hated boosting. Never hated boosting. I just never thought that boosting had a place in the types of speedruns that I did. In fact, there's a lot of people who would say, yeah, boosting is horrible, boosters should be banned, and it's like, what? No. No. Never been my stance at all. Never been something that I believed in. So real quick, let me just get this set up, and then before I do the group, so I'll invite myself to a group. Cremon and Larice Boost, and before we queue again, I'm just going to quickly check for any XP threads that I may have, just to make the process a little bit easier. I'm just going to get, I'm going to get all the threads. And that way, in the actual dungeon, I can do it. I think that is almost everything. 1 or 2 more XP threads. XP threads. And yeah, this should be good. All right. Dungeon Finder, random time running dungeon. I'm not the party leader. Shit. Okay. Hello, Valo. Good to see you. Yeah, I also, the whole, like, buy a level boost thing, that's another thing that anybody who watched my Silitha speedrun, I made fun of that as well, considering that, like, you know, speedrun, because people always make that joke in the YouTube comments. They're like, oh, I beat your time by paying $60, oh, I'm so funny. And I finally, like, you know, gave a little bit of a jab back at that, type of comment by saying, my cat bought a level 60 boost. My cat's now the world record holder. Ha ha ha. So, yeah. If you have not yet seen my Silitha speedrun, which is called the dumbest speedrun you'll ever watch, aptly named, then I would highly encourage you to watch that. Because that is not meant to be an actual speedrun, like something interesting or competitive. The entire purpose of that run is, it's almost more just like performance art, is I think the best way that I can describe how stupid that route is. So, if you have not yet seen it, I would encourage you to go watch it, because it is basically a 1 hour long rant with a really silly speedrun exploit thing going on in the background. And it also features my cat and a face cam. So if you like that kind of thing, definitely check that out. One more thread. I need to delete brittle and grounding. Can't buy an instant leveling boost for remix, but Spliz doing, yeah. I will show you guys, if you want to see like how to do the XP block thing, we'll do that after the run. For obvious reasons, I'm trying to keep things moving here a little bit. Really, I don't want to destroy gems. I kind of want to save the gems, because that I can scrap. It's why I'm trying to scrap gear. I can close my Mogushan Vault character. Big thank you again to everybody who helped out with Mogushan Vaults. I really appreciate that. Let's see. So what level am I? I'm level 41. I'm going to... Stuck in combat.
If you haven't come to school is in session.
I'm not gonna bother with that. It's whatever. Okay, Dark Master Gandling dead. What level we at? 42 now. Why are you starting to enjoy leveling? Leveling's kind of fun when you, like, add challenges to it. Like, a lot of people will make fun of the fact that I use all the consumables and stuff, and they're like, oh, it's unrealistic, it wastes time. But it's, like, the entire reason why I do those speedruns in the first place, why I do the runs where it's like, you get all the fancy gun shoes and whatnot, is because it's fun. Like, it saves time, sure, but I say this a million times. The amount of time that it actually saves is trivial. The main reason I even do that stuff is because it makes leveling more enjoyable. It makes the process of getting that character up to 70 a lot more fun, getting to do these little tricks to save time. And I think that's more important than anything, because then instead of being miserable the whole time of like, oh my god, this leveling process is such a slog, you'll be able to think to yourself, oh wow, this, I'm actually enjoying this. There's like little optimizations that I can do. And it just overall encourages you to level more and kind of fights burnout a little bit. That's the main advantage of it.
Everything must burn. You too shall be charred.
Let me loot this hallway. This hallway's always really juicy in terms of threads. I'm going to put myself on auto run. I'm going to Q. Alright, this is another one that I need to follow along. It's going to be really painful if I get hit. Still waiting for the day your cat channel overtakes your dog channel and subscriber count. Honestly, maybe. I did that for fun. Because initially, like, when I first went to make that second channel, I thought, like, oh, I'll get a different picture of my dog so people recognize it. But then I thought, you know what? It would be fun to, like, I'll make my cat the mascot for the second channel. So my dog is the mascot for this channel, my cat's the mascot for the second channel. Thought that was a little bit amusing. I need to be careful about this. Okay, I looted the boss. Now I want to stand back, because when the boss dies, I don't want it to charge me and reset. Still in combat with these mobs. Just gonna kite them. Alright, it's tricky for me to get in there. I'm going to do this. I might be able to quickly loot as the queue pops. Yeah, so I can do this, and then I'm just going to quickly queue, swap, take the queue. Alright. Scholomance, nice. Okay, this is an AFK one. Let's equip that. I need to get every little bit of health that I can spare. Does this Oh, perfect! That scraps the gem. Oh, it unsockets the gem. Okay. Never mind. Do that,
Show me what you come. Try your luck.
delete Bulwark of the Black Ox. Just learned you have a second channel, sub 1 second later. Awesome, I appreciate that. You're one of the people that revitalized your interest in WoW with my videos. Awesome, I'm glad to hear that. But yeah, so I can talk about this a little bit more later, but the second channel, I'm really glad that it's been doing well. Initially, it was one of those things where, like, I created it just as a way to save Twitch stream recordings, because I've ranted about this, maybe not ranted is the right word, but I've talked about this before, where I can't really upload whatever I want on YouTube anymore because the algorithm is really punishing. So I can't just, like, upload a Twitch stream recording. Like, that wouldn't work. So I needed a place to dump all that stuff. And what I started using the second channel for is effectively any video that I might want to make that I either wouldn't be able to make normally because it would underperform, and if it underperforms, it fucks my entire channel, or it's like a really niche topic. I guess that's kind of the same thing, right? Or it's like, I don't know. It's like unscripted, right? Because all of the second channel videos are unscripted. It's just me sharing my information with you. So it avoids the need for me to do like fancy editing, because obviously fancy editing takes time. And if I spend like a day working on a video, that is one day where you guys don't have that info. So I've been able to put out a lot of like shorter, I info dump on you, take all the information, take everything that I know, and the second channel is perfect for that. And initially, I just did that as like an experiment. People seem to be really liking it, so I'm just gonna keep doing that. I think it works out really well. And I mentioned this in my YouTube post at the bottom, but I'm actually surprisingly close. I did not expect it to be that fast. Very close to actually being able to monetize the second channel, which would, of course, make it way easier for me to do that and actually like spend time on it, justify spending time on it, right? Instead of having to worry about like, oh, I can only make videos for my main channel because that like that's obviously how I make money. This is my job, right? At what percent am I going to redeem those tokens? Honestly, like almost immediately after this run. Literally after this run, yeah. I did not realize we were already 50. This should be enough. But yeah. Twitch and like the second channel are ways that I could like do things I normally wouldn't, right? Like one thing that I actually kind of think would be fun is there's a game that I played years ago that I really liked called SteamWorld Heist, and I just found out that SteamWorld Heist 2 is finally being made like years later. It's coming out in like August or something. So I actually think it would be kind of fun to stream SteamWorld Heist at some point on Twitch, of course, because it's not going to perform well, right? I doubt many people really care about watching that stream, but I'm sure 1 or 2 people would be interested in it, and that way I could do that for fun, for like a game that I like, and you know, the people who want to watch it can watch it, and if you don't, it doesn't like negatively impact my channel. All right, I'm going to leave instance group, and I think this should be enough. Well, I guess we'll find out. You got 30 levels while I've been watching? Yeah, it is crazy how fast this is. So real quick, before I open anything, we're going to check for XP threads, and I'm going to quickly open all of that just to speed up the process a little bit. XP threads. Nope. All right, and now let me just double check, make sure this is working. Okay, delete. And I need to actively, as I loot tinkers, I need to delete every single one that I get because it can sometimes prevent me from looting anything else. So I need to delete the faith. Or shadows. There's level 60. Obviously, if you're doing this yourself, don't delete the Tinker Gems if this is a character that you actually want to play. Obviously, don't do that. But I'm just doing this to save a little bit of time. Illicit Barrage, clear that out. No way this doesn't get patched. I don't expect it will. If Chi-Cheer Leap is on cooldown, you cannot keep up with Monk speed at all. Yeah. Monks are pretty crazy. But keep in mind, Chori's also level 70, and he has... that's another thing. You do not get all of the insane speed boosts of Windwalker Monk at level 20. So, a level 70 Monk is going to be faster than a level 20 Monk, but yeah, it is pretty nuts. A lot of the really good mobility talents are towards the bottom. Level 69? Wow, am I actually going to overshoot this by that much? You are speed, yeah. Wow, I actually overshot. Look at how much we had left. Oh my god, an entire page. An entire fucking page. Holy hell, I overshot that. Wow. Initially, I was going to wait until level 55. Fucking hell. Alright, I maybe could have saved... I don't know if it would have really mattered that much. I don't think this would have been enough for, like, sub 1 hour. But I think that I could have saved, like, maybe 5 minutes-ish. Because that was, what, like 2 dungeon runs? 2 or 3, maybe. No, I don't think I could have stopped at 40. How much bonus experience did I have? 290%. Which is that? Yeah, I know, right? It's stupid. It's really fucking stupid. This is how fast it can be if you really, really, really optimize it. You've heard people say stop at 41. Yeah, I've seen people linking that. So the thing that you need to understand, that screenshot of 41, it entirely depends on your bonus experience and how much you did. And also, if you are AFK at the dungeon entrance, you will get less experience per dungeon than I did in this run, which is why I was not. Except for Scholomance and Temple of the Jade Serpent. I did raids. Yes, I did Mogashan Vaults twice. So yeah, people have been saying that stop at 41. It is a completely random number that if you want to figure it out for yourself, obviously I didn't do that because the amount of time it would have taken me to calculate it would have just been wasted, right? But El Kraman in the group, one of the people helping me out, Dosakuva on Discord, and Chori and YouTube, man of many names. But he has put together a really awesome spreadsheet, which is pinned in my Discord server, and it allows you to basically input all of this information on your own. Put in, like, how many raid bosses have I killed? Like, how much bonus raid experience do I have? What is my cloak sitting at? What level I'm at? Basically, you fill out all the info, and it tells you... I forget exactly how it works, but it tells you basically when you are safe to open your mailbox. Did I describe that right? You need 73 XP items. Yeah. So I probably could have stopped like about 5 minutes earlier, and I think that would have worked. Sub 1 hour coming up. We'll see. We'll see. I mean, I do think it is possible. If anything, this showed that sub 1 hour is potentially doable. If you, like, really, 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 really do it perfectly. Because this was, I would say, close to perfect, but of course, I overshot the experience a little bit. It took us like a few minutes to form the raid group. We were trying to be fast about that. Technically speaking, the raids could even be sped up, because El Kraman here was destroying those raid bosses, and then Kinesta when they were in the second run. But theoretically, if you had 4 of them instead of just 2, the bosses would have died even faster. So there are, of course, ways that you could shave off 11 to 12 minutes for sure. Troy broke the algorithm. Yeah, it is nuts. It is broken. Now, there are... I will quickly note that we are going to do the second speedrun shortly. I need a breather, and thank you again to Holy Nova here, Kinesta, and Elkerman Chori Dosakuva for your help. I really appreciate it. And thank you again for everybody else who joined the Mogashan Vaults runs, and everybody who offered to help and wasn't able to. I normally don't do multiplayer speedruns like this, because there's a lot that can go wrong when you have a lot of people involved, but everything here went like clockwork. This was exactly as I had it planned, and I could not be happier with the results. So thank you guys so much for everybody that joined in and helped out. I really appreciate all of you. And let me turn in this quest. Yeah, that was definitely really fun. Now, here's the thing. This is the type of thing that, like, it's fun to do once, but I would never want to optimize it this much. At a certain point, it becomes impractical to do so much optimization just for leveling one character. Because, honestly, if you're going to level up a lot of characters, if you have, like, alt accounts and stuff, I would say it's better to just do it the slow way, just spam heroic dungeons, and leave your character at the entrance. It's going to take, like, another hour or two, but you could level up multiple characters at the same time, or you could level up your friends. Every single time that I did test runs on my priest, I would message a bunch of my friends and be like, hey, do you want a free remix character? And they would just sit in the group, and I'd level them up as I did testing runs for my level 20 priest. So, in terms of practicality, this is not practical at all, but it is really cool to see at least once exactly how fast can you set this up. And I think it worked out pretty well. God, there's so much to sort through. Would have helped out, but having a 2-year-old is time-consuming. It's all good. Yeah, I completely understand. Do you think you might be able to make sub 1 hour? All I will say is that I have a variation on this route that I think can almost guarantee sub 1 hour. Possibly. That being said, this was much faster than I thought it would be. I thought this would be more like 20 minutes, 25 past 1 hour. So, yeah, this is... I did not expect it to be this close to even potentially getting sub 1 hour. This was, like, kind of crazy. In fact, the other thing is, if I realized it would be exactly that fast, I would have started the stream, like, 10 minutes later, because one of the other areas that we lost a bit of time is we did a handful of heroic dungeons in between the second Mogashan Vaults, and theoretically, if you wanted to save even more time, you would just do them back to back. The moment that you kill the final boss in Mogashan Vaults, you would hit the daily reset, you would teleport out, do it again, and yeah. That's another thing, by the way. I've seen a lot of people saying, do Mogashan Vaults, Heart of Fear, Terrace the Endless Spring? And if you're leveling casually, like you're not really trying to optimize it, you can do that. But you may look at this and be like, well, it's impractical to do it on the daily reset. But let me tell you what is practical. What is practical is parking your character at Mogashan Vaults every single day, run only Mogashan Vaults, teleport out, log out. Then it takes like, what, 10, 15 minutes tops? The very next day, you log in, do Mogashan Vaults again, do that 4 days in a row, minimal amount of slash playtime. And then when you finally get, like, I believe people who have tested this have said around 5 Mogashan Vaults, like 5.5 is the sweet spot. Then you do heroic dungeons and you're done in like 30 minutes. So you can get really fast slash playtimes with that. Not as fast as this. This was kind of stupid. But like around 2 hours, I've seen a lot of people get using that method, and it's super chill. And if you want to level up multiple characters at once, you can just park all of them there, and every single day you just do 5 Mogashan Vaults back to back on each character. And just repeat that for 4 days, now you have 4 level 70s. You have 10 alt sleep at Mogashan Vaults? Yeah. So I would say that unless you really want the character at 70 ASAP, like if it's your first character, then yeah, do Mogashan into Heart of Fear into Terrace. That might be worth it. But if you just want level 70s in the least amount of effort without doing this strategy, spamming Mogashan Vaults every single day, and then just doing nothing else will be a very effective way to level. That perfectly works. Did you not loot the bonus XP with auto looter? No. So let me explain that real quick, because I know people were asking, options, add-ons. So unfortunately, I was not able to read every message in chat. I wish I could. But what you will see here is that auto looter, this is an add-on. So I actually, if you go to my settings, I have auto loot disabled. This is a requirement. You cannot enable this. The add-on effectively replaces the auto loot function. If you check this, it'll break it. So you go to auto looter, and you enable fast loot and loot everything. The other stuff is automatically enabled when you get the add-on. You go to blacklist, and you'll see here that I have bonus experience on the blacklist. So whenever I would loot a mob with this add-on, it would loot everything from it except bonus XP. And then I also have Shanzi Ritual Stone, unrelated to leveling, but make sure you do this. Because whenever you're doing Throne of Thunder dailies, or Isle of Thunder dailies, that means you will get all of the Shanzi Ritual Stones in your mail. And there's some like weird thing in the code where the moment you loot one of them, you're only limited to getting like a certain amount more on that day. And if you make sure that it never gets looted and it only goes into your mail, that bypasses the daily cap. This is something that people have been doing since original Mists of Pandaria, but this add-on helps you do that way more efficiently just by putting it in the blacklist. It effectively does that for you. Just tried the method from your other video. Took you 3.5 hours completely solo, but when you open the mail at level 42, it only got you to 68. Yeah. It's because the reason why I overshot it by so much is I did not realize just how much of an impact those experience threads would have. I mean, I ended the run at 290% experience. And the other thing is, following along in the dungeon, I did not miss a single boss throughout this entire run, whereas if you are just looting the bosses through the mail and AFK, some dungeons, Scarlet Halls and Monastery in particular, you will not get credit for the final two. So you will miss out on that bonus experience. Also, before I forget, I like to do this once every stream, but if you are enjoying the stream, make sure to throw it a like. The way that the algorithm works is that likes, help the video reach other people, and that applies just as much to streams as it does regular YouTube videos. I want to at least mention that one time per stream. Why are some AFK runs and others you follow? Well, I would say that the AFK runs are easier to pull off, so that is why I suggested it in my guide. Because the time difference, if you are doing like low investment runs, it is not significant enough to go through all this extra effort. What I wanted to at least demonstrate here is how fast it can be if you follow. I see. Robert said, why are some AFK? You're asking about the dungeons in particular. Right. It is exactly what Robert Hellman said of distance from the boss. Because if you are close enough to a boss, it'll go into your mail. If it's far away, then you don't get registered as having killed that boss, and it won't go into your mail. But if I follow along for those dungeons that are very linear, like Scarlet Monastery stretches out really far, and Scarlet Halls stretches out really far. But if you think about the layout of Scholomance, at the start of the dungeon, you are basically dead center in the middle of it. The first boss, you go forward, but then you loop back around, and the second and third bosses are to the left of the entrance. Still, it's basically a giant circle. You are directly above Lillian Voss, and Darkmaster Ganling is just a bit to the right. So all of the bosses are basically wrapping around the entrance, so you are within range of them every single time. Thanks, Robert. No problem, Robert. Heroic SOON. I got carried through a heroic SOO run thanks to El Kerman and some other people. On my second channel, you could find a Paladin run. It was when I unlocked all of the jewelry and stuff like that. I am almost at the point on my Demon Hunter now where I will actually be able to run heroic SOO myself. Later tonight, I actually should be able to get there, so I will probably be able to finally do heroic raids on my main character. Technically, if I wanted to, I could already do heroic Mogushan vaults, but haven't really wanted to set aside the time to do that. I've still been farming bronze and stuff. And of course, testing for this has consumed a lot of my time. So yeah. Imagine joining 1 hour in and you're confused as to how he's already done. Yeah, this is going to be a very weird speedrun stream. It's going to be interesting. That's why I'm doing a second speedrun, because I know a lot of people are going to be so confused if they join my stream late and it's like, wait, it's already over. So I didn't want to do a 1 hour stream. Now, I thought it was going to be a 2 hour stream. It was even faster than that. But yeah, we're going to basically do a regular speedrun shortly after. I just want to make sure I read through chat. What's the best bronze farm at the moment? So it depends on what you're looking for. You did Mythic SOO? Yeah, a few people in my retail guilds have been doing SOO. Was this faster than the Scarab Gong Cheese? I think this was faster than my attempt of it, but I also, like, I fucked up the Scarab Gong cheese, and I did not do as much optimization. Like, I would say I put, like, basically half as much effort into the Scarab Gong thing because it wasn't meant to be, like, a serious test. The entire thing was silly. So you could have gotten that, I think, a little bit faster than this run. I think it technically beat my Scarab Gong run. But, like, I fucked that one up. I forgot to refresh draft to 10 lands. I was piloting 4 accounts for that at the same time, which made things a little bit unwieldy. There were absolutely ways that I could have optimized that further. I just... Why? Why would I give a shit about optimizing it further when it was such a stupid concept? This one is, like, similarly a silly concept, but it is still something that people can do themselves. If you want to, you could do this on your own. And frankly, if the Scarab Gong thing was not a once-per-year event that only lasts a few days, I might have tried to optimize it a little bit more. But the problem with using that as, like, a way to level up quickly is that by the time anybody watches that video, they can't do it themselves. It's also really impractical because it costs literally hundreds of thousands of gold to use the method, whereas here, all I needed to do was coordinate a little bit and get a few people to help me out. That's it, right? Relatively speaking, the investment is significantly lower. So I think this was a little bit more interesting to really optimize. If Blizzard leaves this alone at the end of Remix, it'll be even faster? Yeah. This will only get faster as time goes on because of, you know, how powerful the people who are boosting you will get. They'll be able to just one-shot anything instantly. So sub 1 hour is absolutely possible. I have a potential way to reach it that I will test off-stream during the next week, because I will say there's a few really spicy tricks that we could potentially use to save time, but those ones I do think Blizzard might nerf. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to test out those other tricks that we've discovered and try to put together a proof of concept run so that you guys could use it yourself. And then I'm going to announce that when Blizzard is least expecting it, so that you guys have a few days to benefit from that before they are able to nuke it into the floor. Because there are other methods that I think are way more like, you know, Blizzard would not like it. This one, I think, is pretty safe just because of, you know, how starter accounts work. Next Haralded video, how to make friends. Yeah, step 1, be yourself. Step 2, don't be weird. Hopefully that doesn't conflict with step 1. And step 3, just, you know, just talk. Just, step 4, listen to people and don't talk too much. It's a confusing process, but most of us eventually get used to it. But, you know. It conflicts. Oh, no. Sorry, I shouldn't have made that joke. And look. Anybody can, like, weird is a point of view, right? I said that as a joke, right? But obviously weird is a point of view. I do want to say, obviously, not everybody is really good at being social, really good at making friends, and that's totally okay. Everybody is different. You know, nobody should feel bad about that. If you're weird to others, not yourself. Exactly. Exactly. For the chat for all of us who can't get past step 2. Step 7, watch from afar and gather intel. I mean, like, here's the funny thing, all joking aside, like, that is basically how I learned to make friends. So I would like to think that nowadays I am a relatively social person who is good at talking to people and, like, understanding people and holding a conversation, but you would not recognize me at all in, like, my earlier school years. Because, like, when I was young, the best way that I can describe it is, like, I didn't understand other people. And I wanted to basically always say the right thing and wanted to understand what the other person was thinking so I could give, like, the right response to them. And, you know, listen to them, say the right thing that, you know, they would want to hear. Not necessarily, like, that maybe describes it wrong. Obviously, I don't want to change who I am for other people, but I want to know the right thing to say at the right time to, you know, make the other person feel comfortable, if that makes sense. And, like, I always struggled with that as a kid. And there was a lot of times where I was really bad at holding conversation because I was just shy and I didn't know what to say. I would, like, think to myself, what am I supposed to say here? And I didn't know. And I feel like as I got older, you know, just by watching other people talk and, you know, practicing, I guess, by talking to people, right? I just got more comfortable with conversation. And one of the best ways that I did this was by playing World of Warcraft. Not streaming and doing YouTube, because I didn't do that until I was in college. I've only been doing YouTube for like 4 years now. Yeah, about 4 years. But raiding and raid leading especially, really, really, really taught me like better social interaction skills. Being a raid leader, and I had some devastatingly bad, embarrassing interactions in raid where, you know, I wish it never happened. You think about it at night and you're like, oh, why did that happen? But over time, having to talk to tons of people, having to coordinate groups and stuff like that, it really helped me like get to understand people better. And I feel like World of Warcraft raiding genuinely like massively improved my social abilities. Now, I was completely different once I started raiding before when I was like a kid. Because then I better understood people because I talked to people so often and I had to like coordinate amongst people in difficult situations. And now I feel like, generally speaking, after talking with someone for a little bit, I kind of understand them a little bit and can properly like tune my responses to their personality. And, you know, because of that, I feel a lot more comfortable talking to most people because I, generally speaking, feel that I can understand them. I don't know if that makes sense at all, but that's generally just how it feels for me. Raid leading absolutely is one of the best conflict management trainings. I dealt with so much fucking bullshit. I've told a lot of that story, or a lot of those stories, right? I mean, if you've been around my channel for a very long time, you've probably heard the cheating officer story, you know? And it's like, I'm sure many people have never been in the situation of what do you do if your boss, quote unquote, obviously not my real boss, but my raid leader, asks you to help cover up his infidelity? How do you respond to a situation like that? I know how. I've been in that situation when I was like 19, so I learned fast. You run into so many really fucking shitty situations when you're raiding. I've told a lot of those stories. There are a lot more, way more embarrassing stories where I did something stupid, and I'm not going to tell those, but my friends sure do. They remind me of it all the fucking time. Like, hey, remember that one time in Emerald Nightmare where XYZ thing happened? And I go, oh god, please, no, I want to forget that ever happens. Oh, yeah, it's rough. You're bad at leveling and making friends? Well, see, that's why most of my speedruns are solo, because I want to teach people at least how to do one of those things. You don't call yourself weird, you call yourself eccentric. Yeah, I think that's a nice way of describing it. People have told you you're weird in a good way. I'd say that's good, yeah. It's usually good. Oxara said, I'll just get Harlden to join me for a run. Yeah. You pay your friends 10k gold every time to play with you. I mean, hey, if it works, it works. Can you do the same thing with a brand new character in Remix? You've not played it yet. With a brand new character, I would say you don't really want to start alt boosting yourself just yet, because you won't have the starting cloak. In order to really get alt boosting to work, the only minimum that you need is the infinite power achievement, this thing here. And in order to get this, you need to level up one character to 70. So after you get your first character to 70 and you get the 4,200 threads achievement, which isn't really too hard to get, you'll get it very fast, then you can get your first alt. Like for reference, this character got boosted. This character got boosted. I missed out on like a lot of potential threads that I would normally get while leveling. And you can see that I already have 3,678 threads. So I'm already, after doing all this silly stuff, really close to 4,200. So if this was like my first character, I would only need to do a tiny amount of additional grinding, and then I would have this achievement. I'd be ready to go. So do that on your first character, get that achievement. The best way to do it is the method that I described earlier of doing raids for the XP threads. And you do that. You will be able to get a lot of bonuses to your cloak even if you don't start off with them. And it's really easy. I might do another time like a test speed run of if you are starting off with like a brand new account, what is like the fastest way to kind of demonstrate this. But if you want to see how I did it, I also still have my initial run posted on my channel. Though when I did my initial remix run, we were not aware of the raid XP thing, so I didn't actually do that. But my run was like 11 hours the very first time, and I did purely questing. So I quested through a bit of Jade Forest, a few things in Valley of the Four Winds. I did all of Kunlai, most of the Town Long Steppes, and a good amount of Dread Wastes. And that was enough to get me to 70. What is the remix add-on? This add-on is called Narcissus, and the other add-on for the auto-looting thing is just called Auto-Looter. The raid XP thing wasn't on launch. It was, I believe, actually. We found out about the raid XP thing within like 24 hours after launch. A lot of people are getting confused about that because shortly after launch, they added threads to LFR. I am fairly sure that technically speaking, the normal raid XP thing was in there since the beginning. It's just because it was not on there on PTR, nobody thought to check for it. So until people started running normal raids and realizing, oh, hey, this gives a shit ton of XP every single boss, that's when WoW had made a post about it and everybody became aware. So most people did not know about it until about 24 hours after launch. But as far as I'm aware, it was technically there from the start. The LFR threads were added roughly around the time when WoW had broke the news about the normal raids thing. So a lot of people have that misconception, but there was no hotfix where they added the threads to normal raids. They never said that they changed anything. Emerald Nightmare, the good old days, yeah. First timer here, can you give you some pointers on leveling 60 to 70? If you are looking for 60 to 70 just in Remix, then I would say follow my complete guide for that, or follow some of my runs. I assume the way you worded that, though, you're probably looking for 60 to 70 in Dragonflight. Well, you're in luck because I also have a guide specifically for that. So if you check my channel, go to, it should be like pretty clear on the front of my page in one of the playlists, that's right there. But look for the fastest leveling route in Dragonflight for 60 to 70, watch that, and you're good to go. The thing about Dragonflight, though, is there's two different routes. There's one that you need to use on your very first character. So that would be the video that is the fastest campaign leveling route. So your first time, do that. And then if you want to level characters from 60 to 70 in Dragonflight, then you can use my other guide, which involves Dream Surges. So check that out. Should be easy enough to find. Ah, Sen! Hello, Sen. I am doing good. I hope you're doing good as well. Haven't seen you in a while. Really good to see you stop by. What if he's talking about 60 to 70 in BDO? Yeah. Shit out of luck. I'm the wrong person to ask. Let me quickly read the rest of chat. I'm going to hop into the second run soon. If you have not yet voted on the poll for what I'm going to play in the next run, make sure to do that. It is pinned in chat. I think the pin's still working. Warcraft rating, force communication, that helped a lot with working with other people, for sure. Nice. I'm glad you had the same experience. One of your raid leaders was... Oh, yeah. Yeah, Marcio Gustavo, I didn't have that issue with my raid leader, but I had a good friend with a similar problem who I raided with in Nyalotha. Same guild as the cheating officer, actually, where we had a friend who had a really bad drug addiction, and I eventually had to completely cut contact with him and basically say, like, if you don't fix your shit, basically, in the nicest way possible. Unfortunately, he would, like, lash out on other people. So I separated with him as, like, a combination of basically being like, I can't be your friend if you're going to do this to yourself, but also, like, he would just constantly, whenever people would try to help him, just be extremely mean and just barrage us with, like, insults whenever he would be in a bad situation. So I've had to deal with that too. Good news, though. I randomly stumbled upon that friend years later in Sepulchre the First Ones. I was doing a raid and I saw somebody in General Sepulchre the First Ones chat with the same name. And I thought, like, wait, is that the same person? And I messaged them and I said, like, hey, do you know somebody named Lenara, which was my character who I raided with him. And then it was him. And he was like, oh, man, how are you doing? And he told me he went to rehab, he got clean, and he was completely good. And honestly, that was really awesome to hear. That, I had been really worried about him, but obviously I, put my foot in the sand, said I wasn't messaging him. So, unfortunately, he then did at one point try to apply to the guild I was in, and for a variety of reasons, the application didn't work out. But, it was still nice to catch up with him and find out that he was doing much better after all those years. So happy ending to that story. 535 votes, that's a pretty good turnout. Yeah, especially it hasn't even been up for 24 hours, so that was good. Troy said, someone made the spreadsheet into a week or really? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, I'll have to check that out after the stream. That's really interesting. Awkward? What's awkward? Yikes. I'm not even going to address that. Wow, that is yeah, a bad thing to say. Yeah. All I will say is saying that ignoring people with drug addictions is bad is like, you know, you guys know what enabling means? I'm obviously not going to give you 100% of the story, but really, really, really rude unprompted comments that actually usually don't get bothered by random shit like that. But yeah, no, sorry. If you have a friend who has a problem like that and, you know, they are, right, like, obviously, you know, not shaming people, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with saying, hey, you know, you need help and I can't continue to be your friend if you're going to do this to yourself. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That is... Oh, the old friend applying and being rejected. Yeah. I wasn't sure what your message was about, so that's not what I'm bothered by, to be clear. Somebody else put a message which promptly got them banned because, holy shit, fuck off. But yeah, no, there is... Wow. Yeah, you clearly have never had to be in a situation like that, or you, yeah, no. Curious if you cleared. I've not done Mythic SOL, no. Where is the 30 or 40 that they were referring to? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Blizzard just completely made up that number. They did not actually check. I would not be surprised if it was a lie, yeah. Most people I know are no longer doing Mythic SOO once they get their bones. Bro had issues, but it's not on you. Yeah, exactly, right? Like, the moment that I saw him again and I found out, and like, if he had messaged me at some point and told me that he had gotten clean, I would have been like, awesome. I had a similar situation with a different friend many, many, many years ago, which I don't want to go into detail because that one is even more serious, but I had one of my best friends was in a really bad place, and he basically, whenever he would do something really bad for himself, he would call me on the phone. And there was one point where he called me on the phone and I genuinely thought he was going to die. And it freaked the fuck out of me. And the very next day, you know, when he messaged me again and he was okay, I told him, look, I love you, man, but like, I can't do that again. I can't be in a position where I'm like, I'm not even sure if you're going to survive to the end of the phone call that I'm on with you. That was a very harrowing experience for me. And we had been kind of going in circles with that for a while. And I was like, you really need to get help. And again, thankfully, happy ending. That friend is perfectly okay now. He's doing awesome. But that's the thing. And in fact, in that case, me telling him that and me telling him, like, this is not okay. You need to get help. And I called his mom and I talked to like his mom and his cousin and stuff. And like everybody tried to like get him to get help. And I don't know if I was necessarily the exact reason why he eventually went to rehab and stuff, but he did. And it was right after that situation happened and he got better and he is awesome now. And it was me setting my foot down and giving him that push that did that. So yeah, it just... I've deleted the message, but what that person said, if you are still watching, incredibly disrespectful. Honestly, go fuck yourself. And judging people for the way that they handle difficult situations like this is a really fucking shitty thing to do. And I hope nobody ever ends up in a situation like that, but there's absolutely nothing wrong with basically having to cut contact and set, you know, draw a line and tell somebody that they need to get better. You are not supposed to be an emotional battery for other people. You need to look out for yourself, and you know, as somebody else said in chat, you can do that from a safe distance. So yeah, this is like a little bit getting into heavy shit, so I don't want to keep going, but you know, did want to at least make that clear. Let me make sure I didn't miss any messages. A kid in 4th grade was paying you $5 to be his friend. From then on, you tried your best to make other people feel included in life. Yeah, definitely a great philosophy to have. I always try to do the same. You did all of Jade Valley, Krasarang, and Kunlai, and that was your first 70? Yeah. Valley, parts of Valley are really good, but a lot of it also falls off. Krasarang, kind of similar. There's 1 or 2 really good quest lines, but it falls off hard at certain points. And I would say Dread Waste, like the first half of it is really good, and then it falls off pretty hard. But the best 2 zones for Mists of Pandaria leveling is Kunlai and Townlong by far. They are both very, 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 very good leveling zones. You also started with the 1600. Not sure what you mean about 1600. Oh, from the starting threads. Yeah, that's a fair point, actually. I see what you mean about the threads. W-Take, thank you. What's the best way to catch up a main on power? Right now, so the main reason I haven't made any like thread or bronze farming guides is because like everything that is good gets nerfed immediately. So let me quickly, before I say anything, I'm gonna double check to make sure that Wowhead hasn't nerfed. Oh, there's a new Wowhead post. Okay, it's a War Within post. Gotta check Wowhead to see if Blizzard has nuked what I'm about to talk about, because Wowhead reported it already. But I have been doing a shit ton of Archerius of Flame farm in Timeless Isle. So you go right here, you sit mostly AFK every 5 minutes, this rare gets summoned, and press an instant damage button. So like in my case, it would be Mangle. I would sit right there, and as he's activating, just mash 1. Instant damage button. If you do that, you should be able to get the tag. On my Demon Hunter, I'm mashing Fellblade, and I've been able to get every single tag. It dies very fast, so if you are not mashing, you will miss the tag. It dies within seconds because everybody immediately tags it, all of the Tinker Gems for everybody tagging it proc, and it gets erased. That gives 6 purple threads every 5 minutes. Now, if you are actively farming, Monday, Goose Comics, you're absolutely right. Doomguard and that are going to be nerfed on Monday, so do it while you can. If you're actively farming, I would actually say Heroic Dungeons with a level 20 booster are the fastest thread farm. Because the amount that you get by just running a Heroic Dungeon in 1 to 2 minutes is insane. But the thing about the Archerius of Flame farm is it's partially AFK, so I have been doing that while doing video editing. I'm doing video editing, I hear the summon sound for Archerius of Flame, I tab over, I tag him, I go back to Adobe Premiere, and I continue working. Or whatever I'm doing, Photoshop, etc. So it's an amazing way to farm threads, basically being completely AFK, because it's like 5 seconds of gameplay every 5 minutes. So I've gotten a lot of threads just by doing that. That is mostly for threads. That is definitely not the best bronze farm. The other thing that you should definitely make sure you do is every single day do your daily quests, the 3 in here, from Pythagoras, Arturus, and Lara Treebender. That is for doing 3 raid bosses, 3 dungeon bosses, and a scenario. This one here. This gives you a lot of threads from the Greater Spool. The Greater Bronze Cache is really good. And then do one of each of the like random dungeon things. So random heroic, random normal dungeon, random scenario, random heroic scenario. That is the best in terms of time spent way to farm threads and bronze. By far. Not even close. Raid Finder is also okay for threads, not so much for bronze. Also, do your raids every day. Normal raids are really easy to do. Throne of Thunder and Siege of Orgrimmar are a little bit more annoying if you don't have somebody with a better cape, but Mogashan Vault's Heart of Fear and Terrace are trivially easy. They can be done while leveling up. They're that easy, and they give a pretty solid amount of bronze every single day. So make sure you do that. Oh, world bosses. Yes, what Connor D said. World bosses every single day. You have, what's it called? You have Undasta on the Isle of Giants. You have Shah of Anger and Kunlai Summit. Galleon in Valley of the Four Winds. Ordos and the Celestials. You can only do 1 Celestial. You can technically kill the others for achievements, but you only get loot off the first Celestial you kill every day. So those 2 on the Timeless Isle, and then Nalok on Isle of Thunder. So those world bosses every single day give a lot. You can duo Terrace the Endless Spring. Yeah, on my Demon Hunter, I can already solo Mogashan, Heart of Fear, and Terrace. I could probably do Throne and Siege, but I haven't been doing those because it's just too much time. It's probably good bronze if I had the time for it. I just don't right now. So I haven't been doing that. But yeah, if you have the time, do all that stuff. That's all definitely the best way to do it. And you can solo normal raids. Nice. And after that, I mean, there's a lot of methods that I've seen floating around for bronze, but really it's like, I would almost say that if you, like the other thing is I was going to mention earlier, it depends on what your goal for bronze is. Oh, yes, Frogus, good point. Troves of the Thunder King. So that one's a little bit more involved, but Troves of the Thunder King, in order to get that unlocked, you have to do one of the turn-ins for Lesser Charms of Good Fortune at your respective faction's quartermaster, which is either in Dawnseeker Promontory right here, or Violet Rise over here. That gives you a key to the Palace of Lei Shen. You take that key into this cave right here and talk to Taoshi. Taoshi queues you up for Troves of the Thunder King, and it's a 5-minute scenario where you collect as much loot as possible. There's a bunch of chests and stuff. Now, I will note, Demon Hunter is by far the best class. It's not even close. Demon Hunter can... I did this earlier today. I looted every single golden chest and killed the final boss in a single run of Troves of the Thunder King. It was nuts. I got like the perfect Troves run. And you get so many threads from it. It's honestly not that good for bronze. It's okay. But you get like way more threads than literally anything else. So yeah, I can't believe I forgot that. Good point. Is it better to power up gear to farm bronze? That really depends. So that's kind of the final thing that I've been meaning to say, is there are two ways to look at bronze farming. There is bronze that you need on one character and bronze that you need on your account. So if all you care about is getting all of the appearances unlocked, then you shouldn't even be doing any of these methods, technically. You should do the daily stuff, the important ones, but you shouldn't do any really dedicated bronze farming methods. You should be leveling alts, because the most effective bronze farming method is leveling alts. I mean, this run was what? An hour, 11 minutes. Look at my bronze, right? I got almost 60k bronze, and I can get more by scrapping all the stuff that I got. So let's actually see, just for science, how much bronze did I get? You can get more if you scrap the gems, which I'm not going to do because I want to move this to my main account so I have more gems. But we'll see just how much bronze I get from all of this loot. And there's some more. So you can get an insane amount of bronze. It's anywhere from like 50 to 60k per character that you get to level 70. It is a crazy amount. And if all you care about are cosmetics, this is by far the best way to do it. There is no bronze farm in the game, at least that I am aware of, that lets you get, and obviously 1 hour is unrealistic, but 3 hours is very achievable for everybody. Somebody earlier in chat just said that they created a character after watching my video. On their very first run, they did, what, 3 hours, 20 minutes? I don't remember who it was or who said that, but that I believe. It's very, very, very easy to do, around 3 hours, with like barely any investment, getting a character up. And that is... Let's go on the low end and say it's 50k, right? If I open up my calculator, what is 50 divided by 3? That is... What? Oh, I did times 3. Ouch. I accidentally did 50 times 3, and I was very confused by the result. It is around 16.6 thousand bronze per hour. And I personally do not know of any method that lets you get 16,000 bronze every single hour. So in terms of getting cosmetics, just level up alts with the method I showed in my video. It is so much better than everything else. If you want bronze on your main account, that's where all of this comes into play, and that's why it's a little bit tricky. And in that case, well, if you're going to be getting bronze for your main, the only thing that you really need it for anyways is gear upgrades. So yes, I would say spending it on gear is the way to go. Because if you're trying to actively farm bronze, then you would want to spend it on that so that you can get more of it to further put into your gear. Because realistically speaking, the only reason to farm bronze on a main character is to keep powering up that character to eventually do Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar to get the Bones of Garrosh to buy the, where is it? I think is it this guy that sells it? Or this guy that sells it. These Bones of Manaroth are the only reason to farm bronze on a character. To get that character to a point where they can do Mythic Siege of Orgrimmar, kill Garrosh, get the bones, and buy all of these cosmetics. Because these are the only cosmetics that you cannot get just with bronze. Everything else, you either need bronze or you need like an achievement and bronze. And obviously, if you need the achievement, then, go do that achievement. And I suppose it is slightly easier to do any content the more bronze you put into your gear, so that helps. But realistically speaking, that's the case. Now, obviously, Garrosh heirlooms are really good, so I would say anybody who cares about leveling should try to get all of these before the event ends. But if you, for whatever reason, do not care about Garrosh heirlooms, you do not care about Tusk of Manaroth, all you want are like mounts, or you want the pets, or the transmog and stuff like that, just level alts. Don't even bother with a main character. You get 4 from just heroic SOO, yeah. So technically, if you don't want to do Mythic, you can just get to a point where you're just doing heroic SOO and you're farming bones that way. That being said, there is an achievement for doing Mythic SOO, so it's like, if you're going to invest the time in powering up your character, you may as well power it up to do Mythic SOO to get the special achievement and the special title, Paragon of the Mists, and that way you're able to farm bones a lot more effectively, so you're saving yourself time every single day. Mythic gives you 10, yeah. So Mythic gives you over twice as many compared to Heroic. So in terms of time efficiency, it's really good. And the thing about Mythic SOO is it's not even that long to do, because when you're doing Mythic SOO, you're already running it in a group of other people who have maxed out their gear. Bosses are dying in like 20 seconds. I've seen, like, my guild leader in retail did Mythic SOO the other day, and he took a screenshot of, like, his details for every boss. Half of the bosses, if they don't have roleplay, died in like 12 to 20 seconds. That's how fast they fell over. So it's not even hard to do as long as you have a group of people with all the gear upgraded. You're getting 20k an hour farming trolls? Damn. Is that the troll farm in Isle of Thunder by the docks? I saw people doing this. I have no idea how good it is because I didn't do it myself. I just passed by while I was doing the campaign to like blow up the boat, and I saw like 1 million people farming those trolls. And then WoW had made a post about it a few days later. That's the farm you're doing? Yeah. Damn. I did not realize it was that good, but yeah, I suppose in that case, if you really want bronze, maybe try that farm out. It did look pretty powerful when I looked by. Like, the respawn rate of those guys seemed crazy. 16 to 20k with scrapping greens? Yeah. You did Mythic SOO when you were 430? I mean, I guess I could probably already do it then. I'm just going to try to reach max gear upgrades and do it then, because, like, I'm in no rush to get Mythic SOO out of the way. There were thick lads in the group, yeah. Like, I'm sure if I asked people in my Discord, and I asked, like, my retail guild leader and stuff, and some other people in my guild who have characters, like, hey, can we do Mythic SOO together? I'm sure they would say yes, but I would rather just get my character up to that point on my own. You don't even need to use the stupid ward strategy anymore? Yeah. Yeah, for sure. SOO Mythic is pretty much worth only doing once. You would not recommend farming it for bones. It's not worth its time. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. The hardest part is not getting into a group. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. You're about done with cosmetics. Was just looking to make a strong character for fun. Yeah, totally. So hopefully those will help you out. Cloak is good, but gear upgrades is a big boost as well. Yeah. For sure. The thing about gear upgrades is, like, another thing is doing heroic raids at least, like, once or twice early on, even if you're getting carried to get epic gear, is really nice. Not mandatory, but, like, I got that heroic SOO run on my Demon Hunter when I first hit level 70. A bunch of people in the stream helped me out. And I got a ton of epic gear from that run, and that has made my life a lot easier since then, not having to constantly replace my gear and just knowing that I won't be replacing this stuff after it's fully upgraded. So yeah, that definitely makes things a lot easier. It was you, Baron Onyx, yeah. 3.5 hours, but you fucked up the calculations. Oh, you're stuck at 69 with item level 90. Oh, that's rough. Yeah. At least there's, like, I'm sure there's some easier way to farm experience if you don't have that, if you can't boost yourself, right? But I can't think of it off the top of my head. Yeah. I'm sure it won't take too long to get that final level, though. What's the best way to farm threads? In my opinion, one of the best ways to farm threads, I mentioned it before, it is the Archerius of Flame farm in Timeless Isle. There's a Wowhead post explaining it if you want to learn a little bit more. If you're on NA, whisper El Kraman Ragnaros. Oh, are you doing a run, Chori? Cool. Baron But yeah, I would say one of the best pure threads farms is honestly just doing this, but with a level 70 character getting boosted instead of a leveling character. In fact, one of the best things that you can do if you have a second account is, like, I've been leveling up. This is not on my main account, this character. This is actually on one of my alt accounts. I used multiple different alt accounts. This is one account, this is another. I have 4 in total. And I have been leveling up those alts with my level 20 priest while also getting my demon hunter in there. So that way, not only am I getting a character leveled on my alt account, I'm getting threads from my main account, and I have a party of 3, so I have kick protection. So overall, that is like an insanely good farming method, and my level 20 priest is getting more threads. So overall, in terms of like killing 3 birds with 1 stone, that is, in my opinion, the best method. But like I said, Archerius Aflame is really good if you're like half AFK. Yeah, boosting yourself. Barry Onyx disagrees and says that Mythic SOO is great for bones. Yeah, I guess it depends on how fast your clears are. I know a few people have been doing it every day, so definitely some people think it's worth doing. Can I solo heroic? Not yet, no. My demon hunter is not at a point where I can solo heroic raids. Normal, yes. Heroic, no. People underestimate how easy it is to get into groups. Yeah, it's really not that bad. I am sure that if I wanted to, I could already get into groups for heroic raids in my demon hunter. I don't really want to. It's, like, in terms of the bronze difference and stuff, with how limited my time has been lately, I'm doing so many things, working on videos, doing testing, and also playing Cataclysm on top of that. I have, my Cataclysm guild is doing Bastion of Twilight later tonight, so I have to worry about that too. And I've just been way too busy to worry about getting into heroic raids. So I just blast the normal raids in like an hour every single day. I only do the 3, not TOT or SOO. And I haven't worried about heroic yet. But I will probably do that during the week when I have a little bit more free time. What item level am I? I forget. I boosted a bunch of my gear right before logging off to prep this run. I think I'm around 430 now. But I don't remember the exact number. Because like I said, I boosted a bunch of stuff with all my bronze. Those bones drop in normal and heroic too. Interesting. Chori, do you want to share the weak aura in my Discord? Because a few people are asking. I don't want to post it without your permission. I don't know if it's like they don't want it shared or something like that, but a few people asked in case you are able to share it there. How do you set sounds to ping when a rare spawns? I think that's one of my add-ons. It's, which one is that? Let me find it. I might not have it enabled on this character. Yeah, I don't think I have it here. There's an add-on called Rare or NPC Scan. There's also Silver Dragon. There's a few that do that. I must have uninstalled it at some point. Generally speaking, I don't need sound things because I usually know the location, so I don't need to have it memorized. But that, yeah, so other people saying Rare Scanner, that's another one. So I would say Rare Scanner, NPC Scan, Silver Dragon are the 3 main ones. Yeah. I think I have Rare Scanner in Classic because I don't have all of those ones memorized. Another person using Rare Scanner, yeah. There we go. It's on the Reddit post. You're going to post it in a second. Awesome. Yeah, I think a lot of people find that helpful. Also, I will... Oh, my dog's barking again. I will start the second speedrun in like 5 minutes once I finish reading these last few messages in chat. So if you have yet to vote on the poll, make sure you do that. I haven't looked at what the results are at because I think there's been like a few hundred additional votes since I looked. So who knows what the final result is going to be. But yeah, if you have not yet voted, make sure to do that. Let's see. You went back to the starting zone to do all the opening quests and all the mobs one-shot you. Yeah, unfortunately, all of the zones will scale with your level. So that's, that's gonna be a little bit rough. Yeah, I don't know what you would do there. That is tough. I guess, like, the best option you have is just spending whatever bronze on your current gear to upgrade it. Just to have a chance to, like, kill stuff, but... theoretically, maybe just queue into heroic dungeons and hope that you hit a level 20 twink or something. Because then it wouldn't matter anyway. If you have any gear with speed on it or gems, you cannot get more than 40%. You also cannot get any more than 39% leech and 39% avoidance. Yeah, I heard something about that, Goose Comics. Obviously, crit caps at 100% because, duh. Is haste cap also 100%? If you happen to know that? Because I know the cap for mastery and versatility is like really high. You generally speaking aren't going to hit that in any reasonable amount of time, but crit is the one that most people will reach first. Okay, people are saying yes, so I assume haste does cap at 100% then, is I believe what people are answering to. Or wait till tomorrow and do MSV, yeah, for sure. You're queuing into heroic dungeons and dying. 247 or something for mastery, yeah, it was like some weird number that's really high and hard to reach. You play Esprit, so stats scale so bad, yeah. Okay, cool, so then haste cap and crit cap at 100%. And speed caps at 40%, leech and avoidance cap at 39%. Good to know, yeah. Definitely weird, because like normally you don't need to know this stuff. This is like the one mode where you'll actually realistically hit those caps. You're very new to this whole thing. Your priest is 56 and just doing dailies, but only item level 90. How do you actually become more powerful? Generally speaking, while leveling, it's going to be a slog. You're not going to feel powerful at all while you're leveling up, which unfortunately is kind of the problem with this mode. The two ways to feel powerful are to make a level 20 twink or to reach max level and then start upgrading your gear. And then after like multiple days of playtime, when you've upgraded all of your gear to a reasonable point, then you will start to feel powerful. Does that suck? Yes. Is what it is. That's just how this mode has been designed. I got 10 to 70 in 1 hour, yeah. I love that. Christian Patello joined, super excited to see this, and then he realized that the run was already over. We're doing a second speedrun after this, though, very shortly. So you'll get to see that one at least. What item level do you think they may graduate characters from Remix into Retail? So all we know so far, the only thing they've confirmed is that it will be in the 400 item level range. It'll be 400 something. I have seen people throwing around numbers, and none of that has been confirmed. The only thing that we have from the developers' mouths is 400 something, which means that it will be worse than most Season 4 gear, so it probably won't be that impactful. And realistically speaking, the gear that we're going to get from the War Within pre-patch will probably be stronger than whatever you transfer into. Partially because it would be weird if Blizzard didn't encourage these characters to participate in the pre-patch event, but also because, generally speaking, the pre-patch gear is like around normal raid item level, heroic-ish, somewhere in that range, which would put it at low 500 for the pre-patch. So that's what I expect it to be. I really hope it is not 424. If it is anything other than like 480, then that is criminal. Because if you have gear that is below 480, you just can't participate in any of the current content. Now, that being said, getting 480 gear is not hard. I have a gearing guide that will get you to 490 really quickly. But it would be completely silly if after Remix characters turn into regular characters, they were just at a shit item level and they had to regrind gear to be able to do anything. So, bare minimum, I feel that they should get 490 gear, because 490 is what I would consider to be like entry-level pre-raid gear, what most people can do by following like my gearing guide with minimal effort. And if you start off with that, then that would at least let you skip the introductory like doing Mythic Zero dungeons process, and you could jump right into like Awakened raids or pre-patch stuff, who knows. So I hope that's what it is. I hope it's 490. Knowing Blizzard, it probably won't be. Knowing Blizzard, they'll probably just force you to regrind it all over again, because playtime metrics, yay! Can you get threads on a level 20 twink? No, you cannot. If you want to know how to get threads faster on a level 20 twink, you can check out the video on my second channel. I did a pretty thorough overview of all of the known sources for like efficient thread farming. There might be something that I'm unaware of, but obviously if I'm unaware of it, then I can't share it with you. But everything that I know, I have shared in that video. 490 would be great, but you don't trust Blizz at all, yeah. You have one question. Do you play your level 20 twink while your character is being boosted is at the door? In the other speedrun that I did in 2 hours and 46 minutes, yes, I played the twink, my character sat at the door. In this run, I got boosted by 3 people from chat. So this run was basically, this goes to show how much faster it is if you aren't actually boosting your own character. Can I put the link in chat? What link? Oh, to the second channel video. Yes, yes, I can do that. Give me one moment. Share, copy link. There you go. That's the second channel video. Yeah, you technically speaking can have your character follow you, but it's I don't know, it's not worth the effort. If you are just boosting yourself casually, I would not really worry about spending that much effort into just like having your character chase you around. Not really worth it. 1 hour? Yeah, this run was kind of silly. Kind of fucking silly. If you are just joining now and you want to watch the original speedrun, the nice thing about YouTube is the playback features are really good, so you can just scroll back to the start and watch it. There's very minimal start-up time. I basically jumped into the run almost immediately after starting the stream. But we're going to do a second run shortly. Out of curiosity, do you remember how much crit haste your cloak is giving you on DH? Yes, I have. I vaguely remember my haste, I think, is a little bit lower. I remember, for whatever reason, my crit is at 10,400. Don't ask me why I remember that, it's just I remember that number. Haste, it's lower. I want to say my haste is either like 8,500-ish or 9,000 on my Demon Hunter. It's high, but like my crit is my highest secondary stat. I have more crit on my Demon Hunter's Cloak than Haste, Mastery, or Versatility. I don't know why, I just get a shit ton of crit from random drops. Yeah, putting people on follow, it's wonky, like Chori said. I would not really recommend it. It's, like, also, it saves time, as we can see here, but keep in mind that a lot of the time save here was also the getting boosted through raids and having 3 different boosters at the same time instead of just the one. So realistically speaking, you're going to save maybe, what, 30 minutes? If that, putting your character on follow compared to leaving it at the door. I wouldn't worry about it. It's a very minor difference. The entire point of the alt boosting method is that it's a very relaxed way of getting your character to max level anyway. So the least amount of effort that you can put into the actual boosting process, the better. Because if you really want a lot of level 70s, you're going to be doing it a lot. You want to make it as easy as possible on yourself. Crit is also your highest secondary. Nice. How do multiple people do it together? I mean, just invite people to a group. Queue as a 5. You can see how we did it at the start of this run. How often should you check the mailbox? That is entirely on you. If you watch my other, like my first testing run, I just looted everything from the mailbox at the end. And that wasted time. It took me about like 5-10 extra minutes sifting through the mailbox at the very end of the run. But at the same time, like if it's not a speed run and you're just casually leveling, you know, there's no rush, right? Just sift through the mail at your own pace. So if you really want to optimize it, you can frequently check the mail to pull out all the experience threads. Like, that is a thing that you can do. That's what I did in this run when I was actively playing along with it. But I did that during this run because I was not doing the boosting. I was able to do that in between getting boosted through the dungeons, so I had more mental bandwidth to spend on that. Personally, if I was just boosting myself and I did it again, I just wouldn't open until the end because, like, who cares? Because I'm going to use this method to get a lot of Warlocks on my alt accounts. And I can tell you right now, I am not going to loot until they reach level 55-ish. And then I'm just going to open it up all at once. I'm going to sift through the mail in one big sitting and not worry myself about trying to optimize that. So basically, you can optimize it, but like, it's easy. So why bother? Just do it all at once. Alternatively, yeah, you could drop caddies on multiple accounts for sure. You're really behind. You're only like 3K. Well, I got about, like, I've gotten roughly 4K in every single stat over the last 2 days by farming Archerius Aflame. Because I spent so much time just, like, AFK here while working on the 2 videos that I just posted that I had so much time to just sit there and grind out kills. So, really, it's It's all about finding a good farm and dedicating yourself to it. That's just kind of how this mode works. And then Blizzard nerfs it, and you move on to the next one. I was not able to capitalize on the frogs. Honestly, this is the first farm that I've really, really, really dedicated myself to, trying to get it done as quickly as possible, but, you know. Pidge Plays Games, you stumbled upon my other channel, saw the name, was like, damn, this guy sounds exactly like the speedrunner. Yeah, a few people left comments that saying that they were initially confused. One person was like, I thought that this guy was stealing your channel content, and the funny thing is, sometimes if I use or reuse footage or something, YouTube will give me little warnings and be like, you got a new copyright warning that this other channel, Lenara, is using your stuff, which is, you know, on one hand, I'm happy that YouTube is able to detect that. Unfortunately, there are other situations where my content has legitimately been stolen and YouTube has not detected it automatically. So, you know, it's good that there is a system in place and it sometimes works. I wish it worked better, and I wish it notified me of people. Okay, my dog is now barking. I think yeah. My dog is outside my window. I have the shades closed, so he can't see me, but I think he walked past the window, heard me talking, and he's now barking. Because he probably hears me, but he's confused, like, where's the noise coming from? I don't understand. Anyways. You're trying to do a 5-man group to boost yourself, but not really feeling that fast. Maybe your stats aren't good enough, but you need the ult to be next to you. Yeah. It takes time, but the thing about gearing up that level 20 is it's very much a snowball process. Now, that being said, speaking from experience, getting into random heroic dungeon groups is, like, ungodly slow. It is painful. So even a brand new level 20 character will, like, with a really slow clear time, will still be able to get through heroic dungeons so much faster than random people. The first time that I made my level 20 priest, it was after 3 dungeon runs in a row where I was unable to actually clear the dungeon. I literally had to leave because I was with 4 people who just died over and over. And at that point, my Demon Hunter was still, like, relatively new. I had some upgraded gear, and I was effectively carrying the group, but I was nowhere near geared enough to solo heroic dungeons at that point. So I was one-manning a heroic dungeon at a gear level that was not equipped to do so. I had 4 completely deadweight players, and this happened 3 dungeons in a row. And it was at that point when I finally said, fuck it, I am getting the level 20 priest set up. And I did that, and then I started testing it further, and then I realized, wait, people are right. This is absolutely mental for boosting up characters, and, you know, the rest is history. But even a baseline level 20 priest, the moment I hit level 20 with no additional other gear, I was still clearing heroic dungeons faster than with randoms. It is bad out there with the people queuing for heroic dungeons who are not equipped for it at all. So it may not feel fast at first, but it is still better than most other leveling methods. And then, of course, when you get that investment, and you're going to get that investment by running more and more dungeons, your priest will start to just destroy things, or Demon Hunter, or whatever you've chosen to do your leveling on. You will start one-shotting things. I'm already down to like 1 to 2 minute clears tops on my priest. Definitely not the speed of clears that you saw in this speedrun, because we had 3 boosters who were way more invested than me. But even completely solo on my priest, I can clear pretty quickly, and it feels good. Just joined, did you actually level a character in 1 hour, 11 minutes? Oh, yes, I did. This run obviously was ungodly optimized and not necessarily practical for most people to follow, but, you know, if you go back to the start and watch how we did it, I think you'll understand how we were able to do that. It was pretty crazy. Can I show it again? Show what again? Sorry. You've gained 14,000 threads and 51k bronze in the half a day you've been playing. Yeah, that's pretty good. Definitely pretty good. You were away for a long time. Which character do you suggest for fast bronze farming and leveling up? I mean, if you're asking me what do I suggest you play for remix for like a main, I gotta say Havoc Demon Hunter. Obviously, it's what I'm playing, but I genuinely think it is the strongest remix spec by far. For everything. Now, there are other specs that are, like, close to Havoc, especially for level 20 twinking. I went over that pretty thoroughly in the second channel video. But, can you show the mob I farmed? It's right here. It's Archerius of Flame. This guy, right here. In this top section. There is a stone that appears that people can use to summon Archerius of Flame. and it spawns every 5 minutes. So you get 6 epic threads every 5 minutes. Really, really nice. Can priests hold W and Holy Nova to the end? Yes and no. It's on AoE with enough investment, yes, for all of the trash. But on bosses, priests will need to actually like do a single target rotation. So you'll need to put up like Shadow Word Pain, use Holy Fire, Chastise, Holy Fire, and then spam Smite. And then if you have a level 70 following you, you can heal them to get Searing Light procs to delete the mobs. But single target, you do need to actually press buttons. Priests don't have the strongest single target, unless they have somebody pocketing them with Searing Light. That's kind of the weird thing with Holy Priests, is like they are very dependent on having a Searing Light battery. If you don't have a Searing Light battery, it's still fast, but it is not on the same level as like Havoc Demon Hunter. But I would say priests are still like one of the top 5 boosters. They are the best at low investment, and they are one of the best, if not like equal to Havoc Demon Hunter with a Searing Light battery. But they are still perfectly fine just completely on their own. You got kicked in your tank while it was AFK while you were blasting the dungeon. If you want to avoid that, bring a third starter or a second starter edition account so you have 3 people in total. You can't get kicked if you have 3 people. Easiest way to avoid it. The voices, what do they mean? Confused doggo, yeah. Havoc is a Schwank? Oh yeah, Havoc is, in my opinion, the best. Primarily because of mobility. Havoc struggles very early on. So, H-Priest, the moment you hit 20, you can jump in and solo heroic dungeons easily. Havoc, you're going to have a little bit of trouble because of survivability, but once you really start beefing up your Havoc at level 20, because everybody will eventually be able to one-shot everything when you get enough threads, then it becomes how quickly can I run through the dungeon, not necessarily how quickly can I kill things. Because Havoc will be able to kill things just as fast as everybody else, but it will be able to run through the dungeon much faster with Fell Rush, etc. You'll make your free starter as Havoc? Awesome. Yeah, it's a very good option. I personally enjoy Holy Priest a lot, so I knew that I was going to do it on Holy regardless. Turns out it is a very good option, but Havoc is, in my opinion, the strongest if you really want to put time into it. If you don't want to put time into it and you just want to level up a few characters for fun, definitely go H-Priest. It is very good for that. Where was the week aura? Check my Discord. I believe, yeah, Chori just posted it 20 minutes ago. Apparently, it's still a work in progress, so it's not 100% reliable yet, but if you want to test it out, Chori has included a link in my Discord. You can't link to external sites on YouTube, so I can't post it here. Worgen Priest for extra mobility? Actually, not a bad idea. Yeah. That's a pretty good point. I obviously am on Horde because all the characters I'm going to level on are on Horde, but yeah, for Alliance, I could totally see that being the play. I picked Pandaren just for fun. Like, I thought about min-maxing racials, and I didn't really care too much, but Worgen actually sounds like a really beneficial racial to have for that. Good point. You were attempting to start a Twink with a Brewmaster Monk. Do you think Monk is a good choice? Yes, Monk is one of the best options. I would say Windwalker is going to be better. Brewmaster's not bad, but Brewmaster will not kill things as quickly as Windwalker. And Windwalker has much better mobility than Brewmaster, especially at lower levels. What is the weak aura for? It's for optimizing whenever you take stuff out of the mailbox. There's a little bit more info in the Discord if you want. You've spent about 30 minutes trying to get into a normal Heart of Fear and you've been constantly rejected. Form your own group. Nobody really cares. You're going to get a ton of people applying. It's super easy to just form groups by yourself. So be the change you want to see. Make your group and then, well, I guess technically you're going to end up declining a bunch of people because that's the reason. The reason that you're getting declined from so many Heart of Fears isn't because people don't want you. It's because there's a million people applying for Heart of Fears. They can only take 10 or 9, including themselves. So just make your own group, and then that way you can get 9 other people who are getting declined into your group, and you know, you're guaranteed to get into the run. You can bring almost anybody usually and clear it, as long as they're reasonably geared. You have 4 starter accounts that you leave at the start of the dungeon? Yeah. I would actually say, though, it is more optimal to do it with 3 people instead of 4 other accounts. Because that way, if you queue into a level 70, you get more damage as an H-Priest. Because that way, like I said, you have a Searing Light battery. You're not always going to get a Searing Light battery, but there have been a few times where I get a random person who just boosts my damage just by existing. Especially if they're a Warlock. So that can be really helpful. And there's no upside to getting more starter accounts unless you're trying to level multiple paid accounts at once, which, you know, I mean, that is a thing. But realistically speaking, you only need kick protection and then you're good to go. People get angry if you run through the dungeon like a madman. Yeah, I mean, they're getting free boosts. It literally just helps them. If they don't like it, then they can queue up again 1 minute later, get free shit, and do a dungeon the way that they want. If they are somehow opposed to being boosted, they can always just leave the group. I mean, like, I don't know. But I don't see why people would be upset about getting free shit that takes 1 minute long. Definitely odd that some people are, like, really opposed to that. One crazy thing about Havoc is they don't have a speed cap limit like other classes. You don't know if it's a bug or not. Interesting. I think it might be because of their mastery, though. Like, I think their mastery bypasses the speed cap, so that might be what it is. I don't think it's a bug. I think it's just because that is a separate modifier. That is probably part of it. Actually impressive. When the event came out, you thought there would be some speedruns, but 1 hour 11 is godly. Yeah, and the thing is, we could definitely get this faster. Sub 1 hour is 100% possible. Now, I don't know exactly how and when I'm going to attempt to do that, but it is achievable, for sure. Like, it's not even difficult. We can clearly see that there is 11 minutes or more to shave off of here. When's the video? I mean, nothing about this is different than the video that I just put out. So if you have not yet seen the video on my channel that explains how to do this, go watch it. All that I did in this video is just a hyper-optimized version of the route that I showcased in my guide. And the entire point of that guide is to show that you can do it very easily. Now, you're probably going to get times closer to my initial projection of 2 hours, 46 minutes if you're doing it completely solo without, like, all the fancy shit that I did for this run. But this is absolutely achievable for people, or 2 hours is, like, absolutely achievable for people who really try to push it completely solo. This is basically roughly the fastest that you could possibly get it to if you hyper-optimize that strategy. But outside of doing Mogashan Vaults, which is like, I don't really know if it's worth doing Mogashan Vaults if you are just spamming dungeons, because obviously I had people to one-shot the bosses for me, and I had, like, summons directly there. I preformed the groups for myself. Like, we really optimized those Mogashan Vaults runs. If you're not doing that, it might just be better to spam dungeons, and it's easier, right? It's less switching gears in the middle of the run. But, you know, you definitely can do that if you want. It's not bad, even if you aren't doing the hyper-optimization stuff. But yeah. What are the 4 best tankers for Havoc Twink? Quick Strike, Victory Fire, Slay, and after that, doesn't really matter. I don't know if Havoc has any healing that benefits other people. Like, if Havoc has a way to heal people and proc Searing Light, like, I know some people were saying Vindication to trigger Searing Light, maybe. But definitely Quick Strike, definitely Victory Fire. Slay is probably worth running, even though it's nowhere near as powerful as it was before. And then the 4th one, I guess you can mix and match. I would say Windweaver is probably a good bet. That's what I'm using on my Priest, especially if you don't have max speed yet. If you have max speed, like, a lot of them are fine. But those are the 3 big ones. Victory Fire, Slay, and Quick Strike on any melee. And then same thing, but replace Quick Strike for Searing Light on any healers. I don't think I-Beam's Leech would proc it. You're welcome to test it. Generally speaking, leech effects like that don't actually proc Searing Light. It's like healing to other people or yourself, like direct healing spells proc Searing Light. I believe Vindication does also trigger it, because I've heard people talking about that. But Leech, generally speaking, doesn't. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's possible that it does work like that. I don't know exactly. I got pinged on Discord. Double checking. See. Let me double check something real quick. Roster. What class is the next upcoming run going to be? It is decided by the poll, which the poll I will finalize whenever I check it in a moment. You love when everyone in your raid waits for a summon, so it takes 10 minutes? Yeah, that can be a little bit time-consuming for sure. What ability do you use in your DH to tag the mob? Fellblade. Yeah, Fellblade is what I use. Definitely not Ammo Aura. Ammo Aura is inconsistent. At level 20, if you're level 29, what would you queue or run as a pre-made at this point? Mogashan vaults into Heart of Fear into Terrace if you're looking to do raids. That's the order because of how it works. Yeah, let me just double check something real fast, because I just got pinged on Discord. I just want to make sure I fully understand something. I might be misunderstanding it. Hi mate, hope you're doing well. Oh. Okay. Thank you, MMD. Sorry, I'm messaging somebody on Discord. I'm just trying to clarify something. The moment I am done figuring this out, I will start the second run. Also, is my... Oh, I know. I just realized what's happening. Ah. Okay, hold on. I was wondering why I just noticed my Discord thing wasn't actually showcasing the stream. So... Okay. All right, we're good. Basically, so what I was clarifying is my my classic guild leader posted the rosters for Bastion of Twilight and had some completely different person in the tank spot, and I messaged to double check. I'm like, wait, do you not need me to tank tonight? And then he was like, oh fuck, I typed the wrong thing, sorry. So then he posted just now an updated roster with the tank thing. So yeah, okay, we're good. I just wanted to make sure, like, you know, I didn't miss something and they didn't, you know, want me for the Bastion of Twilight run, but just a typo. So all right, we're set. Am I letting viewers queue for you for the carry? I did, yes. Generally speaking, whenever I do raids, I let people queue. So there were a bunch of people who were here earlier who were able to join the Mogashan Vaults runs. The second run, so just to be clear, in case you missed it, because we're about to start it, the second run is not going to be the same thing. I'm going to be doing a questing-only, completely solo run from 10 to 70, and that way we can get a better understanding of what the solo questing route will look like. So that one, there won't be any opportunities for you guys to run dungeons or raids with me, but there will be other runs in the future. But yeah, we're going to do a purely questing route for this next one. I think it'll be a nice change of pace compared to the insanity that we saw at the start of this stream. How do you add the bonus experience? Somebody has linked the Reddit post in my Discord. It has all of the item IDs for the bonus experience. There's 4 different ones that you want to get to make sure that you have them flagged. You don't mind the thread farm, but gosh, the bronze farm is really annoying. I agree, yeah. Questing has been, yeah. Questing won't be as fast. We know that for a fact. But, I mean, I'm going to be honest. I find it more fun, personally. That's just my opinion. I'm not going to mail over or trade. Well, you can't mail. But I'm not going to trade anything this time. We're just going to go with, like, the starting setup. I'm not going to send gems over or anything like that. If I really wanted to optimize it, I could. But I figure since we already know that the point of questing is to, you know, be a more like casual laid back experience, I think that that's maybe a little bit too much optimization. I will be buying the jewelry because it's easy, but I'm not going to be like actually transferring anything. Not just a 2-hour stream. No. That was the problem, right? If I just did one speedrun, it would be a 1-hour stream and then, you know, me reading chat after the fact. So the entire reason why we're doing a 2-for-1 special is to avoid this being a super short stream. I want to make sure that it's a regular stream size. What I might also do is I might cut out like specifically the section of the second run and post that to my second channel. That way, if people just want to watch the questing run, they don't need to like sift through this video and find the exact time when I started it. So might do that. We'll see. You did it in 1 hour, 12 minutes? Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I did. Me and the other people who helped me. I cannot take full credit for it. It was not just me. It was me and the other awesome people who helped me with the run. Love the videos. First time getting into a live stream. What should you spend your bronze on first? Upgrades? What I would say first is what you should do is decide what character you want to main. On the character that you decide to main, that is where you should spend all of your bronze on upgrades and nothing else. Do not spend any bronze on literally anything else in that character. Just upgrade your gear. And then if you want to get anything else with bronze, level additional characters because it's really fast and all that stuff is account-wide anyways. I skillfully opened the mail. Yeah, true. Bronze farming is just awful outside of daily activities. Yeah, I agree. I don't mind thread farming, but obviously, I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but the cost of bronze upgrades is just fucking ludicrous. Like, that is not okay. That is just not okay for one item. It's really not okay. They need to change this. And they said they're not going to, so we're probably shit out of luck. They just want this to be a really tedious grind to force people to play more. Is what it is, but yeah, it sucks. It really sucks. You accidentally opened your mail the other day holding shift and messed yourself up. Ah, that's unlucky. 37k for all set. Yep. Yeah, it's not that bad. You need 30k more bronze and you're done upgrading your hunter. Nice. Yeah, I'm getting rather close on my demon hunter. I'm not 30k off. I'm probably at least like 100k off, but it's at least we're a good way through the grind now. They're probably going to buff bronze again. I expect they will buff it at some point, but it's annoying. If they lower the cost, you'll upgrade gear on more characters. Exactly, yeah. I wish they understood that, Goose Comics. I wish they did. They do not, unfortunately. Yeah, the discounts aren't even account-wide. That's the shitty part. It's so annoying. They've disabled the account-wide discounts. It's lame. Anyways, okay. Caught up on chat, read all that stuff. Let me check the poll. Okay, so Arcane Mage is in the lead. Let me... Yeah, Arcane Mage won. So, I do want to... I'm admittedly a little bit disappointed that Marksmanship Hunter did not win. I was kind of rooting for Hunter to win, but I will respect the poll. We will do Arcane Mage, and I will probably do another run at some point. Because I do really want to level a Marksmanship Hunter. I can't even, like, put my finger on it, but I just really want to play at some point. You changed your vote after you said you wanted Yeah. I mentioned it in Discord. At this point, there's almost 600 votes, and Arcane is 2% ahead. I don't hate Arcane, by the way. I like Arcane. I've just done so many Arcane runs. So, should you wait until a certain level to upgrade gear with bronze? Make sure as you're leveling, you're keeping your gear upgraded. The cost is really cheap at lower levels, and mob scaling gets really aggressive, and they will just start beating the crap out of you if you have not upgraded your stuff. Yeah. No, I'm sure that I will enjoy Arcane. I just really want to do an run at some point. Silly Mastery and Haste levels? Yeah. Yeah, Aksara, honestly, I'm very surprised that Devoker didn't win. Now, here's the thing. I am glad that Devoker didn't win, because I am going to do a Devoker speedrun at some point. Because, as you said, it's the only time you can do 10 to 70. But the nice thing about it not winning, I wanted to at least include it as an option, is that now I can do a stream just for Devoker, where, like, the entire purpose of the run is Devoker 10 to 70 speed leveling. Because I think, as a standalone topic, that is more interesting than, like, a bonus run at the end of another stream. So I'm kind of glad that it didn't win, but don't worry, I will try it at some point. What's the name of the XP spreadsheet Weekora? I don't know the name, but you can find it in my Discord. Somebody just linked it. Live vote for You know what? Actually, that is a good point. because it is very close, I normally wouldn't do this, but they are within 2%. Just because, let's see. Now, I feel like the unfortunate thing about this is that it's probably going to, like what I said before, influence it, but fuck it. You know what? Which spec should I play for the next speedrun? What I will say is no matter which one wins this, marksmanship, I will do the other one at some point. So if somehow there's an upset and marksmanship wins this poll, then I will say right now I will do another arcane speedrun within the next few days. That one will be on Twitch, and I will post the recording on the second channel after the Twitch stream is done. And vice versa. If arcane wins, then I will do what's it called? I will do the MM run on Twitch, and we will post that over there. So either way, both of these will get a run dedicated to them. It's just about which one we do today. To be fair, same thing with DH, but we did get that speedrun. Yeah, for sure. Demon Hunter is definitely really fun. And I mean, I've been playing Demon Hunter a ton outside of leveling. It's my main in this mode. Is 1 hour, 11 minutes how long it took to hit 70? Yep, that was the time for this run. Larice Boost. Really creative name, I know, but the thing is, I don't really want to play this character. Like, it's just, it exists purely for the speedrun. So I'm basically going to harvest the bronze on this character, and like, what I plan on doing, one of the nice things about having like an alt account, is I'm going to buy 1,000,000 gems on this character, and I'm going to move all of that to my main account, and then scrap all of the gems. Now, the conversion rate is fucking terrible. It's effectively 20 to 1, because every single green gem scraps for 10 bronze, and buying a green gem is 200 bronze. But I do not care about buying cosmetics on my alt account. Like, who gives a shit? I'm never really going to play these characters. It's just for, like, you know, testing shenanigans, right? So I would rather have 1/20th of the bronze on my main character than any of this bronze on my alt account. So that's probably what I'll do. What was the strat? If you missed it, you can scroll back to the start of the stream. Nice thing about YouTube streams, really good playback. You can just go back to the start, and it is really easy to find. Also, interesting little bit of info here. So during this run, obviously, I was using the level 10 characters to anchor myself. The first level 10 character reached 19 before we did that Mogashan Vaults. The second level 10 character reached 18 before we did the next Mogashan Vaults. And from the end of the Mogashan Vaults to the end of the run, my third character reached level 15. And that was with no cloak, so no experience bonus. So the time that it took me to reach level 26, a character with a 0% experience increase would reach level 19. Just some little fun info there. I made a fourth character in case we needed it, but we did not need it, so that was nice. Are they separated? Yes. You technically can link accounts, so Longwheel, you're right. I do not have linked accounts. These are completely separate, because when I created these accounts, the entire purpose of them was to test fresh account leveling. So I intentionally did not link them. Now, unfortunately, you know, in hindsight, now that I'm using them for other stuff, it would be awesome if they were linked, but it doesn't really matter. I'm never going to really play these characters. All the characters that I actually want to play are on my main account, so, you know, not a big deal. But yes, if your accounts are linked, then the transmog is shared. SOL being so long and only way to farm bones is really annoying. Yeah, for sure. You're really starting to feel the lack of War Within changes for your bear? Yeah. Right now, Guardian it's not bad. I don't hate it. Like, with the Season 4/Season 2 tier set, it's okay. But every single time I play my Guardian on retail, I'm definitely like, man, these War Within changes can't come soon enough. Because those look amazing. I am so excited for War Within Bear. I really hope my guild lets me play it. Because, like, I am the only monk on my raid team, which sucks, because I am the monk buff. However, you never know. We may get like a Mistweaver or Windwalker before next raid, and if we do get another person to bring the monk buff, then I am liberated from debuff duty. Hopefully, maybe. And it would be awesome if I could play Bear. Will I be streaming the beta? Yes. I'm now, to be clear, so War Within beta comes out on the 5th. I will stream on the 5th. I will do a YouTube stream on the 5th, and I will do my first 70 to 80 run on there. I don't know exactly when it'll be, like what the time will be. I'm probably going to do it like early in the morning, basically whenever the beta goes live, if they post the time. Did they post the time? The only thing is, it's like, I don't want to do it the second that servers go live, because I don't want to be bottlenecked by other people who are testing the beta. But I also can't do it that late, because I have raid later on, so I can't do like a super late night speedrun. So we might also have to do it in 2 parts. I might have to do like a medium-sized stream on Wednesday and another stream another day. But my current plan is I'm going to do... yeah, I'm on Zul'jin. I'm Horde on Zul'jin. I'm going to do the first run the moment the beta is live, because I already know that I'm going to be asked a million times over the next few months, have you done a War Within speedrun? How fast is it? What is it like? Blah, 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 blah. And people are going to bombard me with questions about that. I don't want to have to constantly say I haven't tested yet, so I'm going to test it once. And then I am not going to be doing further beta speedruns until like at least July. Just a heads up. So we're going to get one out there just so we get a baseline understanding of how fast it is. And once we're done with that, I'm going to wait. Because 2 things. One, there's other stuff that I want to test. Namely, late July, this is going to be Cataclysm 1 to 80 testing. I still need to make my Cataclysm 1 to 80 guide. Pretty much the moment that we're done with these remix runs, which we're almost done testing most of the important stuff, and I've tested War Within on Wednesday, we have all the time in the world to test Cataclysm 1 to 80. So that is going to be what I'll do for most of June. And then I want to make sure that before I really start testing War Within, it's close to a finished state. Because the reality of leveling guides is they're going to tweak experience values. They're going to fix bugs. And if I do a bunch of testing and refine routes early on, and then Blizzard makes a big change to experience or scaling or something, then I have to completely retest everything. So why would I do that? So I've learned the hard way over the years that it's much better to wait until like closer to the end of the beta. So probably like mid to late July, I'll start really knocking out those testing runs when I'm pretty sure that War Within leveling is in a pretty finalized state. That way, all of the testing that I will do will move us closer to a more finished, polished route for launch day. And just like in Dragonflight, my focus early on is going to be campaign leveling. It's going to be how do you level a character from 70 to 80 efficiently at the start of the expansion. So everybody's very first character, what is the best route for that? That will be my focus. However, in Dragonflight, I think I spent way too much time trying to find the perfect route for alts up to 70. And as a result, I didn't end up posting my 60 to 70 guide for alts until like a few weeks ago. Like over a year into the expansion, almost 2 years into the expansion. I am not going to repeat that mistake. I am going to, at the very least, find a solid alt leveling route early on. And even if it is not perfect, I will put out a guide early, just giving you the fastest route that we know so far. And then probably with every major patch, I will update that guide on what are changes that we've discovered, what is like the new fastest way up to 70, etc. So that is the one difference from Dragonflight that I'll do. You get to recast since your pick didn't make it. Nice. Yeah, that's another good point, right? So it's basically, it's like a runoff, you know? Because this, now it's only between Marksmanship and Arcane, so anybody who voted for Fury, Devastation, and Enhancement gets to recast their vote for the one that they would prefer. 1 hour? Yeah. The weaker of the calculator is majorly bugged? Yeah, for sure. No, Chori did let me know that the weaker is still very much a work in progress, so do not rely on it just yet. Can I multi-stream to YouTube? No, I do not want to. Without going into like extreme detail, the entire reason why I stream sometimes on Twitch is for algorithm reasons. It is because there are streams that I want to have on YouTube, And if there's something that I don't think would perform well on YouTube, I don't want to multi-stream it on YouTube. Because anything that I stream on YouTube, it counts as a video, and if it underperforms, it negatively impacts my entire channel. That is the entire reason for the Twitch streaming and the second channel and stuff like that. It is so that the YouTube algorithm doesn't completely fuck me. So I know that I could multi-stream if I wanted to. I am intentionally not multi-streaming because of algorithm reasons. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. So yeah, it is a very intentional decision. And kind of in a similar way, if I'm streaming something on YouTube, I want to make sure that people are watching on YouTube, because it doesn't, like, if I'm doing a stream on both YouTube and Twitch, it would benefit me not at all for those viewers to be on Twitch. So I know some people may prefer that, but I hope you can understand why it is just, it would be very, very, very bad for me to do that. So yeah, I'm not going to multi-stream. You should be able to open a ticket and have them merged. Yeah, a few people are saying you can merge accounts, you cannot. I mentioned this before, a few people looked into it. It's actually not possible to merge accounts anymore. It's apparently it used to be a thing, it's no longer a thing. Where can you find a tool in Discord? Go to the Remix channel. So, let me just double check something real quick. I've never seen this before. I am getting a pop-up on Discord that says unusual join activity. Oh, I see. Activity began at 1:03 p.m. Block suspicious joins and DMs. Okay, so I think what's happening is because so many people from the stream, I'm gonna increase activity from normal members. Okay. Yeah, because so many people from the stream joined my Discord for the first time, Discord actually flagged it as a raid. The speedrun is done, Duca. I'm level 70. This is just a brief interlude before the start of the next speedrun. So, there's no resuming to be done. 2 speedruns, 1 stream. But yeah, Discord actually flagged all the people joining as a raid and gave me a warning, so I had to clear that up real quick. Let me just make sure, yeah. Yeah, we're good to go. Yeah, so if you go to the Remix Leveling Stuff channel on my Discord and you check the pins, the most recent pin is the XP token calculator spreadsheet from Dosakuba. So that is what we've been referring to for the spreadsheet. Yeah, perfect is the enemy, good for sure. Raid buff chill, yeah. And big patch notes likely with beta this week. Yeah, for sure. How long did it take you to get Treeform Bear? I don't remember. Where is Treeform Bear from? I don't recall. But yeah, for all the new people who joined my Discord, welcome. It has been very active lately. It's been good to see. There was like a few years there where my Discord was just me posting whatever rambly shit that I discovered. And, you know, if I discovered a new leveling thing, I'd post it there for anybody interested. But there's been actual, like, discussion over the last few months as more people join in, so that's been pretty cool. Balance of Power Bear is best bear, yeah. Personally, honestly, my favorite bear is just the basic Ursoc one. So, I don't know if it lets me show it. We love your rambly shit, yeah. Can you go change to the Yeti bear? The barber is outside. Well, keep in mind, this is my alt account, so I do not have, like, any of my fancy bear forms on this. Yeah, okay, so you can see all of them. But yeah, so... I don't have any of these unlocked because, you know. But my favorite bear form is this one, actually. So I have, like, where is it? Like, I have Blight of the Grizzlemaw. I have the actual Mage Tower one, wherever it is. Where is the Mage Tower one? I guess maybe it doesn't show up unless you have it. You also like the Rune Bear from the World Boss? Yeah, this one's pretty sick. I've seen a lot of people using this. But personally, I use this one. On my actual, like, main druid in retail, on my main account, this is my favorite bear form. Something about, like, they're cool. I don't hate these appearances, but I like simple. I want to look like a bear. I don't want to look like some beefcake monster. It's a cool mode, like, or a cool, like, model, I guess, for lack of a better word. And a lot of these other ones are cool. Like, I really like the owl bear. This one's pretty cool. And a lot of these other ones have like really neat appearances. The glow stick bear is pretty sick. I like that one. But something about like the regular basic bear form with like just some little additions. It has like the little shoulder armor and stuff. This is my favorite one. This is the one that I use on my actual bear. It also it's also really good with my transmog. I've shown it off before. I obviously don't have it on this character, but this bear form perfectly matches the transmog that I actually have in my druid. Now, you don't get to see the transmog like ever because you're usually in form, but I think it looks really cool, like transitioning between the transmog and this bear form. They just match so well. So that's what I use on my actual druid. Always go marksmanship. It's what you did. Yeah. The troll color reskin for Ursoc is nice. Yep. Now, which one is that? That's, forget which one that is. Yeah, there's a lot of really cool ones. Yeah, the Legion Druid forms are amazing. I love them for sure. You love the Werebear forms, but it is a bit much. Yeah. So another YouTuber, Speed Level. He did 6 dungeons. Yeah, there's been a lot of different routes floating around, and a lot of them work, right? As long as it's fast, who really cares? But I definitely think that if you're gonna do raids, just do Mogashan Vaults, right? Heart of Fear and Terrace, they're not bad, but that Mogashan Vaults is just so much faster than both of the other ones. So it's like, if you're gonna level through raids, just do Mogashan Vaults, log out, and then do it again the next day. That's just much faster than doing any combination of the other raids. The only reason that you would really want to do all of the raids in one sitting is if you're just trying to level your first character up as quickly as you can so that you can get onto the alts. You want cat forms that are not cats. Yeah, that would be cool. All right, but it looks like the poll has ended. Marksmanship is a good amount in the lead, so, like, I kind of feel a little bit bad because I definitely did swing that vote, but I'm also like, you know, sorry, not sorry. I said I wanted to play marksmanship, so, like, now I have the excuse to play it. Mwahaha. But I did say if you were interested in an arcane run, I will do an arcane run, guaranteed, because it was very, 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 very close, so I want to do both runs. I will probably do that on my Twitch channel, like, at some point over the next few days. What I'll probably do also is I'll post, like, a poll to see what format people want. I would imagine people would prefer the questing format because you actually get to see arcane more. But if people would prefer to see me boost my arcane mage where I'm not actually playing it, then, you know, that would kind of defeat the purpose. But I'll include it, I don't know. And raids, but I suspect people would want to see the other stuff. Rigged, yeah. Yeah, it's rigged. Fuck you. A little bit rigged. But, you know, it still gave people who voted for Fury Warrior and the other ones a chance to revote. And I will get you guys all of your runs eventually. I do want to test a lot of stuff. You like the Zandalari Troll Bear form? Yeah. That one does look pretty cool. The little turtle, I really like. Okay. But, yeah, we've gotten the, like, all the important stuff for this run done. We can start with the next one. But since Marksmanship did actually win, the screen's going to go black. Do not panic. That is intentional. Oh, wait, it's actually not going to go black. I have... Right, it should rebound to, yeah, this one. So now you can see, as I get my other account opened up, my main account, which is where I'll do this particular run. What about boosting as you did and then bringing the character into the raids just so people can see how it plays? Yeah, so what I'll probably do, Goose Comics, is like put up a poll, maybe in Discord or something, to let people pick how I choose to level the Arcane Mage. So the class is already decided, but you'll get to pick like what method we use. So dungeon boosting, questing, raids, exactly. Harl 10. Yeah, so if you go back into like the original like run at the start of this, you'll notice that there was another character in the group that was also me, and I was playing these characters. So what I was doing is I had these characters created, and you can also see I reserved a shit ton of Star Rail days, which, you know, yeah. But I have all these characters pre-created. I did like the intro stuff on them, and I was using these characters to avoid Stormstout Brewery, because the level 20 characters would prevent us from getting any of the higher level stuff, but it would still include Stormstout in the mix, which Stormstout Brewery is not the fastest dungeon, especially with low-level Chwinks. So I wanted to avoid that. So I brought these characters in here to keep the range from 10 to 19. And that way, whenever this character was about to hit 20, so I was in the group on this one at the very start of the run. And then while I was doing Mogushan Vaults on the actual run character, I logged off this character, logged into this character, and then reformed the group with this one in there. And that way we kept limiting ourselves to that 10 to 19 bracket. What happens when we run out of Star Rail names? There's a lot that I've already been unable to get. And like, for instance, so on my main account, I have Jinglu on Mal'Ganis, and that was what I mained. I mained a Blood DK named Jinglu for all of Amir Drasil, but I can't get the name Jinglu on Zul'jin. So now I don't want to transfer my Blood DK over to Zul'jin because I don't have the name anymore. And it's like, what's the point if I have to add like special characters and stuff? You should have reserved some of those names. Yeah, reserve them on a different server. Leave them to me on Zul'jin. Zul'jin is... I will get all of the Star Rail names on Zul'jin. You can have them somewhere else. You can't get Cadus on Zul'jin either? Ah, damn. The end boss is annoying? Yeah, there's a lot of RP that you can't, like, blast through in that case. Also, let me see if I do this. There we go. So now we're back on my main account. You'll also notice that my main Demon Hunter for Remix is Zui. So I wasn't able to get the exact name, but I just added a second I, and it's like close enough, right? Also, Zui's outfit is like really fucking hard to make, but I tried my best. For a Demon Hunter, I think this is like as close as it can realistically get. Is boosting your main in Heroic Dungeons a good thread farm? Oh yeah, it is an amazing thread farm. It's really, really, really good. Currently building your Acheron, but man, do you get bad relics? Yeah. Yeah, I'm still, like, my Acheron is already able to demolish every single game mode, and I'm still missing 2 good relics. I have a really shitty planar sphere and a really shitty chess piece. Like, I just cannot get good rolls, and I have been farming for, like, weeks now. And I don't even know how much Trailblaze power I've spent on that stupid Caverns of Corrosion, the Deep Diver one, and for the life of me, I cannot get a single good roll on chess piece. The other slots I'm set. I finally got good ones. But yeah, it's rough out there. But yeah, okay, so let me close my other account, the one with the level 10 characters. And yeah. Alright, so Marksmanship Hunter. Can't you just AFK at the start of your main for thread farm with a Twink? Yes, that's exactly what I do. So I park my Demon Hunter at the start of the dungeon whenever I'm boosting it on my Priest. You're lacking boots, but 1 month into farming, you're kind of losing it. Yeah, that one's rough, too. Because, like, having a shitty chest, it's not bad, but not having, like, good speed boots are rough. I guess, though, Acheron is one of the few characters that doesn't really need speed boosts, because technically most of her damage is in her ultimate anyways. So as long as you have a lot of debuff appliers, you're kind of fine. But you still do want her to be fast, because then she can get more skills and generate more stacks, but yeah. Where do you skill cap your tune in Remix? You can't, I assume you mean level lock, is what you're talking about? If you're asking how to lock your character in Remix, you can't. You have to create a trial account or starter edition account, because they are capped at level 20. They cannot go beyond that. So it allows you to effectively lock experience, yeah. But it only works through that method. Stockpile of race change name. Yeah, well, it's like I bought these on sale, right? So whenever there's like a sale and I need to move a character, I just buy like the 6 thing because it's just really cheap. And I move a lot of characters and faction change a lot of characters. So it's nice to have. Like, I had to... My monk was a dwarf for Amir Drasil because dwarf racial was, like, ludicrously OP. But the moment that I killed Farak, I faction changed my monk back to Horde because fuck dwarf. I'm sorry. For any dwarf players out there, like, you know, I'm sure you're cool, but I don't want to be a dwarf. You know, you guys can be dwarves. When Blizzard forces me to be a dwarf because of the racial being that broken, I am miserable. So, yeah, I end up changing my characters a lot, so I buy them in bulk, right? I know that at some point, I am going to use all of these, so I may as well. Why faction change now with cross guilds? I mean, it's just for racials, right? It's literally just for racials. Yeah, it's for anti-bleeds. Like, technically speaking, if I was really trying to, like, make the fight a little bit easier, I should still be dwarf for stone form, but with the nerfs, it's nowhere near as required, and Tauren is still really nice. Because Tauren has really good damage, and it also has War Stomp. So my monk actually used to be a Blood Elf for the very longest time, and I will probably make it a Blood Elf again, because I prefer it being a Blood Elf. But kind of similarly, I really needed to keep my monk as a Blood Elf back during Vault of the Incarnates, because in Vault of the Incarnates, you needed to have Arcane Torrent on at least a few characters to deal with the Dispels on Diurna. And I actually wanted to change my monk to a Void Elf at one point, and my guild at the time literally told me I couldn't. They literally said, you're not allowed to race change, we need your Arcane Torrent on Diurna, which sucked. It also really helped for Razageth, because Arcane Torrent will remove one set of the orbs. And you need a lot of orb clears on Razageth. Now, Monk already gets a bunch of them with a Ring of Peace, but any little extra bit helps. What nerf? What do you mean, what nerf? For Farak? I mean, at the start, Farak applied a debuff to everybody. Every single person in the raid would get the Aflame debuff, originally. It required a Mistweaver, and realistically speaking, you also needed to have Dwarf Racial on multiple people to get rid of it. It was stupid. Like, some of the early Mythic changes, I get that they're designing it for, you know, the World First Guild, but as somebody who progressed pretty quickly in Amir Drasil, like, my guild was... The guild that I killed Farak with was what, like, US 115th, World 300 something? Which, like, not amazing, right? I'm not in, like, a top 20 guild or anything, but I am up there. I am reaching most of the bosses before they are getting severe nerfs. So, other than, like, the initial set of nerfs for, like, the first 5 guilds to reach them, I am experiencing the bosses that a lot of the top guilds are doing, but of course they kick our teeth in. Like, my guild got demolished by pre-nerf Tindral. And effectively, it was just a waiting room for, like, okay, we're going to wait until Tindral gets gutted by Blizzard. And Blizzard gutted Tindral. Completely. Absolutely demolished that fight. It is so much easier now than it was before the nerfs. Pre-nerf Tindral was disgusting. It's just fucking stupid. And that type of stuff they need to be faster with. I get that they want to have ludicrously stupid mechanics that force races and comps and stuff with, like, Mistweavers and stuff, but having that last for an entire month or more after the tier starts is just stupid. Design raids for the World First Guilds at first, but then you better be fast about hotfixing it, because I was fucking miserable for, like, all of the end of December and January, because Tindral was just not fun. Fuck that boss. It needed to be nerfed, like, 3 weeks before it actually got nerfed. So I basically lost, like, 3 weeks of my life slamming my head into Mythic Tindral before the nerfs. And Farak, too, though I wasn't on Farak for quite as long before the nerfs. They were pretty fast about that. The first run finished. We're about to start a second speedrun. Oh no, Dwarf didn't get a nerf. I just mean that Dwarf isn't as important now because you don't have the Farak mechanics that kind of force it. You remember the Mass Dispels there? Yeah, you either needed a shit ton of Priests for Mass Dispel, or you needed Blood Elves for Arcane Torrent. So Alliance players got screwed. If there wasn't a Horde imbalance already at the start of this expansion, imagine being an Alliance guild and having to do Diurna without Arcane Torrent. God, that must have fucking sucked. I do not envy those people. About to. Yeah, we're about to start here. I'll create the character. Time Runner, Volpera, Hunter. Two name changes, 5 race changes, 4 faction changes. Yeah, that's what the icons are for. Yeah. Wouldn't Devour Magic work? Devour Magic would work, but the problem is this was a debuff applied to, like, 5 targets at once. So you did not have enough single target dispels to clear that, because it needed to be cleared instantly. If you got, like, multiple ticks off of the debuff on Diurna, it would heal the ads by a ton. So you needed to instantly Arcane Torrent the second that it was applied. It was really, 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 really fast, the timing on it. This is for Mythic, right? Obviously, heroic doesn't matter, but Mythic Diurna, yeah, you needed that. It was mandatory. Blizzard needs to add an option to hide ears, eyebrows for belfs. Yeah, I agree. Priests weren't that good because they needed to be helicoptered by evokers. Yeah, that was kind of the other problem. Stacking priests in that fight had its own disadvantages. And Diurna was already a very comp-restrictive fight. You needed, like, ideally hunters for the beams. You needed a blood DK for tanking Diurna herself, so they couldn't help out if they were a blood elf. I guess technically that was it, but you needed, realistically, at least like 1 to 2 evokers to dispel the bleed on tanks because it was ridiculous before it got nerfed. It's still pretty crazy. But yeah, it's rough. Imagine, yeah, and then Shadow Meld in Mythic Plus, yeah. There's a lot of really stupid races. You wish Volpera was better? Yeah, the Volpera racials are kind of disappointing, unfortunately, for raiding in Mythic Plus. They're really nice for, like, speedrunning and, you know, casual play with Make Camp. But it's definitely a little bit iffy for normal stuff. Okay. Hold on. Double check something. Volpera is awesome for collecting stuff. Yeah. I really like playing Volpera. It's just, they aren't really that good for rating stuff. Yeah, that's fine for eye color. Snout, what do I want? I normally don't actually create the character in the video. So, this is like a rare situation. You know what? I'm fine with that, actually. Short. Ears. What do I want for ears? Let's go with this. To be honest, you'd still be a Night Elf regardless if it had Shadow Meld or not, just because it's your favorite looking race. Yeah, just like a lot of people really like playing Volpera regardless. I agree. What about faces? I guess that mostly just changes the fur on the face, right? I don't think it actually changes that much. Let's go with 1. And then pattern. We'll just go with desert. Alright. Aha! It was secretly a star rail name the whole time! Now you maybe understand a little bit more about why I was taking a little bit of time to actually build the character. But yeah, I think we can just hop in. Oh, shit, I need to reset the timer now. Mechanome Arcane Mage. No, absolutely not. Alright, let me... Because we're not actually, like, doing a /played... I'm gonna move the timer now over chat as per usual. There we go. And we'll start it. What the hell happened up there? Panda for full Panda remix immersion? Well, I made my level 20 Twink Priest a Panda for full remix immersion. But this one, I want it to be Yukong. She may be a low-tier support in Honkai Star Rail, but she's still one of my favorite characters. I'm going to... I guess... Does my auto-looter thing carry over? Auto-looter settings... Blacklist... Yeah, it carries over, so I don't need to turn auto-loot on. A Gulp Frog for full immersion. God. Oh, that's why. It was because they were attached to my other bar. So I fixed that and it gets addressed. Harlan, what was the deal for doing a Mechanome speedrun again? What was the bit? I made it like some sub-goal. I don't really do sub-goals, but I made Mechanome a sub-goal because I really don't want to run it. I forget what the goal was. I want to say it was Mechanome speedrun at 50k subs or something like that. But somebody, like, if you look in the pins of one of the channels, at a certain point you'll be able to see what the goal was. Ha ha ha. 100k? Oh, I said it was 100k? Okay, perfect. Wow. So, even more until the Mechanome speedrun. I knew it was one of the two. I either said it was 50k or 100k. I need to fix my bars at some point. Harlan got moves? Yeah. That was pretty slick. I forgot to equip my cloak, so I was not getting 100% experience for that initial quest or two. Oh well. Let's adjust this. Go. I think I'm probably fine to just kill stuff right now. I can bank some of these things. Here, let me... It's going to drive me crazy not being able to do all this stuff. So let me just quickly sift through my bars and fix things. Also, I need to switch to MM, actually. Because right now I'm BM. Everyone remember to sub and like the stream so we can get to Mechanome. It's going to take a lot of subs and likes to get to Mechanome, that's for sure. Kill commands. I don't need wing clip. Revive pet. Doesn't mend pet turn into revive pet automatically, so I don't need that. Hunter's Mark. I guess Hunter's Mark is, like, technically worth pressing now? Kind of? I'll put this here. And... well, dragon riding... talent window. Let's get this. Eh? What? Why is this not working? Well, this is supposed to work. I have no idea why it's not. That is weird. Is it worth pressing and leveling content? Kill commands? Is that what you're asking? Let's put Tame Beast there. Kill shots. What else am I missing? Okay, just have this stuff now. Why the hate for small robots? I am not a Mechanome person. I do not like Mechanome, no. Let's put make camp and return to camp somewhere. You thought it wasn't really pressing outside of endgame content? Yes. Well, I mean, early on, I'll use it while I have very few other abilities, right? Because, let's see. Yeah, it does more damage than Arcane Shot and costs less focus. So, on a 7.5 second cooldown right now at this level, it is absolutely worth pressing. And... you forgot this wasn't BM? Yeah. It doesn't really matter at this point, because, like, I'm gonna one-shot everything anyway, so it's not super important. You know. But it's gonna suck being a little bit focus-starved, because I don't have a spammable AoE ability, which, mind you, why did I put BM and Marksman in B tier on my tier list? For this exact reason. Not that it's, like, the end of the world for them, but it absolutely does slow them down when other specs, even Survival, right, has a spammable AoE ability really early on, and right now I have to rely on Steady Shot for a significant chunk of my damage. It's not Rogue, and it has a pet for tanking, but yeah. Like, whenever people leave comments on my video, like the tier list, like, you're underrating BM, it's like, no, nope, definitely not. BM and MM. And honestly, I think there's a case to be made for MM being actually better than BM. Not that there's a huge difference. Yeah, I just need to destroy the munitions. Can I reach it? I'm just gonna kill this. Just in case. What I could do is just run through here really quick. Just break these. I think that hits, yeah. And then I should be able to feign death at a certain point. That'll be fine. MM is 100% better than BM for leveling, yeah. Yeah, I would agree. The thing about MM, though, is in order to make it good for leveling, you have to play with a pet. Which is another thing that a lot of people think is, like, they don't understand it. Because they try to play Lone Wolf, and then it's, like, really, really bad. But you don't really need Lone Wolf while leveling. You're just better off with a pet. So, while leveling, you have one less pet than BM, but you have way better burst AoE. So, there's just no advantage to BM, really. That being said, survival crushes both of them. It's another thing I know some people are always, like, disappointed by when I tell them what's a level as a hunter, and when they ask what's a level as a hunter and I tell them survival. It is what it is, right? I don't make the rules, I just tell it as it is, and survival is significantly better than both MM and BM for leveling. It's actually pretty sweet. Put that there, put that there. Drake Treat. Getting one of those early is quite nice. Let me make sure I don't have Cinematic Canceller. Yeah, I have it disabled. Perfect. Also, I'm going to take down the pin message. We should have claimed it was 50k. I would have always gone back and checked. Just do the Mechanome with the dungeon boost, and then it's over in 1 hour. Ah, that's a good idea. Yeah. As for... is MM better than BM in general? No, I would actually say that generally speaking, across most forms of content, historically, BM has been better. Like, for endgame raiding, dungeons, etc., BM is usually a stronger spec. And that's primarily because BM is a lot more mobile, MM tends to be very turrety, which, like, it's not bad, but it's like, if you can pick between the two, and their damage is relatively comparable, you almost always want your hunters to be BM, because that means that they can handle mechanics that require heavy movement while still doing 100% of their damage. It's honestly one of the main advantages of bringing a hunter in the first place. So... yeah, historically speaking, BM has been the best hunter spec at endgame. We're, of course, only talking about leveling. So, like survival, it's the best for leveling. Historically, it is the worst hunter spec. Unless you count Shadowlands, which was very weird. Now, I really like survival, so I don't mind when it's good. But a lot of people, including some of my friends, absolutely hate survival. If I really wanted to min-max, I should also macro / pet attack into all of my buttons. I might do that later during RP. Just get that set up. MM is more fun, though? I mean, I know a lot of people who really like BM, so it's a little bit subjective. Go. Just get this guy off my ass. The main thing is, do I get... I don't think I get multi-shot for a while, right? That's the biggest issue. You don't get, like, any sort of reliable AoE. So, it would be a hunter ability, I think. And, like, you start off with kill shot. Which, when do I get multi-shot? Let me actually double-check that. Is it... Where is it? Am I blind? It's a talent. Where's the talent? I must be blind. I must be, like, extremely blind right now. Also, what do I want? Probably post-haste. And obviously aim shot. And just do that. Left side of MM tree, second column, third down. Oh, I'm blind. Okay. Yeah, you don't get that for a while. Damn. That's rough. You don't get a reliable spammable AoE until a really fucking long time. Yeah, that is not the best. What do I need? I need one more Shah Harbinger. And this. Okay. Are the starting quests faster than dungeon spamming straight from level 10? Oh no, absolutely not. You start dungeon spamming immediately. This is a different speedrun. We're only doing questing for this run. Only questing. If you want to watch the dungeon spamming run, the one that the title refers to, that was done at the start of the stream. And then we're doing a second run here. Just realize that might get a little bit confusing for people. That's also why I wanted to do that other run first. Partially because I had to do it around the reset, so, like, had to be first. But also I wanted to make sure that it was right at the beginning, so people who saw that didn't have to wait for, like, effectively the main event. We just get that right out of the way. First time tuning in, thank you. I appreciate it. I appreciate the good luck wishes, but this is like a chill run anyway, so I don't really need good luck for this one. But yeah. I mean, I hope it goes well. I have raid in 6 hours, so there's absolutely no way that this run takes 6 hours. That is, like, just not possible. So really, that is effectively my goal. Get it done before then. If I can get it done before 6 hours, I'm happy. Watch it end up taking 6 hours. Ideally, I would want it to be even faster, because if this does take 6 hours, then I'm not going to have time to, like, make food and coffee before my raid, which would kind of suck. Am I going to stream raid? No, probably not. Because it's my first time doing the Cataclysm raids, I'm trying to figure it out. What I'm considering doing is, at the end of the raid, I'm gonna possibly edit together all of, like, the boss kills and have, like, you know, all normal Cataclysm raids, Blood DK POV, and make that a second channel video. I might do that for fun, but I'm not gonna stream it. Partially because I want to focus, because it's my first time doing those raids, but also because it's a new guild. Like, I don't know these people super well, and I, generally speaking, only want to stream raids and stuff like that when people know that it's being streamed. So I don't really want to, like, you know, my first week raiding with this new guild be like, hey, do I have permission to record you guys? Like that, you know. They may end up being okay with it, for all I know, but I also just, I don't want to have that conversation. Maybe eventually. Let's get gloves. Relatively good RNG. No avoidance. Yeah, no avoidance pieces. Sweet. Now I got 2 survivability tinkers, which is not my favorite. Why don't you open the caches right away? Yeah, I didn't really need them. The thing is, they scale with your level. Oh, fuck. I wanted to do. So I want to make sure that I open them up all at once. And just make sure because I accidentally equipped it. I meant to click the scrapper and then do this. So since I did not need this gear at all for, like, the initial quests where I'm one-shotting everything anyway, I wanted to just save it so I get, like, a nice little boost. And it just lowers the downtime that I spend menuing and all that fun stuff. Do they scale? Maybe they don't scale. Maybe I'm just, like, cooked. I thought they did. Either way, I mostly do it so that you can minimize the downtime. That's the main reason. I had assumed they scaled, but that's not why I was doing it for the most part. I didn't get the thing. Doesn't it scale with level when you get them? Yeah, honestly, so I might just be wrong in that. So maybe it is worth opening them up all at once in that case, but I still think it's worth holding off a little bit just to save yourself a bit of time and not having to stop and loot them all. My pet is, like, completely lost. I don't know where my pet is. Can I... Ah, that trick worked. Nice. Right. And perfect. Maybe stream without capturing the Discord sound. I'm not going to go to all that effort. Like I said, it's a combination of the two things of I want to focus, so I don't want to stream, because it's going to be a silent stream, right? Anyway, because I'll be hyper-focused, so I just don't want to stream it. And to give you guys a third reason, I'm going to be honest, I don't really want to stream again after just finishing what is likely going to be a 6 to 8 hour stream. You know, at a certain point, I need a little bit of a break. So why can I not... Hope that's understandable. Why is it not letting me turn in? Maybe if I run out of this area and back in. There we go. Dance streamer dance, yeah. No, to be clear, I don't think anybody was being, like, unreasonable in asking me that. I understand why some people might want to see that, which is why I am recording it no matter what. So, like I said, I may put together a video of the Cataclysm raids, like all my normal boss kills. Gotta go, thanks for streaming, no problem. I appreciate you being able to stop by. Let's get the Hearthstone set up. Door of Shadows. Eh. Oh, there we go. Finally got an avoidance piece, because of course. I keep getting fucking weapons. Or, melee weapons, I mean. You don't think they do? You tried that to get better threads? Ah, okay, that makes sense then. Best bet to open them as late as possible, so the higher item level you are, the bigger upgrade in chest, yeah. What are some other good zones to level in? Hopefully I will be able to answer that by the end of the stream. I agree that Jade Forest is not good. Just really quick, Kun Lai and Townlong, finally a bow. Kun Lai and Townlong are the two best zones in my opinion. But there are a lot of good places that you can level. I'm gonna go with haste. So I want to lower the cast time on this. I'm like really feeling the slow cast. Dread Wastes, part of Dread Wastes is good. The end of Dread Wastes is really bad. Basically, like, almost all of Kun Lai and Townlong are really good. Dread Wastes has efficient sections, and then it has some very inefficient sections. Why is this mob still following me? I don't think it's supposed to do that, right? Oh, crap. It wants me to specifically socket the crit gem. Extract a gem. Combine 3 gems. Alright, I guess I'll use the upgraded crit gem because I have it. I don't even know. Yeah, it's definitely not worth pressing aim shot. My pet killed it before I could even get a chance. Alright, I need to make macros for this. Do I have any already built for start attack? I don't remember if I ever put that together on this character. If not, let's just do hashtag show tooltip / pet attack cast arcane shot. Because I'm losing so much damage by not having this. So it's a little bit of a loss to do it right now, but it will make my life easier in the long run. Where are the other ones? God, I'm so blind. I don't see steady shot anywhere. Okay, I'm not blind. It is just really far down for some reason. Aimed shot. I mean, I don't really need it for kill command, but, like, may as well. And then steady shot. Fuck it, kill shot as well. Where's kill shot? There we go. If you write the name after show tooltip, you don't need to find the icon. It does it automatically. Yeah, but it saves me time from having to copy paste it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I appreciate the suggestion, but... Also, I mean, like... I'm gonna be honest, I don't know if that's true. I'm pretty sure that you can put any icon, and show tooltip doesn't actually change the icon, it just changes what happens if you hover over it. So I'm not entirely sure that that is correct. But either way, that is what I've always done, and it's not like it takes any longer. Do I use any specific mists add-ons? Yes. So I recently started using Auto-Looter. Auto-Looter for getting the threads without having to, like, manually mess around with it and skip other stuff. That just helps out a lot. And the big one is Narcissus. So Narcissus is the thing over here, the hourglass. That saves a good amount of time. It is really nice quality of life. Where are the other fireworks launchers? There's a few. Show tooltip will be whatever you put after it. That's why you can macro trinkets and stuff together and it not matter about how you put it in the macro. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but they were talking specifically about the icon, which I don't know if that changes. I'm pretty sure the icon is whatever you put it. Because I've had macros before with show tooltip that have, like, a custom icon. I literally have one on Cataclysm, where I use the old icon for Hammer of Wrath from, well, Wrath, and it still casts Hammer of Wrath and has the current up-to-date Cataclysm tooltip. So it's possible they've changed it at some point, but I do not think that is exactly correct. I could be wrong. You love Narcissus for taking awesome pictures of Mogs? Yeah, I'm gonna be honest, I've never used any of the other features. I didn't even know about this add-on until people talked about its uses for other stuff. It seems neat, but it is not my type of thing. I would never have used it if it wasn't for the remix thing. But it does have the remix gem helper, and that really helps. So I like using it. You just leave the icon blank? Oh, maybe. I didn't realize. Yeah, if you leave it blank, maybe? I could see that. So I guess if you set a custom icon, it overrides it, but you're saying if you leave the icon blank, then it would work as intended. Okay. Interesting. Nice, my pet still... Locus of Power. Oh, Thundering Orb. Okay. Alright. We like that. And I'm still getting relatively good gear without like too much bad stuff. I have boots that can replace the avoidance ones there. So I'll take Door of Shadows. I still haven't got another good one, but getting Thundering Orb this early is amazing. Let's see, just make sure I'm not accidentally breaking down the gem. Alright. And then we'll head over to this area. Heroic dungeons, heroic scenarios for fresh 70s are so bad. It took us 7 minutes for one boss in a heroic scenario. Oh yeah, it is atrocious. It is genuinely better to go level up a 20 and have them boost you through your daily heroic scenarios than try to do it at a fresh 70 character. It is awful. That's what I've been doing on all of my alts. I've just been using my priest to do the dailies. You select an icon, that's what it'll be. With the addition of having show tooltip and countdown, if you leave it as a question mark, it auto swaps. Ah, okay. Well, I did not know that. You learned something new. I appreciate the information. I need a few more sprites. Why are level 20 so strong? Because WoW's low-level scaling is really fucked. It's really fucked. Technically, it's any low-level characters. Level 11s are even stronger, but we can't XP lock at level 11, so 20 is the earliest that you can get. You need like 300k bronze for your gear to feel strong? Yeah, pretty much. It's bad. It's rough. Did I really get no emergency supplies off both of those mobs? Oh my god. Please, game. What? Okay. I'm getting a little bit shafted by drop rates right now. There we go. Holy moly. Just gonna grab this while I'm here. Why level 11 and not 10? For most specs, level 11 is when you unlock your first talent point in your class talent. Now, I think there are some specs that are good at 10. For the vast majority of cases, the first talent point that you get at 11 is like core rotational stuff, like Spinning Crane Kick, Fists of Fury, really powerful abilities that you just can't realistically do damage without. But generally speaking, everything beyond that, up until like level 20-ish, is not super impactful, and it's better to just use the low-level ability than to worry about like getting higher scaling, because you're scaled to be super overpowered at a low level. So it's just really nice. Here I should use Nostwin's Voucher. 11 Fury Warrior, because you can spin forever. Mistweaver at 10 is good. Druid at 11 too. Holy Priest is Holy Nova at 10. Yeah, so like Holy Priest then is an example of one that would probably be fine already at level 10. I'm going to grab these quests, but obviously I'm not going to complete them in this run. So that's a good one. Windwalker really wants to be 11 for Fists of Fury. It really depends on the spec for what you want to run. Nice, I got Shoulders. It's the same as I already have. Let's see, what did I get? I have gotten like all unusable Tinkers so far, which is a little bit annoying, I'll admit. This is nice, actual stuff. Like, I could put Searing Light, but, like, why? It literally does nothing for me, so I'm just not going to waste my time. If I can get any quick upgrades. think most of my gear is fine. Yeah. They fixed a lot of the one-shot things you can do in scenarios as well. Aw, really? Well, that's fucking lame. I guess I'm not entirely surprised, but... kind of lame. Yeah, this is... finagling this is kind of tough. Okay. I should just use Thundering Orb here, because I'm probably not going to need it for a little while. So we should be fine to just send it. Alright. Men's... does that work? Is that actually a thing, Men Pet and Searing Light? If somebody has played Hunter and can confirm that. Guess it's worth trying. Maybe, yeah, fair. You know what? It is a testing run after all. Crazy how, like, I was already level 30 in the other run by this point. Will I ever make a Europe account and play with us beasts? Possibly at one point. It's always been something that I've considered doing. The problem is, it's like... it is such a low priority. And I say that in the nicest way possible. It's just like... I get nothing out of playing on Europe. It would purely be a for fun thing. Unlike, you know, doing it just for shits and giggles, right? And there are so many important things that I need to do, and WoW is basically non-stop releasing stuff. I never have a moment to breathe. So, yeah. I will just say almost certainly never. Just because... at the rate that releases are happening now, I just do not see myself ever having enough time where it's like... the most logical thing for me to do with my free time right now is create a Europe account. So, unfortunately, no. If you want to play with me and you're on Europe, the best thing you can do is help me with raid testing. Oh, crap. Did not. Meant to dismount. So, there's actually a lot of people who play on Europe who have actually joined me for Mythic raid testing. Obviously, you know, that's... if you're an actual raider and you're able to do that stuff, but there was an entire European guild which had a lot of people in it who watch my videos, and I posted in my Discord when I was doing a Mirjusel raid testing that I needed a few more people for it, and they joined and helped me out, so that was really cool. And the PTRs for testing that stuff is server agnostic, or like region agnostic. It's all the same. So you are able to play with me there, technically. Your Emperor Palpatine gift here, yeah. Speedrun extra ping, yep. Yeah, it's like... it's just that, theoretically speaking, there's nothing about doing, like, a speedrun on Europe or whatever that would be particularly novel. It would purely be so that other people could play with me, which, like, I do think would be cool. And if I could just do it... what the hell is happening? I can see the bar completing, but I just wasn't getting credit for some reason. Yeah, if it was something that I could just do... right? And it wasn't, like, it didn't require me to spend a ton of time getting another account set up and leveling a character, then I might, but because it is something that would require a significant time investment, and it's not something that I can really make an interesting video out of, I just can't really justify it at this stage. Oh, this quest is going to be a massive pain. I really need to get more impactful Tinker Gems so that I can do this effectively. Will I play War Within? Yeah, obviously. It would be insane to not play War Within. But I mean, it's like... You're kind of asking the wrong person, right? Like, I'm always going to play War Within, even if I don't think it looks interesting. Which, mind you, I do think it looks interesting, but, like... If you're asking me whether I'm going to play the new World of Warcraft expansion as a guy who makes World of Warcraft videos, that should be a no-brainer. So, I am assuming that maybe the question is more so, do I think it looks interesting? In which case, I am still the wrong person to ask, because, you know, I'm going to play it regardless. But I do think it looks interesting, regardless. I want to... This is going to be rough without any good gems. I'm just going to have to let my pet just whack everything. Still not over? Oh my goodness. What main? Not entirely sure yet. Right now, I'm thinking Guardian Druid, but we'll have to see. Also, the reality is, here's the thing. I main a tank, and I've said this before and I'll say it again. As a tank main, you don't really get to pick your class. You can pick a class that you would prefer to play, but if your guild tells you, hey, we need a Brewmaster, fuck you, you're playing Brewmaster. That's how it goes. And that has been my life for a while. Not that I dislike Brewmaster, but I'd be lying if I said there weren't times when I wish that I could play something else and I am stuck in Brewmaster prison. So, just is what it is. This is, of course, like, at a mythic rating level. If you're in, like, normal or heroic raids, do whatever you want. But, if you are in any remotely serious guild as a tank player, it is expected that you are, well, one of two things. You will either play a Blood DK, or you are expected to play all of the other tanks. If only the scrolls we have in Remix could be used in the War Within. Yeah, that would be pretty nice. I would really love, like, Victory Fire here so that I could actually do AoE pulls just by killing stuff. Okay. I heard when the War Within comes out, you're gonna be a Minecraft YouTuber. Yeah, totally. Honestly, like, all memes aside, Minecraft's kind of a fun game. I don't play it, like, a lot, but every year or two, I get, like, a craving to play Minecraft again. And I just, like, play it a little bit on my own, or sometimes with, like, one of my friends. And it's just, like, it's a really chill game. I mean, it's, like, one of the best-selling games of all time for a reason, right? If not, is it the best-selling game of all time? I want to say it is, but I could be wrong in that. Like, I don't know a single person who doesn't like Minecraft. The 2-week Minecraft server, yeah, it's like a tradition. You and the boys have, like, 1 week a year you play Minecraft? Yeah. I figure there's a lot of people who have, like, a similar ritual of, you know, every now and then, just boot up a Minecraft server, play with your friends, and then, you know, you get bored, you build your base, you do all the stuff that you want to do, and then you do it again next year. I think World of Warcraft is that game to a lot of people as well. I hear a lot of people who it's like, whenever a new expansion comes out, they're like, ah, they check WoW out again. And they come back and see what it's all about, and then they leave. And I have a lot of friends who are like, you know, constant new expansion tourists. And then they get bored and leave. Second is GTA 5, and third is Tetris. Yeah. That makes sense. Tetris being up there does not surprise me at all. I remember hearing that GTA 5 was up there as well. It's not the most sold, it's also the top-grossing video game of all time. Yeah. Checks out. Let's see. Your friend usually opens a new Minecraft server in between uni semesters, and every time you tried making a floating castle but can never complete it? Yeah. A lot of times I also will just play on like a random PvP server. One of my favorite things to do in Minecraft is go on some like really old PvP server and just like look for destroyed bases. There's something about like walking through the ruins of what was apparently once a really cool PvP base that just like, it's really fun. And you just see like the little TNT explosion pocket marks like across the entire thing. And there's like really cool buildings that are now riddled with holes. It just has this like weird sense where it's like you can kind of get a feel for the history of this base just by looking at the ruins and exploring it. And every now and then you find like a little chest that still has a few items in it. That's pretty nice. And then once you really get settled on those PvP servers, you can build yourself a TNT cannon and blow up other bases and start building history for people. I am maybe a little bit too much of a pyromaniac, or is that the right word? Someone who is obsessed with explosives when I play Minecraft. Whenever I play with my friends, they always try to hide the TNT, because every single time we get to a point where we have gunpowder and we start getting TNT, I just go absolutely apeshit with it. And I always just start building TNT cannons and blowing up random shit. That is like my favorite way to play Minecraft. It's, yeah. And my cousin had a Minecraft server when we were little, and one time he pissed me off, so I used admin commands to spawn in like 14,000 blocks of TNT and set them off, and it crashed the server. And like, he was mad, but at the same time, I'm pretty sure, I don't remember exactly. I'm sure if I messaged my cousin and said like, hey, do you remember what the thing was that pissed me off when I blew up your Minecraft server? He would probably remember that. But I think it's like he accidentally blew up my, like this base that I had built when he was testing something. And then he lied to me and told me that like somebody else did it. And then I found out that it was him. And then as retribution, I blew up the 13,000 blocks of TNT. We were like 13 or 14 at the time, by the way. This is like stupid little kid shit. But yeah, fun times. Someone missed their job calling? I mean, honestly, yeah, kind of. Well, I love doing YouTube, don't get me wrong, but unironically, I love history. I absolutely love history. So it is like kind of part of that. It like instills that, you know, sense of wonder in me that I get when I read about like historical stuff and I read about like ancient Rome. And I mean, I went to Rome when I was a kid and I loved it. Like the same feeling of going to like the ancient Roman ruins and seeing like, you know, the Colosseum and stuff like that. Absolutely love that. Or going to one vacation that I went to when I was young is we went to all the Civil War and Revolutionary War battle sites, which like I know to a lot of people my vacations as a kid are going to sound really boring, but I can promise you that like I asked my parents for this. Like it wasn't like they were trying to like cheat me out of like a fancy vacation. I genuinely, the vacation that I wanted as a kid is I wanted to go like drive down the East Coast and go to all of like the cool Revolutionary War battle sites, and I loved it. Absolutely loved it. I love doing that. So yeah, I am a huge like history fan. Oh my god, why is my pet doing this? What the hell? There we go. And originally, the thing that I first went to college for is history teaching. And then I stopped. I changed my major to game design and computer science. And, I mean, I graduated college, but obviously now I'm doing this, which, you know, isn't what I went to college for. It's just kind of something that I realized I liked doing. But, yeah, unironically, I love history. Avoidance, crossbows. That's item level boost, right? Yeah, and alright. Ruins? Yeah, ruins. Well, not spelled like that, but R-U-I-N-S. Ruins. I don't really think I'm saying that weird. Is there like a different way to say ruins that I'm not aware of? History is the best? Yeah. I always thought it might be fun, you know, not right now, obviously I'm way too busy, but like if I have more free time, I'd love to make like little fun history YouTube videos. Because I like watching stuff like that, but there's a lot of like little cool history tidbits that I've read about that I think are really interesting, and I think other people would enjoy hearing about it as well. Like, one of my favorites that I always like to tell people about when I'm like, you know, why do I love history so much? Is like, why is there a Roman pillar on some random hill in Japan? A pillar from ancient Rome sitting on top of a hill in Japan. How did it get there? Why is it there? What does it symbolize? And it's a really fucking cool story. And little things like that, just asking that question, why is this thing like that? And then understanding all of the backstory to how it got like that, that is why I absolutely love history. And I think it's awesome. Let me fix this. You low-key watch that? Yeah. Definitely not going to do that anytime soon, but I think it could be really fun if I, like, end up having a shit ton of free time, like, 5 years from now. So, maybe Grandpa Harlden will be, like, a history YouTuber. Who knows? Now this is working. Because someone put it there. Yeah. I mean, that's the simple answer. For sure. Figure I may as well swing by. Isn't there supposed to be... I thought there was supposed to be a treasure here. It shows on my map, but I don't see it. So I'm just going to kill the Sungrazed Behemoth while I'm here. May as well. Let me read the messages I missed. If you look next to the sitting Pandaren in that area, yeah, there usually is. There was only like 1 or 2 there. I want to say I like your stream. Your brother told me about you. You'll try to catch more future streams, but normally you're a Twitch head. Yeah, that's totally fine. I mean, I do some streams on Twitch too. But if you prefer to watch the recordings, they'll also always be here. For Auto Scrapper, you'd recommend to create a filter so you can just queue it for the armor? Oh, that sounds like a good idea, yeah. I'd have to look into how to set that up, but if done properly, I could definitely see that being a nice quality of life optimization. Free 1% experience gain, don't mind if I do. What else do I need to grab? I'll put a meteor chip there just in case. Now let's put it here. Don't want to accidentally fat finger meteor chip.
May we stay here at your farmhouse for a while? We do not have much in the way of money, but
You know what I could do?
you may stay. But I do not need anything.
There we go. Let's see. What did I miss? You're the dude that knows there are auto farms for anything, so you had like 10 to 15 different farms when they were all doing it manually? Yeah. I had a friend who was like that too. He loved setting up like different farms and stuff. And like redstone contraptions and all that stuff. The only redstone contraption I ever really learned how to build was a TNT cannon, because that was enough for me. I watched redstone tutorials, I learned how to launch TNT and destroy things from a safe distance, and that was basically where I stopped. That was all I really cared about. Is there a way to leave a dungeon without getting deserter? Yes. You have to kill the first boss. As long as you kill the first boss, you will not get deserter. You'll still be put on a 15-minute lockout. The only way to avoid the 15-minute lockout is to fully complete the dungeon. But obviously, waiting 15 minutes instead of 30 is usually preferable. And it tends to be a little bit less than 15 because it starts counting down the moment you enter the dungeon, not when you leave. YouTubers making the darkest, most disturbing video essay on a lost haunted Mario 64 cartridge. Yeah, but see, that's not like actual history. Those videos are fun. I'd say that's more like creepypasta, right? More than actual history. I do enjoy watching fun little videos like that. But yeah, it's not quite the same. It's not like, wow, content cadence is higher than ever. Yeah, exactly. What was the command to level Dragonflight again? That. So if you're looking for the command to fix your dragon riding thing, it's what I just put in chat. What am I missing? Vermin Pesterers. God, it sucks not having any AoE. I need to spend my points. Trailblazer. Why is that 2 points? Jesus. Let's get Chimera Shot at the very least. Crack Shot and Rapid Fire, that should help. What does Rapid Fire do? Each shot generates 1 focus. Yeah, so I pretty much don't need Steady Shot anymore. Let's put the kick on there. Should be good to go. Let's just use Thundering Orb for this. So I don't have any really great AoE. Also, where's Chimera Shot? This is a cooldown, right? Oh, it's not. Oh. That just... yeah. Let's do this. In fact, actually, Rapid Fire is a cooldown. I'm going to put that on Q. We'll go with this. There's another really big orb just sitting in the sky. Nice. Volpera Hunter is your main? Nice. Yeah, I've leveled a few Volpera Hunters before. Figured if I was gonna play Hunter, I might as well do it on a Volpera. Fucking... the marmots are gonna be a massive pain. Just gonna punt all of the marmots out of this area. And there we go. How did you get your into the dragon riding UI? Oh, I answered that question. Loot and pillage. Should I? I should probably kill him. Somebody's almost certainly going to one-tap Galleon, right? Oh my god, I'm not even gonna make it in time. Never mind. Holy shit. Wow, he got lasered. Yeah. I don't think there was any universe where I was getting that tag unless I was literally right there. You like Twitch, but you really love YouTube streams actually get pushed to newer viewers. The broadcast auto-uploads are easy to find, for sure, yeah. Master Run and H-Priest and Searing Light equals one-shot bosses? Yeah. Definitely, well, Searing Light, when you have a level 70 to boost it up. It's still not going to one-shot bosses if you're only healing yourself, which is why I prioritize crit and haste early on. But you're correct. Alright, loot all this stuff. I looted it right out from under me. You like the history of speedrunning? Could be neat to do a history of Harlden Achieved? Nah. I actually, like, 1 or 2 people have suggested that to me because, yeah, like, I mean, I guess the main person that comes to mind for that is obviously Summoning Salt. And I do like Summoning Salt's videos, for sure. 1 or 2 people have said, like, oh, you should do something like that for WoW speedrunning, but I don't think I ever will. Just because the other thing about WoW speedrunning is there's no, like, there's no set category. It would be like the history of World of Warcraft speedrunning, but like what expansion? So it's just way too disorienting to fit into a format like that. But those videos are definitely interesting. It's cool to watch. One thing that I thought about doing for fun, this would not be anytime soon, though. This is like a long-term, if I have time, is I kind of wanted to do like a history of tanking. Because obviously, I really like tanks. I've played a shit ton of tanks across, at this point, many, many, many iterations of WoW, now that I've played almost all of the classic versions of the expansions that I was like way too young to really understand. MoP is the only other expansion that I still really would need to play, because, like, I played MoP a good amount. I played Blood DK, but I didn't play any of the other tanks in MoP. A little bit of Brewmaster, but I mostly played Blood DK in original MoP. So it would be really cool to play MoP Classic and try out all the other tanks. I'm doing that now in Cataclysm, and playing around with all of them. And I think it would be really fun to basically analyze how tanking in World of Warcraft has evolved over the years. You know, starting from, obviously, you could only do Prot Warrior back in original vanilla, and then, like, how the meta changed as new tanks were introduced and changed, and how, like, tanking, like, the principles of tanking have really evolved in terms of what is considered important and, you know, how you build tanks, etc. I think that could be a really interesting topic, because it's something that I find personally really interesting. And it's one of the reasons why basically my main hobby over the last few years is, like, I don't consider the speedruns to be a hobby. This is literally my job. But, like, I am not making any money by playing, like, Cataclysm Classic raids, you know? I'm not making raiding guides. I'm not really streaming my raids. The main thing that I do for fun these days, for many years now, is raiding in both Classic and Retail. And a large driving force behind that is understanding how tanks have changed and evolved over the years and trying out all the different tank specs that I never got a chance to play. So it's something that I just really enjoy. And that is a topic that, you know, because I've spent a ton of time testing that, researching that, and just thinking about that for fun, it would be cool to actually cover it in a video. But that would be a very, 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 very big topic. And it would also be relatively niche. Like, I'm sure there's a few people who would be interested in, you know, seeing that and hearing, like, analysis and the progression and changes and whatnot. But it's not, like, a very broad topic, right? It would only appeal to a smaller audience, and it would be a gargantuan effort to get that video made. So that is, like, the type of thing that I might do for fun many, many years from now. Also, after I've played MoP Classic and tested everything. I also need a macro on the other abilities. Come on. There we go. Okay. And Chimera Shot. I spelled that wrong. Did I? Yeah, there's an A. There we go. You wish we could buy meteor chips with bronze? Oh my god, I know, right? I am burning through my meteor chips so fucking fast. I am really close to running out. It's dire. They are so useful, but so hard to get relative to everything else. This is definitely a good Thundering Orb spot. Oh, I missed this message. Just joined. Is this going to be a solo run? Yes. This run is completely solo. I did a boosting run at the start of the stream that you can watch. That one was obviously done getting carried by multiple people, but this run is just solo questing. That's it. Completely solo. So nice change of pace. We get to see what it's like when you're doing chill solo leveling, and what it's like when you're getting hyper boosted and like a super optimized setup. All in the same stream. YouTube streams nail it in terms of discoverability. Yeah, I completely agree. That being said, it is still a little bit hard to get discovered on YouTube streaming if you don't already have, like, a YouTube channel. That's, like, really, really, really important for proper discoverability, but it's definitely better than Twitch either way. There's been a few times you left the dungeon immediately and still got 15 minutes and no deserter. The only reason why that would ever happen is if somebody left before you. If somebody leaves before you, then sometimes you will not get the debuff. There's, like, it's kind of weird. I don't understand exactly when that occurs. Nice, exactly 25. I calculated that perfectly. Holy hell. Exactly 25, and this is where I wanted to hit 25, because I want to leave Valley at this point. Actually, there are a few more quests that I might want to do, now that I think about it. Because normally I would leave now, and then we would do, like, raids later. But since I'm not going to be doing raids, I probably want to stay in here a little bit longer. Avoidance chest, yuck. Speed, mastery gloves. No, I'm good. The meteor storm, it's okay. Wrap all this. And let's do that. Let's see. Hunter Trailblazer stacks with the Trailblazer Tinker Gem. High default running speed. That sounds nice. I'm not going to do that personally. It makes sense that it stacks. That's cool to know that it definitely does. And I'd rather use something else if I get it. Mastery helmets. Yeah, that's an upgrade. And we'll throw this in here. Let's scrap this real quick. I want to buy... yeah, this is... I have enough room for all the stuff that I want. And then there is the Battle Shout Scroll. Is that all I'm missing? Battle Shout Scroll? Looks like it. Let me buy that. Just so I can get it on my bars ahead of time. I'm not going to use them right now. I want to save these for when the scaling starts getting rougher. I'm going to use the potions because, like, I have a bunch of them already. But the other ones I want to save up. And where is the gem lady? In this... Also, okay, she's over here. I keep flashbanging myself doing that. Right, I should buy this stuff. I forgot to do that before. And... I'm gonna buy... Yeah, I'm just gonna buy some gems. May as well. I'll save the rest of my bronze. I figure 6 is probably enough. All that. And then, real quick, I'm going to take out prismatic gems. And we're going to do a little bit of combining. And one more. That should be everything. And now I can... use all of my gems because I have a ton of slots for it. Alright. Now just quickly reorganize my bags. Get all this stuff in the right spot. Scrolls. Horn. And then in the final bag, that's where I'm going to put all of the leftover powers that I don't want to use. Okay, not too bad. I think that's a solid start now. And I'm gonna go and do these quests over here. And yeah, I'll do Nesingwary Safari while I'm here. It's relatively efficient as well. Remix is going to be a really weird place the longer it's up. Yeah, definitely. Is this... Okay, they send you to Kunlai. I'm just going to grab this. And then I remember this quest I want to do on a regular mount. It's much easier this way. Somewhat like Preach's Legacy videos. I haven't seen those, so I can't say, but...
What do you need?
Possibly. If that's what Preach does, then maybe. I don't know exactly his format, though, so I can't say. Cannot speak to that. I'll admit I have not really watched Preach's videos in a while. I like Preach. I used to watch his videos a lot when he actively played WoW, but he just, like, he doesn't make the type of content now that I'm usually interested in watching. Frankly, a lot of the videos that I make now are things that I used to watch Preach for. Basically, when Preach stopped making videos, all the stuff that I used to watch him for, I just started doing that research myself and making those videos. Stuff like, you know, little tricks to optimize things for Mythic Raiders, like the how to get 450 tier sets thing. Like, that seems like the type of little optimization I could see Preach covering. Because he used to have, like, a lot of really helpful tips and coverage of, you know, PTR stuff. And now I just do all that testing on my own. Nothing against him, though, of course, just not my cup of tea. You're a fan, and you make MoP Remix Speedrun too because your record is 4.5 hours. Nice! Yeah, that's still perfectly fine, like, especially early on. That was around my starting time. Where is my pet? What? Where did my pet go? Why is it... It's just sitting there. Alright. Serpent. Alright, let's see. Can I make it to Galleon in time? Almost certainly no, but, like... I'll try. God damn it. Holy shit. Yeah, if it had spawned, like, when I was around Half Hill, I might have been able to get there in time, but there's just absolutely no way. I'm on the opposite side of the zone both times. Unlucky. I was doing those dragon riding flips pretty good, too. Or flicks. So. Alright, Hidden Master. I'm not going to do that quest line. I am going to do Nesingwary Safari. Do you know how that one guy leveled in 3 hours in Cataclysm Classic? Yeah. There was a mob hyperspawn in Deep Home. Well, apparently the guy who got literal world first had a separate trick that involved the beach in Twilight Highlands between the two towns. Apparently he sat there and abused, like, a special buff that you get to, like, rapidly kill hyperspawning mobs. And that was apparently even faster than the Deep Home hyperspawn. So, yeah, it's all abusing hyperspawns. I mean, that literally is how half of the people in every single expansion get, World First achievements. Which is why I never give a shit about World First achievements. It's always some dumb, cheesy strat like that, which is just... You either discover it and abuse it to try and get World First, and half the time, like, there were people who were abusing the Deep Home hyperspawn, and they still lost World First. Because the other guy found a better spot. So I'm sure that there are a ton of people who found that deep home spot, and they were probably like, oh man, I'm set, I have this in the bag. Little did they know, some other person had found an even more broken hyperspawn, and they abused that. So, that's how it goes. And like, I should note that I don't really like care that people do that. It doesn't bother me, but yeah, it's not something that I have any interest in doing personally. And it's even when there isn't anything like that, in order to get world first, you usually need like people carrying you. Like I think in Shadowlands, one of the methods that people used was they would basically, you had 4 people who were running a dungeon. The 5th person was questing. The 5th person was the one who would end up getting world first. And every single time they were about to finish the dungeon, they would summon the 5th person into the dungeon. They would get completion XP, and then they would just teleport out and continue questing. So they were basically bouncing somebody between Necrotic Wake spam and questing and giving them a shit ton of free XP, and I think that's how they did it, if memory serves. So even if it isn't the hyperspawn abusing, it's always something silly of that nature. And for Dragonflight, I don't remember if Now was the person who got it, but I know him and a lot of other people heavily abused crafting professions because you got an insane amount of really fast XP from crafting profs. It's still like an okay way to get a free level now after the nerfs, but it gave you so much more experience in Dragonflight on launch. So what a ton of people were doing to get world first is they had like an army of 60 players working for them who, instead of leveling, would go around and farm herbs or etc. and funnel it to them. And then they would use that to power level professions and get a shit ton of XP that way until they hit cap. And that was one of the things that people were using in Dragonflight. Which, like, that's an army of 60 people helping you and millions of gold drained down the toilet just for a chance at world first. Like, fuck, count me out. I'd rather just do my questing route and be happy with my time. Also, has somebody, like, killed all of the Gorge Stalkers? There's a bunch over here. There's one over there. I don't want to use Chimera Shot because that would pull the Mushan. Anytime you make something competitive, people will find some ridiculous way to do it. Yeah. Here's the thing. It's like, I don't mind that people find really crazy strats. That's literally what I did at the start of this stream, right? But at a certain point, it's like, I especially don't like it because it's on an expansion launch. Like, I enjoy setting up these crazy strats to level really quickly when I have all the time in the world to organize it, and I'm doing it just like on my free time for fun. But on an expansion launch, there's like so many other things I'd rather be doing, like actually playing the game. Because, like I said before, this is my job, the speedrunning stuff. I still have fun doing these speedruns, right? I'm not saying I hate it, right? Of all the jobs to have, it is a pretty nice job. But it is still a job. A lot of these speedruns, I'm not going to sit there and like just speedrun characters completely for fun on my free time. I do it because I make videos on it, and I test leveling routes. The thing that I do for fun is raiding, and actually playing the game and optimizing my character and doing like endgame tanking stuff. And on an expansion launch, I'd just rather be doing that. I'd rather be actually playing the game, having fun, and doing the things that I enjoy doing. And obviously, you can get a nice mix of both. Like I said, the way the War Within is working, it's a little bit unfortunate for a lot of people, but I actually stand to benefit immensely because of how the pre-order thing is working. Because the whole, like, early access, that is actually just a godsend for me. And I say that as somebody who thinks it is a disgusting business practice. I think that it is absolutely fucking disgusting that Blizzard is selling early access to the expansion. I think it's terrible. I've said that for a while. I hate it. At the same time, I, more than basically anybody else, almost in the world, I would say, stand to benefit a shit ton from that. Because one of the biggest issues for me, like the last two expansions, is exactly what I just said. Having to juggle speed leveling content and playing the game and doing what I enjoy. And I usually have to sacrifice a lot of my early expansion enjoyment to test speed leveling stuff when I'd rather just be tanking dungeons and doing that fun stuff. The way that this early access works is I basically get 3 days where I can just do all of my speed leveling shit in those 3 days, and then when that's up, I get to actually play the game, right? And I don't miss out on anything. And that is, like, so fucking nice. So, I hate to say it, but I am actually really thankful that I have that opportunity. But at the same time, I would rather I didn't have that opportunity because I think it comes at the cost of, like, a shit ton of players' enjoyment. And it just makes the game worse. WoW having early expansion access is just fucking bad. It is just objectively making this game a worse experience for, like, the average person. So I do not like that. They have, you get early expansion access to the War Within from the pre-order bundle. Now, admittedly, I will say the one, and I can't believe I have to say this, I don't really want to, but it is technically not that much money. Which is, I've seen people using this defense of, you shouldn't be mad about the early access because it's actually relatively cheap compared to a lot of other games' early access. It's like, I think it, technically speaking, comes out to like $5 is what the actual early access is worth, quote unquote. Which, it's still $5, but like compared to how much some other games have charged for early access, I can understand why people are saying you shouldn't be upset, it's not that much. The main issue I have with it is the slippery slope. When you start charging for that, it just creates this really bad precedent. And yeah, it's cheap this time, but what's to stop Blizzard from, in the next expansion, saying, well, people liked it so much, we're going to charge $50 for early expansion access in Midnight. And that is why I hate when there's a bad business practice and people will defend it by saying, well, it's not that bad, you shouldn't complain. Like, no. Bad business practices are bad business practices, even if it doesn't negatively affect you. And to be clear, just to reiterate, it not only does it not negatively impact me, I stand to benefit more than anybody else from it, and I am still complaining because I think it is shit. So, I objectively stand to gain the most from this being in like a thing, more than almost anybody else in the world, and I still will complain that it exists because I think it's just shit. I think it is shit for the game's health as a whole. And I think it is shit that other people are basically getting charged out of what is one of the most fun experiences in World of Warcraft, which is playing on launch day with your friends. For the vast majority of people that I know, that is the best time to play WoW. And for many people, because not everybody has money to spend on stuff like this, I get it. Everybody has a price. And for many people, that price has now priced them out of that fun experience. And that sucks. That really sucks. Something that has never been the case before, we're just randomly tacking it onto a new expansion. I do not like that. And as much as I wish that I could sit here and say, like, oh, yeah, and in solidarity with those players, I'm not going to pre-order it. No, I'll be completely honest. I pre-ordered it the moment it was available. Because like I said, it is just objectively good for me from a business perspective, but that won't stop me from complaining about it. But like, I'll give you an example. Legend of Total War, a YouTuber I really like for, obviously, Total War stuff, he basically ended his, like, creator program, association with the company who makes Total War, Creative Assembly, and lost a ton of really important benefits because he did not approve of what that company was doing. Like, I have an insane amount of respect for him for doing that, because as somebody who does benefit immensely from having, like, beta access and stuff, I can only imagine how detrimental that must be to his ability to produce videos. And somebody willing to take a stand like that and lose out on something very important to, you know, speak their mind, I've already shown that I am unwilling to do that. I'm not going to stop pre-ordering the game on principle because I would be completely fucking myself. I wish that I was in a financial position where I could just say, yeah, I'm not going to pre-order The War Within because I think it's a dirty business practice. I got to do it. It sucks, but I got to do it. I literally do not have a choice. But I still think it's shit, and I still want to complain about it. $5 for early access is a steal. If the sub fee was keeping pace with inflation, it would be $31 right now. Yeah, see, I agree, right? I agree that it is not a lot of money, which is the only reason why I'm like, on it. But I think we can all agree that it is a very slippery slope. Obviously, they're not going to fire right out of the gate and be like, $30 for early access in the very first expansion. There would be massive outrage. But here's the problem. That is how they get you. That is how they get you. They start off with $5. It's the whole boiling frog thing. Start off with $5 for early access. You get people defending Blizzard because it's not that bad. Next thing you know, you're paying $50 for midnight pre-order and everybody is pissed and it's too late. So you gotta call these out. You gotta call these shitty practices out before they have a chance to get to that point. You need to. Like I said, I wish that I was in a position where I could take, a stand on this more than I am. I'm not. I am, you could say that I am an armchair activist, and I would hate to say it, but I would agree with you in this case. But it does piss me off. It really does. There we go. Did they nerf scaling? No? Hold on. No? Scared the shit out of me. I don't think that they've nerfed scaling. Let me just double check something. I've been waiting for the video from Harlden. Already gotten it to sub 2 hours. Yeah. Let me just double check. Because that spooked me. So there's like 60 new messages on my Discord, so I'm just scanning through really quick. I'm also giving roles to a few people. We're new. Welcome, new people. Okay, it doesn't look like any major... People are just discussing the strategy. Okay. Cool. Scared the hell out of me for a moment there. Whew. Anyways. Swap back over. Yeah, some guy in a dungeon told you, whoever you talk to in a dungeon is absolutely cooked as fuck. Okay, let's try. I saw it immediately. Come on. If I'm really fast, maybe I can make it. Oh no, why did it didn't register my input? Is it already dead? No way, it's already dead. I didn't even get a chance to target it. Oh my god, I give up. I'm never going for Galleon again. It dies too fast. Jesus fuck. Yeah, no, scaling, to my knowledge, has not changed within the last 30 minutes, so I think somebody lied to you. No, they're fine. Let me see what I missed. Is it really access? Early access, a bunch of other people are paying for it? Well, yeah, see, that's the thing. It's not early access, Eureka TV. If 7 out of 10 people get it, you're not really getting that far ahead. Serious players will buy it, so you're not really getting a leg up on others. Yeah, no, exactly. That is the problem with early access, right? Because you've hit the nail on the head. It's not early access. That is how this... Honestly, I think it's fair to call it a scam. That is how this scam operates, right? They sell you early access. They advertise it as, oh, you're just experiencing the story, right? And note how in any interview where people have asked Blizzard how they plan on preventing people from getting an advantage with gathering, with professions, with any of that stuff, They don't give answers, right? It does give you an advantage. There's like a few minor things that Blizzard has been like, by the way, you won't be able to do XYZ thing, like you won't be able to do mythic dungeons. Gee, I would hope not. It would be a fucking outrage if you did, because every single expansion you haven't been able to do mythic dungeons before the first weekly reset. That has always been a thing. That's not unique to the new early access thing. So that is how this scam operates. They tell you that it's just to experience the story, but it's not. And effectively, you're not paying to get early access. Oh shit, there's a rare. I hope somebody doesn't one-tap it before I have a chance to get the tag. Come on, come on, come on. Nice. Yeah, you're not paying for early access. You are paying to access the expansion launch. Basically, if you don't pay, you're just starting later than everybody else. It is just garbage. It is absolutely garbage. And that means that anybody who pays normal price is just losing value on their purchase. Because I can guarantee you that for 99% of players, as I said, the most fun part of World of Warcraft is always the current expansion launch. When everybody's playing, when everybody's having fun, when everybody's trying new things, if you're joining 3 days late, it's going to suck. All of the cool, fun shit will have already been discovered by the time you get there, and you're going to feel like you're just constantly behind. It's going to be a miserable experience. And you can thank Blizzard's greedy fucking asses for that. It sucks. What is this quest? Rescue Hemming. Okay, this quest is what, 8,000? I have to go into the water? Yeah, I'll pass. I'll go to Kunlai Summit now. Discovered and nerfed. Yeah, good point. A lot of the really broken stuff will probably be nerfed already by the time people get their hands on it. Yeah, it's... Blizzard will obviously, like... And here's the thing. I've seen people hard coping that, like, Blizzard already said there's XYZ things going to be disabled. And, like, sure, a lot of the really impactful things that, mind you, have always been disabled before the weekly reset will be disabled. But if you think that there is not going to be anything important that gets discovered and promptly nerfed in the time that early access is available, you are kidding yourself. This is World of Warcraft. This happens every single expansion. We all know that it's going to happen. Blizzard probably knows that it's going to happen. So what happens when people ask about it? They just don't answer. They're at least smart enough to know that if they try to tell people that, oh yeah, no, you'll definitely not get any advantage, whatever, with like stuff like that. No, we all know. We all know. It sucks. The early access cost you close to 2 million gold per account? Damn. Yeah. Even if it were $30, if you spread the cost out over 2 years, it comes out to $1 a month. I genuinely don't understand that comparison. You're not paying $30 for 2 years, though. You're paying $30 for 3 days early access in this hypothetical situation. So I don't understand what that is supposed to mean. Do you need to optimize your Twink or just do dungeons and clear it super fast? Well, you can still do dungeons with a very bare minimum Twink perfectly fine. Better than if you were doing it with level 70s, but I don't see why you wouldn't want to optimize it. It's entirely up to you as to how much time you want to invest in it. You're really loving the T-Mog hunt? You really hope they do this with Legion and Kata? Yeah, that would be cool. And they call that a world boss, yeah. As far as taking a stand for others, it's a thankless proposition. For every 1,000 people you sacrifice, there's 999 that wouldn't sacrifice if they were in your shoes. Yeah. It's why, like I said, I am not doing it myself. I am not in a position where I can do that. At the same time, though, I do have an immense amount of respect for people like Legend of Total War who will take that stance, even if it is going to lose them money. And in many cases, lose him viewers because, you know, there's going to be a lot of people who normally, myself included, I watched a lot of Legends, like, pre-release videos on Total War DLCs, and he obviously wasn't able to make those because he didn't have access. So, I have a lot of respect for people who are willing to do that because, like you said, it is a thankless proposition. But the people who are able to do that, who do have that level of principle that they're willing to stand by, yeah, it's impressive. Let's see, I can drop Frost armor, pick this up. You would give your firstborn and right arm for the bird form for your druid? Well, technically speaking, if you really want it, all you need to do is give 5 million gold to my guilds. I'm kind of joking. I mean, we do sell carries, but like, you know, don't buy from me. I would feel really weird selling carries to like somebody who knows that it's like me selling them and they're like an active viewer. I don't know. I would feel bad doing that, right? Because I don't want to like charge people for things. Obviously, my guild does sell carries, but I want you know, I want people in the carry group to just think of me as like that cool brewmaster monk who's doing all the damage, not some YouTuber. You can do all the weird math you want to justify it, but the game costs 50 euros and $90 for the bundle, or 90 euros for the bundle with early access. That's double the price. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. The only reason I'm giving the $5 comparison is because, like I said, I have seen people citing the $5. So, I am not necessarily saying that as my personal justification. I am saying that other people have been using that $5 number. And I am saying that even with the $5 number, it's important to understand that it is a bad deal. Bad deal in terms of, like, what we, the players, as, like, the game as a whole are getting. Unfortunately, it is a very good deal, an unmissable deal for many people, myself included, that I am forced to buy. So, yeah. Thoughts of the fastest trial boosting character? Monk DH Bear Priest. But I discuss it in a lot more detail in the second channel video, which goes into exactly that. So, yeah. Should have done this earlier, but I really need Victory Fire. Like, desperately need Victory Fire. Until I get AoE, that's going to be the only real way that I'll be able to do pulls like this. And actually kill mobs in a timely manner. You leveled the trial account, but how do you invite the alts that you want to boost to the party? It shows they're not found. /who, I assume, is what you're using. /who is just very broken. You have to add them to your friends list. And obviously, this should go without saying, but you need to be on the same faction. You don't buy the angle of behind on your professions. If the cost of early access is $5, then it would be financially prudent for every player to buy it. Yeah, I mean... like, yes. I understand what you're saying. Logically, it does make sense. It still feels bad. That one is one that I will give you credit on. If all you care about is getting your professions up and making golds, yes, that is a decently fair argument of, well, you will make enough to basically pay for your subscription, theoretically, if you buy it with gold, and then, in that case, any money that you're spending on it, you'd make back. I still think there's some gray there, but that is probably the fairest justification I have seen. That being said, I still think it is, you know, guaranteed that there will be some notable non-profession related exploit, using exploit loosely, but you guys know what I'm talking about, the whole exploit, early exploit often stuff, like frog farming, right? I think it's a great example of the type of thing that could be discovered. Somebody will find that out, a ton of early access players will use it, anybody without early access will be shit out of luck. Now, the one upside is if something like that does get found out because of the early access thing, I think Blizzard will be very heavily forced by community pushback to even the odds for people who were not able to benefit from something like that. They've kind of tried to do that and failed massively with frog farming, but when there is a monetary advantage tied to it, that is a little bit more pressing for them to address. Mastery. Yep, that's better. Just do this. Oh, hey, I mean, Slay's good. Now I finally have a Tinker slot to put my final available one. It doesn't work since player is not found. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. I mean, yeah, obviously, I mean, if you're not on the same server, then you can't invite characters. Like, I know for a fact that it works, so it must be that, like, some big oversight. You're like, on different servers, you're on different factions or something, where it's like, just, take a step back, make sure you're not missing anything obvious that is completely unrelated to level 20 Twinks. Thoughts on the fastest... Oh, I read that already. Where was I? Not sure who is in charge of deciding the sort of things for games at Blizzard, but they all seem to be so incredibly disconnected from the player base. Your favorite lately was the yellow dots are fun. What does yellow dots are fun mean? It's probably something obvious that I'm just misunderstanding. But I don't know what that means. Am I trying out questing speed from 10 to 70? Yep, that's exactly what this run is. It is a pure solo questing 10 to 70 run. Okay. Let's see. How is the math working out that pre-order is only $5? It's like $40 over the base cost. Is it because of the extra stuff? Yeah, so basically, what I'm referring to, right? And like I said, this is not my number. This is just a number that I have seen people throwing around. And I agree with you that it is bullshit math. I'm just referring to it because people have said it. Is people basically worked out that because you get like a free month of subscription time, they take $15 off the price. That one I do think is fair, right? You are just objectively saving money from that. But everything else, people are like mathing out what the relative price of all of the other stuff in the pre-order bundle is to say that it is roughly $5 to get the pre-order. But again, I kind of agree that it is kind of sus math because it's very favorable to assuming that, you know, Blizzard prices that stuff at the same, you know, metric that they're using. It is definitely whack math. I'm just saying because some people have argued, well, it's technically only $5. But the problem is, and it kind of ignores it, it is still bundled with the $40. So what a lot of people say that, but then they forget that to a lot of people, just getting the deluxe edition on its own is unreasonable. And a lot of people don't want the other bullshit that's bundled with it. And it's, to them, the entire thing is a waste of money. They just want to get the actual expansion. So for people who would just want to play World of Warcraft normally with their friends, which, again, forget all of this stuff about early advantages, because whenever I bring that up, people hyperfixate on it. And like, you know, Hamish, while you do make a good point, I think it's like the whole not seeing the forest from the trees here thing. While you make a good point about that one individual issue, about, you know, oh, do you get an advantage with professions? You could make an argument that professions maybe not so much. But let's not forget here that the main downside of this entire thing, the main reason why it is disgusting, is because it prices people out of the most fun experience that World of Warcraft has to offer. And you can't really put a price on fun. Or you can, it's $40 according to Blizzard, but you shouldn't, right? That's kind of bullshit. So whether or not, you know, the other, you know, advantages end up coming to fruition, it is still 3 days of fun, exclusive time that you will not have access to, that you have always had access to before. That is the issue with it. You spread the cost out the length of the expansion because that's the frequency with which you'd be purchasing it. I think that is a very bad argument. I will be completely honest. I don't understand how that makes sense at all. That it's the expansion, for starters, right? Keep in mind, we're getting more frequent expansions. So if we're getting more frequent expansions and the cost is increasing every single time because of pre-order shit, like, no, that's not a good defense. I was with you with the other thing of, like, technically, if you're looking at the pre-order bonus from a gold-making potential standpoint, it would be better to just buy it yourself. I simply do not understand what you're talking about with that. about, like, it technically isn't that much if you spread the cost out over the course of the expansion. $40 is $40, $5 is $5. You're getting an early advantage for 3 days. I mean, I genuinely don't understand the logic behind that one. Completely honest. You played this game 2 hours and 28 minutes and you reached max level? Nice. That's a really good time. Let's see. Alternatively, you can create your own community and you can invite from your own community that way. Well, oh, you mean, I see what you mean. Yes, yes, yes. That's a good point, Goose Comics. I didn't even consider that. I always forget that, like, that this exists, right? I have a community that I don't really use ever. I have this because, like, back in Shadowlands, people asked me to make one. Some people like it, I guess, and every, like, month or so, I get one question in that community that I answer. But it's, I always forget that communities are even a thing. I don't really use them a lot. It's kind of just like Discord with, you know, less features, if we're being real. Avoidance, leech, speed. Oh my, oh, holy avoidance. Holy speed. What is this gear? This is terrible. This is like actually trash gear. Goodness gracious. What class am I playing? This is Marksmanship Hunter. Cata Archaeology is the yellow dots thing. Huh. I still don't get it. I'm gonna be honest, I don't get what you mean. Yellow dots are fun refers to the dev that downplayed how bad the RNG is with archaeology when told players don't like. Oh, so it's a quote about a dev saying something in archaeology. Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, I'm unfamiliar with the quote, so I can't speak to that. But that sounds like the whole, you know, you think you do but you don't type deal. So I assume it's a similar case. But yeah. You were 1k digs in when you got your first purple. Yeah, it took me a while. I did eventually get my Zinrock on my Blood DK. But yeah, it's rough. Archaeology grind it's a tough one. I'm with you there. Right, now I need just to loot vegetables, I guess. Hi, Harleton. Really want to thank you for all your guides, tips, videos, and streams. Lots of information that you try to use yourself. Keep up the good work. Thank you. I'm glad you found it helpful. Why did that not loot the first time? That's weird. She tried to rationalize it by saying it's nice to have arc while leveling, that you happen upon dig sites, and yellow dots are fun. Yeah, that... Okay, that makes no sense. You never just stumble upon archaeology while leveling. That's definitely a really cooked thing to say. So I could definitely understand why people would be pissed off about that. Yeah, I need one more vegetable. You stopped after 50 digs. It'll only be valuable for a month at most. Now, I mean, this may be an unpopular thing to follow up the discussion with, but I actually like archaeology. It's one of those things where, like, I understand that my opinion is 100% not the one of the community, though. But I actually had a lot of fun doing archaeology. That is just because I found it to be a really chill thing to do. But I know a ton of people who did the archaeology farm and absolutely hated it. And I definitely think the idea of gear being locked behind that really sucks. So I completely understand not being a fan of it. Yeah, that's fair. Archaeology definitely passes the point of being fun when you've gotten everything except that one item that you need. That is definitely a fair point. Let's do this. Mob reset. Oh, they both evade bugged. Ah, crap. I should spend talents at this point. My time to kill is slowing down a little bit. Okay. You guess you're not very sympathetic to that argument because you started Dragonflight 4 months late because you had a newborn? I mean, sure. But, like... I'd say that's a little bit of a different comparison. It's also, like, if you're starting 4 months late, you're also already completely missing the first tier of the game. So it doesn't really matter to you at that point. It sucks because people who are starting 3 days late are still hoping to participate in the first tier of the game. They're not so late that they completely miss it, and they're at a disadvantage. So, I mean, that is one of those things where if you want to agree to disagree, completely fair, but you're definitely not going to sell me on that second point. Okay. Yeah, I think that's about as good as I'm going to get for Hunter talents. Hunter class talents are, like, kind of eh. You save $1 a month for the next 2 years, and you can buy early access even if the cost rises to $30. I don't think that's a good argument. Yeah. Hamish, I think saying that everybody should just be able to afford, you know, $1 a month extra is a little bit... Yeah. I mean, I fundamentally disagree with that. I think that's a little bit insensitive to some people's financial situations. Yeah. I fundamentally disagree with that, sorry. Shit. Let's pick Streamline. Yeah, that's fair. Death Blow. Multi-shot volley, right? I think I want trick shots first, because this is when MM comes online. So MM finally comes online at, like, exactly level 30 or 31. On a lighter note, you followed along with my 8 to 60 DH speedrun back in September on retail this past weekend, and it was great to try and keep pace. Your dungeon RNG wasn't nearly as good. Nice. I'm glad you enjoyed that, yeah. I had a lot of fun with that Demon Hunter speedrun. I wish I had more opportunities to do Demon Hunter speedruns, because, you know, they start at level 8 in retail, so it's really difficult to fit into my usual format, but I really like Demon Hunter, so I'm always looking for more opportunities to play it. I should... Instead of fighting these mobs one by one, I'll at least kill off this one. Useful pararacial there. I should do a big pull here. You leveled a character to 70 in 4 hours and 5 minutes. Nice. That's pretty good. Let me... I think I can tag that guy. Yeah. And, oh, I'm missing a quest. Okay, crap. Before I do anything else... This quest. Life is to be savored. Unfortunately, it's so hard to get trick shots here. I'm just, like, not in a really good trick shots location. Especially because I'm mostly hitting 2 targets. And these mobs are hard to round up because of the nature of, you know, them rooting themselves. Let's see. If I eat for $7 today and not eat for a week, you only spent $1. Yeah. 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 Why is that not working? Did that not? I'm so confused. Why did trick shots not trigger? Am I misunderstanding how trick shots work? Did it get changed? When multi-shot hits 3 or more targets, your next aim shot will ricochet and hit up to 5 additional targets. It didn't look like that happened. Yeah, it only got 1 hit. Why did that not work? Why is 3 days of early access dumb? I mean, I'm not going to literally repeat all the reasons that I just outlined over the last 30 minutes of why it's dumb. Rewind the stream a little bit. I just got done explaining why it's dumb. Frankly, though, I would hope that you understand. I hope that nobody thinks that early access is a good thing. Because, like, most people I've seen defending early access, it's usually like, and I know it sucks, but, and then they explain why they think it's okay. But, like, I genuinely could not understand people who, like, just uncritically defends early access. Why is it not working? I'm not getting... It says trick shots, okay. If I use aim shot, okay, it does work. It's just that it's not highlighting like it should. Yeah, early access for single-player games. I mean, that's, yeah, completely different story. Yeah. That is just, different. I agree with that. That's perfectly fine. The problem is when your early access comes at the cost of other players. Which is always going to be the case in multiplayer games, just by their very nature. See. This is definitely not my first character in this event, not even by a long shot. You'll just wait for heroic gear for archaeology? Yeah. It's not really that worth it. I only did it because I got everything else that I needed for Prebis, and I was just like, fuck it, why not? May as well, if I had time. Though, if I... Basically, the day that I got my Zinrock was the last day that I planned on doing archaeology. If I hadn't gotten Zinrock on that very day, I would have completely given up. Because I just wouldn't have had time to farm for it afterwards. Early access is dumb. It's going to break up friend groups and make launch just feel worse for a lot of people. It's not a bonus. It's just not getting it as a punishment. Yep. Couldn't have said it better myself. Exactly. Yeah, I would hope that is pretty straightforward for most people. I really don't think you need to think critically on it too much to understand why it is just a bad practice. And again, just to reiterate, you can stand to benefit personally from it and still think it is bad. Like me. I stand to benefit more than pretty much anybody, and I still think it is a bad practice. There we go. Did I get all the quests? Yeah. You've gotten a bunch of DMs from 40 groups wanting you to boost them, and you just want 65 plus? Yeah. You feel bad for insta-leaving because they're so slow. Yeah, it's like... I don't know. I actually, surprisingly, I have not had anybody ask me to requeue with them. The few times that I've tried to re-queue with the people in my group, they usually just decline and leave, which... Alright. I think the correct way to think about it is like saving for a house. You don't scrounge up for a down payment, you plan and save accordingly. Yeah, but like this is a video game. Right? It's not a house. I think that's not a good comparison. I'm sorry. And, like, at the end of the day, I get that it's a business, and I understand why Blizzard's doing it, but I can still think that it sucks. Like, here's the thing. In all of their marketing materials, right, obviously Blizzard's going to say, the reason that we're doing early access is because people have told us, and this is genuinely what they say, if you watch any of the times when they try to defend this, they'll say, players in the past have told us that they always feel so rushed at the start of expansions, and we just wanted to provide a good alternative for those players who just really want to see the story. And this is for them. This is for all you guys who you really want to experience the story, but you just don't have time. Just pay us more money, and then you can experience the story. Right? And obviously it's not that, it's money. Like, we all know that it's for money. Which, like, I think that's an important thing to note, right? But at the same time, why should we be defending a big AAA gaming company asking for more money for features that used to be baseline? Like how, I'm sorry, but how can you defend this? I didn't think that I would really need to have this conversation. Like, it's one thing to basically say the cost is not that bad. And like I said, there is the argument of, we all know that it sucks, but, is it acceptable? Is it only sucky to an acceptable degree? But, like, trying to just say that it's okay that companies are charging extra for basic features, like that, I really just, I don't know what to say to you. I think that is either an extremely privileged take, like the whole just view it like saving for a house, a thing that a vast majority of people will never buy. I know that's not the comparison, but the same idea of just view it like you're being efficient with your money. A lot of people don't have money. A lot of people view video games as a way to escape from reality and, have fun with their friends, and they're now being priced out of that fun escape. And like, yeah, I don't think we should be condoning that. Frankly, I did not expect this to be nearly as controversial of a topic as it is. Frankly, every single other time that I've even brought this up, it has been pretty unanimous that, everybody agrees. I've not really encountered anybody. And, like, look, you're entitled to your own opinion, right? Like, but I do fundamentally disagree with this entire line of thinking. Privileged people paying the bills to keep the subscription price low? I don't. I know that you said this earlier, and I kind of looked over it. I think the subscription price argument is really also a weak one, because I've also seen people bring that up, and it's so weak that I didn't even want to address it, but since it's been mentioned multiple times now, you could also make the argument that WoW shouldn't even have a subscription price, right? Very few MMOs these days have a sub price. The entire purpose of the sub price in the first place was that, the game is constantly supported, and it's necessary for, like, server costs and whatnot, which are obviously significantly lower now relative to when the game first came out. So you can use the inflation argument as much as you want, but let's not pretend that Blizzard absolutely needs the sub costs to make money, especially because we have an in-game shop that has more things added to it with every passing year. So no, that's just not a good argument. You could literally remove the sub costs from WoW and this game would still be profitable. That is nowhere near the intelligent argument that you seem to think it is. There's a reason why there are shit tons of free-to-play MMOs out there, and mind you, a lot of them are also pay-to-win, right? So that is the main reason why WoW can even get away with having a subscription price. Why WoW and, like, Final Fantasy. Because like other MMOs that are pay to win, obviously that is the main downside of there not being a subscription. And the moment that WoW adds any pay to win whatsoever, this game is fucking dead. Because a million people like me will immediately jump ship. And I mean like blatant pay to win. A lot of people will say, oh, well, you can buy mythic raid boosts. That makes it pay to win. That's not what I mean. The moment that I am simply unable to get the same like damage, healing, whatever, as another person who spent money on something in the store that gives their character more power. A good example, and one of the only things that I just objectively dislike about Guild Wars 2, a game that I otherwise really like, is the fact that you can buy legendary weapons with gold. The fact that you can just pay money and go to the auction house and buy one of the legendary weapons that is supposed to be like a long grind. Now, in ArenaNet's defense, the company who makes Guild Wars, they have noted that that was a terrible mistake and all future legendaries are no longer purchasable. So they have recognized that they fucked up with that one, but obviously they can't take... they can't undo that. But it is a very big downside, in my opinion, to Guild Wars 2, and is one of the big glaring issues I have with that game. Something like that, if WoW does that, yeah, no. Yeah, the token, I think, is a little bit of a, you know, weird thing, and some people will argue that with BOEs, the closest we've gotten is, like, corruptions. The problem with the legendary thing in Guild Wars 2 is it is just objectively the best weapon in the game. That is the main reason why I feel that is an issue. World of Warcraft, you can buy some BOEs, and, like, yeah, that is, like, borderline pay-to-win, but not really. There are very few cases, like, obviously, Classic is very pay-to-win in some areas, which is why I, generally speaking, don't take it quite as seriously. Like, Edgemaster's handguards are pay-to-win. Stuff like that. But that has not really crept into retail as of late. And the thing about stuff like Edgemaster's handguards is... the reason why nobody gave a shit back then is the view of that kind of stuff, of like having these exclusive items that you could buy off the auction house. Everybody viewed that a little bit differently back in the day. Nobody was upset that items like that existed. It was more viewed as like it's cool that this thing is something that you can obtain. Nowadays, of course, where everybody is very performance driven, we kind of look down on that stuff a little bit more, but obviously that was not always the case. If you're correct, the token itself is more expensive than a month sub, so Blizzard is making more money in tokens than subs? Yeah, exactly. Exactly, you are correct. Which is also why, and mind you, I think this is bad, professions lately have been extremely expensive. And they really need to start toning it back, because it is getting a little bit ridiculous. Professions in Dragonflight required a shit ton of gold, an unreasonable amount of gold. Nowhere near as bad as Shadowlands, though, where if you wanted to be competitive in raiding, you needed to literally shell out, like, millions of gold. Or buy tokens, which is what everybody else did. Shadowlands, in that sense, was actually very pay-to-win, and I think it was really shit. You could, technically speaking, get away with it, and, yeah, I mean... I'm not going to pretend that WoW hasn't made a lot of bad decisions that teeter on the brink of pay-to-win. The moment they fully cross that threshold, yeah, it's going to be rough. We can agree to disagree? Yeah, for sure. Like, that's the thing. As long as I can tell you that I fundamentally disagree with your opinion, you can tell me that you fundamentally disagree with my opinion, and we're both, like, okay with it and not mad. I mean, that's what freedom of speech is all about, right? I only get upset when people, obviously there's hard lines, like, right? You know, racism is bad. I think we should hopefully all agree on that. There are topics like that which, you know, if somebody were to disagree with my opinion that I consider to be basic, which unfortunately, and I'm only going to briefly mention this before I cause a shit show, unfortunately, certain politicians do not agree on that, and blows my mind. Blows my mind how that is even a political issue on racism bad, but apparently sometimes it is, because, you know, the United States is absolutely fucked these days. But I am going to just mention that, and then we're going to drop it, and we're not going to delve into that issue again. But yeah, United States politics are fucked these days. When basic social issues become a matter of politics, you know your country's fucked. The last time I really got into politics and mentioned it on my stream back in Shadowlands, I got swarmed, or my Discord got swarmed by people spamming the N-word, so I don't want to do that again. Let me move this over here. That was not a fun time. And just put these gems in there. I'll just put more leech gems. Actually, I think I have exactly enough slots for every single one of my green gems. Perfect. You hate politics, but you also kind of feel the need to advocate for yourself? Yeah. Like, it is wild. I know I really shouldn't talk about this a lot, but it is wild how we went from, like, no taxation without representation and dumping tea into the harbor to, like, one side wants basic human rights and the other side doesn't. Wow, how the fuck did this country go so wrong? But unfortunately, there are those people who, you know, yeah. And if I talk about it, they are going to go absolutely apeshit and start spamming MAGA, 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 and all that fucking crazy-ass bullshit. And I just really don't want to fucking deal with that, so I'm just going to stop talking about it. But, I guess I'll end that topic by saying, make sure you fucking vote. Because, holy fucking shit, the last thing I want is for this country to have a fucking convicted criminal in the fucking White House. Please, for the love of fucking God, if you can vote, go fucking vote. Dangerous territory, where's the anti-politics add-on? Yeah. Yeah, I know. I don't want to talk about it too much, but... I have... You will vote, but you don't think your vote will reach the US? Well, I appreciate you guys standing in solidarity, at the very least, yeah. Politics is one of the very few things that I have extremely strong opinions on, and I, generally speaking, don't talk about. I usually am, you know, happy to rant about anything that I feel strongly on, even if it's, like, a really stupid thing. But unfortunately, it is just one of those things where, you know, you talk about it too much, it draws the crazies out of the woodwork. The only reason I don't mind too much is, like, there are certain people who, like, I genuinely don't give a shit if they watch my channel or not, if they think a certain way, so, like, I don't really care. It is mostly, like I said, I just don't want to fucking deal with them. So. Separation of WoW and state. Nice. Yes. Is this treasure up? No. Did I pick up the quest? I think I did. It was just a little bit of a bug. You love what I'm saying, so true, all of it, but don't hurt yourself here. As you said, the other side is vindictive and small, they'll make it your problem. Yeah. What was the add-on called? What add-on are you talking about? Which one? The one with the gems. Oh, Narcissus. Narcissus is the add-on that gives you this thing. One character and you got most of the cloth mogs? Bless up. Nice. Is this an upgrade? No. Let's see. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you. I appreciate you stopping by the stream.
Many wares. Good fortune to our friends.
I think I need to kill one of these mobs to get the quest to pop up, right? Doing heroic vaults in your new purple legs is still worse than your green legs. Yeah, it's tough. It's so rough. I really don't know why avoidance can even roll on gear or speed. Speed, honestly, I don't care as much because, like, it's actually not bad at a certain point, but it still just gets wasted half the time. And avoidance is just dog water. Like, why would you ever want avoidance on gear? It's so bad. You only care to make sure you get the cloth one since the last 5 days they'll up the bronze gain for sure. Yeah. I mean, they probably will up the bronze game, but if all you care about is transmog, it's already really easy to farm that. The only issue with bronze right now is getting it on one character to get your character powered up. Fastest 10 to 70, I have a video on my channel about exactly that. So just go to my main channel page. It should probably be one of the first things on there, because it was uploaded literally, like, about 24 hours ago, almost exactly. Speed, Leech, and Avoidance should just be bonuses. Yeah. Crazy, right? Almost like that's exactly how they work in regular WoW. Why would they change it? I don't know. It is so weird. They are literally called tertiary stats for a reason. I have no idea who at Blizzard thought it would be a fun idea to add them as secondary stats for this mode only. Why would anybody want that? It was Mastery Speed Purple versus Green Crit Haste Mastery Legs? Yeah. I mean, honestly, on a Havoc Demon Hunter, until you hit speed cap, Mastery Speed is not the worst thing in the world. That is definitely worse than, like, Versatility Avoidance or something. But it's still not ideal. Oh, I need to turn in the quest. Speed on your boosting character priest feels good. Yeah, it's really nice. That one at least has some use case, especially at lower levels, like you said. But the problem is you're eventually going to get all the speed you need just from your cloak. So you don't actually need speed rolls on your gear. So long term, for almost every class, if you have like an extremely beefy cloak, you want to go with Mastery Verse, just because that isn't capped. Or it is capped, but it's going to take you a very long time to hit that cap. I don't even know, what is the verse cap? Somebody said it's 237 for Mastery, but like, verse, I'm not even sure what it is. Oh crap, I'm being stupid. There we go. Think we should allow aliens to land and take over politics? You'd be down for Yoda 2028? I honestly better than any of the candidates. Once you have legendary gems and that boosting character, you don't really care about stats on gear anymore? Yeah, I'd be pretty much. Pretty much. Bring the yak herd in. Okay. This one, I'm just going to do slow flying because it's just better than having to do a bob and weave on the dragon riding mount. You met a guy in Mythic SOO that had all avoidance gear, and his reason was that when his cloak is maxed out, it'll be good. I mean, yeah. Admittedly, I am still saving my avoidance gear. Because technically speaking, avoidance, if you have like 1 million stats on your cloak, avoidance will be the only stat at that point that does anything. But it's maybe a little bit too early to be running that setup. Avoidance caps at 40%? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that it does, but the thing is, we only get avoidance from gear, so theoretically, we should never be able to hit that cap. Is it possible if you have full avoidance gear to get 40%? Can I loot that mob? No, I was out of range. Oh, you actually have avoidance cap? Oh, jeez. I did not realize you could get that much. Alright, well. Interesting. The one interesting thing about it is there's, What's that tinker that gives you group-wide avoidance? I think it's called Freedom. Oh, I barely got that interrupt off in time. And the thing about Freedom is it doesn't actually give you 20% avoidance. It gives you 20% more avoidance compared to what you actually have. The wording is bad. All blue avoidance gear and full armor gems when the cloak is maxed. Yeah, true. Armor gems will also be really nice. But that's, like, really long term. What do I still need? Stolen Lucky Dues. Okay. Avoidance is essential for raids. Instead of taking 20 million damage, you take 14 million damage. That's a fair point, yeah. I didn't even consider that. But, like, at the same time, Chori, are you actually dying to that damage? Like, don't you just have enough health to, like, take 20 million damage to the dome? And it, like, barely puts a dent in you? Maybe I'm misunderstanding how difficult Mythic SOO is, but, like, I'm pretty sure it doesn't matter. Unless you were being sarcastic in the first place, in which case, yeah. Mastery cap on Boomkin is 84% and 94% for Guardian, which basically requires no mastery rolls on gear at all. Damn. That low? Oh. So I guess it depends on the spec, then, for mastery. Just adds a flat 20% of what you already have, yeah. Just got done with all raids in normal. Your paladin was level 50 when you started today. Your head and hands hurt. I feel that. I did that grind like a week or two ago, and it was rough. Definitely took a while. How much XP do I have? Oh, I can just see on the weak aura. 139%. Not bad. We're not doing any raids and stuff. Oh, that's definitely an upgrade. And let's unsocket that. Lightning Rod's not bad. Also, since I'm right next to the Temple of Nizal, I'm going to go buy some more gems. They changed the Freedom tooltip to be accurate. Okay, that's good to know. Same story for the Leech one? Yeah. WoW needs an add-on that specifies next to every percent tooltip whether it's additive or multiplicative. Yep, I agree. That would be nice. God, Kunlai Summit music fucking slaps, man. I mean, all MoP music slaps, but doing these quests and stuff has always reminded me of just how much I love the music from this expansion. Every single zone is just so good. It's this person. Might as well just buy more. Why not? MoP was the peak of WoW for you? Honestly, I'd agree. I would agree. It's so overkill if you have hit no ending on all stats, you can probably one-shot. Oh yeah, for sure. No, I don't disagree with you, Oxara. You are absolutely correct. That would just be, like, honestly, for fun anyways. On Fury Warrior, you have 130% haste, 190% mastery, and 100% verse. Well, haste stops giving value after 100%, right? But versatility... Did anybody say what the verse cap is? If somebody did, I missed it. I'm not sure what it is. I apologize if you said it and I was just blind. I should be able to get all sockets. Your first 70 is a BM Hunter, and he's still way easier during 55 to 70 than your other 70s with extra bonuses. Yeah, I could see that. Let's go with Speed, and then Leech. You know what? Actually, let's pop out one of the... No, one of the What is my mastery? Kind of like that. Let's pop out a verse gem. Oh no, but that's good. Screw it. I don't need that much leech. I want the big armor gem. Go with that. Mage was much easier than your monk. Well, your second character is always going to be easy, but... I mean, monk theoretically should be easy. Monk is, like, one of the better leveling specs. That being said, mage is also really good, so... If you're familiar with mage, then it should probably feel easier than if you're, like, unfamiliar with monk. But I would say both of those classes are among the best in terms of leveling efficiency. What daily is this? I didn't even know this was a thing. Huh. That's interesting. You're being sarcastic? Oh, okay. I get what you mean. Last one, and there we go. You get enough passive mitigation from versatility, so you either don't take damage or get one shot. Yeah, makes sense. Overshot that a little bit. Greetings, friend of the Grumbles. Tell me, what's your lucky do? Ah, shit. Okay, so I need the quest in this cave. Also, before I forget, let me stop and spend talent points. I have a few to spend. Okay, so... what do I want? I definitely want volley, I know that for a fact. When trick shots fades, your next kill shot will... Oh, yeah, we want that. Wait, kill shot now gains trick shots? Okay, alright, definitely want that. I kind of want tactical reload, though. Here's the thing. I don't know if I'm actually going to get enough damage out of this bleed. I don't really know how much I care about that. I think I go down here and go for tactical reload and Serpent Stalker's Trickery, and then I could take this just to get to the bottom section of the tree. Doesn't really matter. How is MM Hunter feeling? I mean, it's definitely not the fastest. We already knew that. I felt like playing it. It's one of those where I knew that it wasn't going to be fast. I genuinely I wanted to test it more. Because it's one of those that I don't play very often, but I wanted to see how it felt at low levels. And, yeah, pretty much what I expected, but it's still interesting. It's nice to play something where I'm not insanely overpowered and just spamming one button and one-shotting everything. Wonder how many people still play this mode after 1 month when most have enough bronze and also the War Within beta will be out? Probably not many, yeah. But, yeah. Level 70, 333 item level in Mage and just can't get invited to anything because you're too low level. Yeah, I mean, either make your own groups or ultimately farming your own. I understand that it sucks, though. I'm right there with you. Volley I want on T. At this point... Okay, kill command is no longer scaling well enough. I should drop it. Am I going to get any other rotational buttons? Not really. I think I can just do this. Yeah. Yeah, most of the other things that I get as MM are cooldowns. Alright. I'll put Steady Shot back on my bars just on the off chance that for whatever reason I need it. But I doubt I will. I guess the only advantage is that it's usable while moving, so there's technically a situation right now where I could theoretically need it. But not really. Nice. Purple weapon's a random tertiary stat, or can it be secondary as well? It can be secondary, yes. I have a mastery and a crit weapon on my Demon Hunter. Oh crap, I didn't refresh trick shots there. Okay, that wasn't too bad. I guess this is a case where using steady shot's not bad, while I run further into the cave. Yeah, the biggest issue with Marksmanship Hunter is, like, it honestly doesn't feel bad right now, but it took me 30 levels to get to this point. Whereas Guardian Druid is already mostly complete at level 11, and Windwalker Monk is basically complete at, like, level 15, pretty much. And you just get bonuses on top of that. It's what I always say about the early levels are so much faster for those other classes. And even then, like, I'm still getting a ton of benefits on Guardian and Windwalker at this level. It's not like you just stop gaining power. But basically, MM takes a while to get to a point where it feels like it's even playable. Windwalker and Bear get there almost immediately, and Rogues never get there. So that's the difference with Rogues at the very least. Thoughts on Blood DK? I don't really enjoy it, I'm gonna be honest. So I say that as I mained Blood DK for like almost all of Amir Drasul this past year. So I've played it. It's not like I haven't. I do not really enjoy Blood DK. I think the current playstyle is just not really that fun. It's miserable to level as a Blood DK. It's absolutely terrible. And it is so weird that playing Cataclysm Blood DK is genuinely like 5 times more fun than it is in retail. It is insane to me that they have made the spec feel so much worse with changes over the years. It's kind of depressing. Whereas, like, almost every single other tank that I played in Cataclysm, it's fun, but I'm like, oh, I really like a lot of the retail changes that make this part of the spec feel better. And then Blood DK, it's just straight up, I enjoy Cataclysm Blood DK more than retail Blood DK. It's not fun to play. Blood DK is good early on with Blood Boil? No, it's not. I'm sorry, it's just not. Blood DK is, without a doubt, one of the worst specs for leveling. It is just not good. Blood Boil it's a charge-based AoE. It is actually just objectively one of the worst low-level AoEs. At the very least, they have one, which makes them better than Rogues, but it's really bad. I think, if I recall correctly, I put Blood DK at the absolute bottom of B tier. It barely got spared C tier, because, like, at the very least, you can level with it. Like, Blood DK, it's so weird, because it has a functional kit, but everything just feels so bad. So, you're going to be able to level, and you'll not die, at the very least. That's the one thing Blood DK is going for it, but that applies to a lot of specs while leveling. So Blood DK won't die, but it's going to take you a long fucking time. Death Knight in general has severe issues with its leveling experience. The way that the talents work is really bad. Now, that being said, what I've seen so far in The War Within looks really good. All of the Death Knight changes, at least for Blood, that I've looked at, and like the class tree changes in general for leveling, look fantastic. So fingers crossed that it ends up feeling a little bit better, But as it stands, it's really bad. There we go. For whatever reason, that guy took a little bit longer than usual to activate. There we go. Every tank is pretty much self-reliant nowadays. Yeah, and the thing is, there's a lot of DPS specs like Havoc and Windwalker that are relatively self-reliant too. Rep Paladin, etc. So, yeah. It's not really much of a strength for Blood DK. Now, that being said, Blood DKs in endgame content are significantly more self-reliant than other tanks. But while leveling, that's just not really a case to be made for it. The amount of times when I get comments on my leveling tier list and people say, oh, Blood DK is like unkillable. How can you say that an unkillable tank like that is bad? And I'm just like, have you literally ever leveled another tank? And I'm pretty sure the people saying that have literally never leveled another character. They think that Blood DK is really good because, it's super self-reliant. And it's like, yeah, but everybody is self-reliant now. There's more specs right now for leveling in retail that are self-reliant than specs that aren't. I mean, even like Shaman and stuff has really good self-healing. There's plenty of really good tanky, like, self-sustaining DPS specs. Let's just take that out and... you leveled Blood DK and MoP Remix, and you were topping the charts when you did the leveling raid. I mean, it's nice, but, like, it doesn't really mean a lot. I was also topping the charts on my Windwalker monk. Like, the Tinkers kind of skew things. Realistically, it's like, did you get the good Tinkers while leveling? Congratulations, you're probably going to top the charts, so... It's hard to really get too much of an understanding of what that means, topping the charts, in the context of this mode. And I can assure you that it has nothing to do with Blood DK's ability to output damage, because it does not at lower levels. Especially considering there's a lot of Tinkers here that scale off healing. I could see it maybe being a little bit better in this mode than in standard leveling, but not by that much of a significant margin. Also, there's a rare up there. Would like to kill it. Hopefully it doesn't get sniped before I get a chance to. I actually still have not managed to get this rare on my Demon Hunter. It's one of the few rares I've never managed to get in Kunlai Summit. Every single time I see this, it gets sniped right out from under me a second before I land, and it feels awful. I'm always just miserable when that happens. Especially because now it has happened multiple times, so, like, every time it happens again, I'm just like, are you serious? How many times can I miss this stupid rare? What's the new tech for farming bronze? Not sure if there's like a really super special method these days. There we go. Nice. Wow, a lot of threads just from killing those mobs. Mastery or crits? Let's go with crits. And take Explosive Barrage and Lightning Rod. Leech. That is Mastery. Yeah, that's at least... new Tinker. I guess I'll take Frost Armor. Might as well. There's Trailblazer. Bulwark of the Black Ox. Well, I already have Thundering Orb, but if I didn't, I'd be happy to see that. Let me scroll up. A lot of messages, so I fell behind a little bit. Love the monk until level 65, then you started dying to quest mobs. Eh. I mean, technically that can happen to anybody if you don't upgrade your gear. I'm not saying that you didn't, but, like, realistically speaking, everybody's gonna feel bad at level 65. I guess Mage has an advantage in that sense because it can kite really well, so, like, if the mob can't hit you, it can't do damage, but... eh. The main downside of playing a monk right now in Remix for leveling is that you don't have PvP talents. That is definitely a major downside for monk, because it is one of the few specs that benefits extremely heavily from PvP talents. It's still fine without it, but yeah, that's a downside for sure. Also, why did my pet die? My pet is dead. Oh. Where is pet utility? Revive pet. You tried boosting characters before your booster was fully set up, so it's been interesting. Honestly, it's still a nice thing to do, I would say. Because any experience is free experience, right? Even if you're not fully ready, you're still going to be leveling up your characters at a slow pace, but then you're doing that while also getting your other character, the one that you're going to use for boosting more threads and stuff, and then eventually it'll be able to do boosting ridiculously quickly, so it's not even really a downside. Yo. This is an awkward pull, because there's casters. So... Crap, Can I get full trick shots value? I might need to do this. There we go. Okay, we're fine. Oh, I already have Tuft of Yak Fur. MM Hunter at the early stages is pretty painful because you have no AoE skills. Yeah, exactly. Once you have AoE skills, your low-level advantage will be gone. Exactly. Yeah, that's a really good way to describe it, I would say. It gets AoE at the time when you don't really care. It's still nice, but you'd rather you had it before, because now it's a little bit trickier to do massive AoE pulls, and obviously you're not a tank, so you don't really have that going for you. Let's summon Lorewalker Cho and just get this next quest at the very least. Going to do Volley. And... nice. This is awkward. I should kill this one first, because that will start the next bit of RP. But having to aim shot down this mob is going to really suck. That said, I can never really complain about MM, because again, I asked for this. I definitely pushed you guys to vote for this, so this isn't even a case of like, chat voted for something miserable that, is really slow that I would hate. I literally said that I wanted this, and I do. It's fun to get to test stuff like this. It's a nice little challenge. Or rather, it will be a nice little challenge as long as it doesn't take me 6 hours and I'm not able to get food before raid. Then I will regret my decisions. Let's see. Survival Hunter is OP for leveling? Yeah, I agree. Survival Hunter is really nice. I wouldn't say it's OP, but, like, it is the best Hunter spec. And it is definitely a nice spec for leveling. For sure. Over here. Lorewalker Cho. Skip Lorewalker Cho. Alright, this quest, whenever there's multiple people doing this one, this quest absolutely sucks. Also, I'm just going to take Steady Shot off my bars because I keep fat fingering it when I don't want to. And the fact that it's uncancelable is actually just the dumbest shit ever. Wow, that was painless. Wow. I have had some times where this quest takes literally 5 minutes. It is bad in a lot of cases. Oh, don't hit the wind trap. Alright, we're good. What add-on do I have for auto-accept quests? Leatrix Plus. You level a rogue first to 476 item level, now you're leveling a blood DK. Wow. I feel bad for you, but, you know, more power to you at the same time. Blood DK is very boring in retail, but some people enjoy it because they enjoy the self-reliance, yeah. Rogue, even at retail right now, is a terrible class for solo leveling. It's pretty bad, yeah. I assume you'll be working on speed leveling soon through the War Within beta. I will be doing one stream on Wednesday when it comes out, and then I will not be touching it for a month. So, yes and no. I am not going to be doing extensive War Within testing until, like, about a month or two before launch. Month and a half before launch is, like, a good point. Because keep in mind, there are usually constant changes, and the last thing I'm going to do is a bunch of test runs that get completely invalidated because Blizzard changes things. That would just be a complete waste of my time. Outlaw didn't feel too bad when leveling. Outlaw is the worst leveling spec in the entire game. Let's see. 400 plus for heroic raid is so overkill, yeah. Get to 556 item level and tell me blood is top damage in raid, yeah. I mean, blood might have been top damage in raids with the Word of Salvation cheese, actually, unironically. But not outside of that. You can press escape to cancel Steady Shot? Oh, really? Okay. Well, that's good to know. Fuck it, I'll put it back on my bars then. And... do that. Focused aim, tactical reload, and Serpent Stalker's trickery. You can also auto-attack while steady shotting auto-attack other mobs. Interesting. I did not know that. What's the new tech for farming bronze? I don't know if other people answered. Is it... yeah, running heroics is pretty good. People said that these rares plus those open world bosses will also drop toys and mounts like in retail. Did you get any such drops? I have not gotten any of, like, the rare toy drops, but I have, like, almost all of them, so it's hard for me to say. It might be that I can't get them because I already have basically every single one. I've gotten, like, one or two random knick-knack items off rares that, like, I think are supposed to be, like, special drops, but I don't know for sure. I will say, it has, generally speaking, felt like most mobs don't drop their regular retail loot. Like, I have not gotten really any special item off any raid boss or world boss or rare that I've killed. So, I think you might be right that something is weird there, but it's also really hard for me to say for sure. I would love to know if, like, has it been confirmed that you can actually get the mounts by, like, killing Galleon? Because I'm pretty sure that, for instance, you know, Son of Galleon's saddle, right? I don't actually think it can drop from Galleon in Remix, unless somebody has confirmed that they got it, because I just have not seen a single person that I know actually loot it. At the same time, though, there's probably a lot of people who already just bought it with bronze because they're just like, fuck it, why not? But I'm really curious about whether that is even possible. You have not seen it yet? Yeah. Like, who knows? It may be possible, and maybe we just haven't happened to witness it. But it does seem weird that I haven't heard reports of it happening more often. Blue Post said world bosses drop mounts just before launch. Yeah, see, that's the thing. I believe that. I remember reading it. I was pretty sure. So I'm glad I'm not crazy. But it does feel like, anecdotally, and I will admit this is pure anecdotal stuff, but it does feel like we haven't gotten drops. Now, at the same time, I could just have really unlucky, like, really bad RNG. Other people that I've talked to have really bad RNG. But if, like, I have gotten barely anything, and my friends, for the most part, have gotten barely anything, and I haven't heard of anybody actually getting a mount drop, and people in chat are telling me that it feels like it isn't actually dropping what it's supposed to, it just feels like everybody who I've spoken to is also getting very low random loot drops, and I haven't heard of anybody who's actually getting it. So, something feels off. I can't say for sure, but I think we can all agree it feels weird. Blue Post also said no Garrosh heirlooms. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I just feel like I would have gotten something by now. Outside of, like, what I've gotten for reference is random knickknacks on Timeless Isle. Which, like, okay, but I'd rather get something substantial. So that's why I'm not 100% sure if it is not dropping. Because I have gotten, like, one or two, not like toys or anything, but like little consumable things from Timeless Isle. It's like, I don't know. You feel like the loot table has been changed for remix? Yeah. It feels different. Yeah, there's 2 mobs, so I won't be able to do trick shots. Let's just do aim shot for this one. And... I can get this, then I can do trick shot rapid fire, and then a trick shot aim shot. Was that not? Yeah, like I really, this feels buggy. My trick shots just did not get consumed. You can see that I have it. It just didn't fucking work. I really don't know what's happening here when that occurs, because it's happened multiple times. Okay. I have trick shots for sure, 100%. That time it worked. I have trick shots again. Okay. Now it's working. I don't know. What do I need? Bloodstained Blade. Alright, let's grab that. Can't decide if you should do 10 to 70 in one day or stack up a couple of raid clears. I think both methods are pretty fine. I would say if you want to level multiple characters, definitely do raids. I think that's a more effective way to level. But there's really no right or wrong way to do it. Oh my god. I'm gonna at least start this so that the quest... I have to get the draft in his hut. There should be a quest to kill prickly crawlers. I'm not 100% sure, but multi-shot works like some sort of cone, so if something is too far to the side, it won't hit. Multi-shot can be finicky, yeah. I mean, it's definitely finicky, that's for sure. I'm just trying to understand why sometimes it doesn't consume it. What's weird is, like, it's not that I'm not getting trick shots, because I am in these situations. It's just not consuming it. That's the part that I don't understand. I get trick shots, and then it just doesn't work. Yeah, like there, my kill shot is supposed to consume trick shots, and it just didn't. So I have no idea what that's about. Yeah, I mean, I know how volley works, yeah. That wasn't what it was, though, because that was... The one that I was confused about was a multi-shot trick shots. That one worked. Now that I complain about it, it works. So, like, maybe that's the problem. That time it didn't consume. Am I crazy? I definitely took a talent that said... Kill shot... Oh, it grants the trick shots effect. Okay, so that one I'm wrong. But I still don't know why the aim shot was a thing. Damn. It would actually be pretty sick if kill shot benefited from trick shots. That's... I read it like that initially. It's nowhere near that good. We're gonna do volley. I'm gonna start off with an aim shot. And then I'm going to do this. Then this. Okay. Alright, round these up. Nice. Then he'll pop out of one of the barrels. Let me scroll up, make sure I didn't miss anything. Nice. And then we need the waterfall stones. You're struggling to decide what to play in M+. I'm not an M+er, sorry. I'm the wrong person to ask for anything M+ related. I actively despise M+ as a game mode. As the years go on, I have grown to hate Mythic Plus more and more. I think it's pretty shit, and I only do it to get gear for rating. I know a lot of people who absolutely love it, and more power to them. I am the last person that you should be asking about anything Mythic Plus related. There we go. You also dislike Mythic Plus? Yeah. I mean, like I said, I have a lot of friends who really enjoy it, and that's great for them, but it is not my cup of tea, even remotely. And it's a shame because I like difficult dungeon content, but I like things more akin to... I really like what they've done with Titan Rune dungeons in Classic, and I like challenge modes from MoP and WoD. That is my preferred method of difficult dungeon content. I really do not like anything that they've done with Mythic Plus over the years. I think it's just a pretty trash game mode. There we go. You like Mythic Plus, you don't like affixes? I mean... like, that is Mythic Plus, though. I think what you more so mean is that you like dungeons, you don't like Mythic Plus, is, I think, the better way to put it like that. Because that's basically how I feel. I think the affixes are complete dog shit. But, like, that's kind of what I mean. It's like... I like dungeon content. I really like difficult 5-man content. I love Titan Rune dungeons in Wrath. I hope they do something similar in Kata. I loved challenge modes back in MoP and WoD. But the way that they handle Mythic Plus of, like, the affixes and the infinite scaling stuff where it reaches a point where the way that you're playing the game is just not fun in order to, like, you know, create a challenge. It's all the stuff that makes Mythic Plus that I don't like. And I love dungeon content. Now, I will also say, I think a lot of the dungeons that they have made in Dragonflight and Shadowlands and stuff are bad as a result of Mythic Plus. They're just bad dungeons because Blizzard is designing the dungeons from the ground up with Mythic Plus in mind, and instead of getting fun creative dungeons, we get these garbage, soulless, copy-pasted, you know, trash then boss, then trash then boss, like, really uninspired layouts, just so that Mythic Plus can be a little bit more balanced. And I just don't think that's fun. Okay, I need to do this last quest. Titan Rune Dungeons is literally Mythic Plus affixes. Yes and no. It's not Mythic Plus affixes. Now, I will say, there are some Titan Rune Dungeons that feel like shit. Right? But no, it is a... It is a set difficulty, right? So what do I not like about Mythic Plus? I do not like the random affixes and the affixes that blatantly kneecap you. That is what I do not like. I don't like that some weeks it is just a dead game mode because the affix combination sucks. I don't like that at higher difficulties it literally just requires you to run a very specific comp that promotes survivability because it's impossible to live certain things. I like fixed difficulties, where it is finely tuned to create a fun challenge and not just infinitely scaling to a point where it eventually becomes bullshit. Titan Rune Dungeons, fixed difficulty. I like set affixes, if you're going to have affixes at all. And the way that Titan Rune Dungeons work is there is a set modifier on every single dungeon. Now, some of them, admittedly, were kind of shit. But the ones that were fun, like the rune for Halls of Stone and Halls of Lightning, was really fun. And there's a reason why everybody really liked Halls of Stone and Halls of Lightning. Now, Astral Narub and Ankahet, fuck that place. I always skip that dungeon. But the good Titan Rune dungeons were really good. That's maybe not necessarily the best pick. I think the better example is Challenge Mode dungeons. That is more so what I prefer compared to Titan Runes. But the thing about Titan Rune dungeons is if you don't add some mechanics to these old Wrath dungeons, they're going to be extremely boring. So I at least like that they tried to add something special to make the dungeons a little bit more involved. And in the case of Halls of Stone, Halls of Lightning, and like Trial of the Champion, for instance, I think they actually succeeded. I think they did a good job with that. I think it was fun. They definitely shit the bed with Astral Narub and Ankahet. But I like what they were going for at the very least. I like the fact that it wasn't random bullshit each time. You hated Challenge Mode dungeons because they devolved into just pull the entire dungeon? I mean... Yeah, but that's a very simplistic way to describe it. Like, you technically speaking just pulled the entire dungeon, but it's not like you were just mashing buttons and like, just pull the entire dungeon and it's so easy. Like, pull the entire dungeon but have an extremely optimized CC chain to make that happen. I can guarantee you that the average person going for Challenge Mode Gold was not doing pull the entire dungeon. My group was, when we were selling Challenge Mode carries, and an extremely optimized setup with players who knew what the fuck they were doing. But, you know, Joe Schmo and his friends going for the appearances were not doing pull the entire dungeon and perfectly CC it with, like, cap totems and soul caps and shit like that. Yeah. And it's not like, you know, once you don't just pull the entire dungeon and, like, steamroll it like you do in MoP Remix. You actually needed to, you know how to press your buttons so that things died within the CC chain window, or you were fucked. And then you had to reset and do the pull perfectly again. And the reason why, here's the other thing, why did MoP Remix dungeons, quote-unquote, devolve into pulling the entire dungeon? Why were people able to do that freely and, like, even lower introductory modes, right? Because there was no downside to fucking it up. So obviously, if the most efficient way to kill any room, and spoiler alert, that's still the case in Mythic Plus, have you watched the MDI ever? The reason why it devolves into that is because it's the most effective way to clear a dungeon. You're obviously going to want to do it in less pulls. But the thing is, in Mythic Plus dungeons, if you fuck up and you wipe and you waste like Bloodlust or something, well, that's your key. You're screwed. Try again. Get the key back. So you can't really risk doing things like that, because if you fuck up, you get punished. Whereas in challenge modes, if you fuck up, all right, just insta reset and go again. And you can practice it and try it as many times as you want until you get it right. Challenge modes were amazing. If you don't agree, you probably didn't play them enough. So yeah, I mean, obviously people were able to slightly outgear CMs by the end, but at that point the fun became more, how fast can we push this, instead of just, can we get challenge mode gold? At the same time, part of the fun of challenge modes was building a really cool set of, like, optimized gear to actually tackle it, instead of having to build, you know, just stack as much survivability as possible so I don't instantly die, like in Mythic Plus. Okay, let's go with that. You'll be commenting positive things and thanks in my latest videos because you haven't done it yet. This is just a warning. Thank you, Raphael Urquita. I appreciate that. You don't mind the timer, trash count, or scaling difficulty? I don't mind the trash count. That is one thing that I don't mind, but that was also in challenge modes. I do mind the scaling difficulty. I dislike that. I think scaling difficulty is fine to an extent, as long as there is a cap, where eventually the developers say, okay, maybe this is a little bit too much. Like Memory of Chaos in Honkai Star Rail. It scales on the different levels, but it caps out at 12, right? And then, you know, there's a lot of people who can't beat Memory of Chaos 12, but the people who can, the goal instead shifts to, can I zero cycle Memory of Chaos 12? Wasn't aware challenge mode had trash count? Yeah, it did. You played MoP and WoD, but you were still a kid and were afraid of playing with other people. Yeah. The only things new to challenge modes are scaling difficulties. Challenge modes were a fixed level. And what's it called? The time, well, not the timer, the affixes. Yeah, affixes. That's what I meant to say. Challenge mode had timer, challenge mode had trash counts. The main thing that was nice about challenge modes is, while you pulled the entire dungeon as a monk tank with vengeance and out DPS'd all the damage dealers, yeah, I mean, that was fun. I will admit, I think that WoD challenge modes were a lot more fun and balanced than MoP challenge modes, but, I mean, that was still fun. Mythic Plus should have 12... Oh, I didn't finish reading Nizal's message before he deleted it. Sorry. But yeah, the thing about challenge modes is, you love challenge mode, you sold so many double carries in WoD. Yeah. I was right there with you. I sold a shit ton of carries in WoD. Really fun. And, like, you're technically right. Obviously, you know, you could outgear it with sockets. You could outgear it with, like, perfect BIS setups. Like, I was the person stacking full bonus armor and multi-strike, like, double bonus armor, multi-strike, items from Tanan Jungle to, like, get a perfectly BIS'd out Blood DK setup. I had a lot of fun doing that. But I think that was the cool thing about challenge modes, right? You could optimize it a little bit by getting the right gear, but for anybody who didn't know how challenge modes worked, it set your item level to a fixed point. So all of your gear was scaled down. It's kind of like how time walking works now. Honestly, it was the first time they really did something like that. And what that meant is you couldn't just outgear the difficulty of challenge modes. You had to actually do it legit, but there were ways you could make it easier by, you know, getting Mirror of the Blade Master or Soul Capacitor, which were obviously very powerful trinkets, but still, there were strategies around using Mirror of the Blade Master. And while it was obviously a better trinket, it kind of feels the same way that Time Walking feels, except it was actually difficult. Time Walking, it just kind of falls over these days. We had rank 1 Grimmeral Depot time for US as well. Yeah. I wouldn't say all of your BIS had time walking. It depended on the class. For me, a lot of my BIS was from Tanan Jungle, getting those greens with the double stats. Double multi-strike or double bonus armor. But time walking definitely was a thing that we farmed a lot. I specifically remember my friend Nier, or Monolithisan in chat. I don't know if he's still watching. He was in here earlier. But he spent an insane amount of time farming his Blade Fist from time walking. And it took him a very, very, very long time to get that. So there definitely was a lot of stuff that you could farm from it. Yeah, for the record, he was Enhanced Shaman, yeah. So I don't know if he's still watching the stream, but he was the Enhanced Shaman in the group that I ran with. I mostly tanked. My friend Paul played Resto Druid. Sometimes my friend Paul would play Marksmanship Hunter, I remember. But that was not often, and that was only if we had, like, another person who only played Resto Druid. But my friend Paul, for the record, I mentioned this before, he was the rank 1 healer for WoD challenge modes. For, like, the entire latter half of the expansion. I don't know if you would recognize his name, but if you know the Resto Druid Senpai stats from challenge modes, maybe if you were also pushing high leaderboards, you might remember that. Brew Enhanced Blood DK God Comp? Yeah. Yeah, that was fun. I was mostly the Blood DK, but I did also have a Brewmaster gear that I would sometimes play. Back when Blood DK was actually fun. God. And that's the thing, it's like, if you played Blood DK then, in WoD, and you did, like, challenge modes and raids as a Blood DK at that era, there is absolutely no way that you can play modern Blood DK and think it is anything but absolute trash. Just, the modern playstyle of Blood DK pales in comparison to how it felt to play back in MoP and WoD. It was so fucking good. You love the massive gold you can get from WoD garrisons? Yeah, that was definitely nice. Brew Enhance, Blood DK, and 3 times... Yeah. Having triple Enhance for Flame Nova shenanigans was really, really, really silly. Doing that entire first room pull in Iron Docks and then just, like, mass gripping the ball and just Flame Nova deletes everything. What, was it Flame Nova or Fire Nova? I forget the name. But you know what I'm talking about. Hey, Zach? 4 times Soul Cap? Yeah. Also, one of my favorite things ever was deleting the Dragon Boss with Soul Cap. Getting all the whelps rounded up, building up a massive Soul Cap, just walking out onto the bridge and just one-tapping it. That was always just absolutely stupid. Every single time we did that in carries, like, the carries would just be like, what the fuck? How did you do that? So that was always fun. Docs was fun, get all the mobs and have 2 Shaman Soul Cap, yeah. And then the Iron Stars. So many people hated Shadowlands Season 4 because of Grimrail Depot and Iron Docks, but as somebody who loved WoD challenge modes, I had so much fun that season. I loved Grimrail and Docks in Mythic Plus. It was like the closest I've ever felt to being able to do challenge modes again. And I don't know, maybe it's just me. I think Grimrail is a banger dungeon. I'll say it. I know I'm going to get hate for it, because every single time I say that to one of my friends, they're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I really like Grimrail Depot. I voted for Grimrail. I am one of the reasons that you got Grimrail Depot. Hate me for it. I don't care. I love that dungeon, and I will die on that hill. You loved Iron Docks? Yeah. Iron Docks was sick. I definitely liked Grimrail better, but Iron Docks was definitely like a close second for me. Though I would say, close second for me is probably, Skyreach. I really hope we get Mythic Plus Skyreach at some point. That would be fucking awesome. You think you will? Yeah. Your Grimrail Depot number 1 time, we had to double soul cap the first boss? Jesus. You can't wait for MoP Classic? Yeah, same. It's gonna be so much fucking fun. God. I also really hope we get WoD Classic. Like, people say WoD Classic is a meme, but I really want to do WoD challenge modes again. I would play WoD just for challenge modes. it was fun. Like, genuinely. Some of the most fun I've ever had playing this game. I don't give a shit if, like, there's no content. At that, the very least, that bit of content. Absolutely love it. Also, holy hell, the respawn on this mob. This is bad. At the very least, I just need this, and then we're out. So did my pet die? WAD with a quicker cadence? Yeah, absolutely. I'm tripping? What do you mean I'm tripping? Dude, if you don't think that WAD Classic would absolutely slap, you did not really play WAD. And by really play WAD, I mean, like, play all the content that it has to offer. It was good. It was really fucking good. It didn't have content. But the stuff that WAD had, the dungeons, the raids, the class design, like, fucking Blackrock Foundry, Hellfire Citadel, the way that every single class felt to play, so many classes have never felt better since than they felt in WAD. WAD is such a tragic expansion because it was genuinely, unironically fun to play. It just did not have enough content. Lord of War low-key best title? Yeah, true. I did that really early into the expansion. I think I still have it. Where is it? It should be Lady of War, right? On this character. Where is it? Do I not have it? Is it character specific? Oh, it's not account wide? Oh, that's so fucking lame. That free-for-all arena was the best part of WAD? Yeah. Well, I have it on my Blood DK then. Or one of my many Blood DKs. Am I missing... Isn't there... I'm supposed to free Grummels, I thought. Am I missing a quest here? Did my Thundering Orb just, like, automatically complete that? I think it snapped enough ropes to instantly complete that quest. I've never seen that happen before. Nice. Didn't expect that. Alright, old poot poot. Okay, I got the key. I'm going to feign death and do this. Your warrior and your hunter both have it? Yeah. First speedrun was 1 hour and 11 minutes. Went very well. Grimrail is a good dungeon, but as a dungeon with basically no skippable trash, it's just not suited for a time attack game mode where the choice of trash is instrumental. I think it's okay to have some dungeons where you have to pick and choose your trash, and it's okay to have other dungeons that are just linear, tailored experiences. I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with Grimrail. Honestly, I would say that's not even, in my opinion, an issue with Grimrail at all. The main valid issue that I've heard about Grimrail is it's, you know, the camera angles can be a little bit fucky, which is fair. Don't forget the chest in the back. Oh, yeah, my bad. I did forget that. Is this rare up too? No fucking way. Scritch is up? Dude, all of the rares that I am missing on my main character, I have found in this speedrun. I am missing that rare, this rare, and what was the other one that I found earlier? And those are the only 3 that I've been unable to find on my main Demon Hunter. Like, how? How are they all up? Pain. Oh, fuck. So let me... There we go, I got trick shots. Get trick shots again, nice. Trick shots again. If I get enough focus. Oh my god, my focus regen is so bad. Oh, this is awful. The mob has like a ton of fucking health though. Oh my goodness. Woo! Gotta be careful. Now I wait. Almost there. We're so close. Come on, man. Die. Thank you. Holy shit. I should just feign this. Am I good? Yeah, we're good. Okay. He dropped something good? Yeah. He's supposed to drop a token that gives rep with all factions. And I didn't get it. Okay, I definitely think the rare loot tables are fucked. That's really lame. I think you're right that it's supposed to give that token, and it just didn't. Let's see. Avoidance. Well, okay. Thanks, game. I really wanted more avoidance gear. Wow. Oh, people are killing Shaw of Anger. I could probably kill this. Might as well. Been swapping M+ to raid logic. Always find yourself struggling to know what you want to play. You want to choose one role, but you can't decide. Any idea how you know what role you want to main? You're never just gonna know, right? So, it's not like you're just gonna wake up one day and be like, ah, I see it now. Brewmaster Monk, that is my calling. You gotta play it. Play a bunch of different characters, level a bunch of different characters, test it out, see what you like, what you don't like, and, eventually you'll figure out what it is that you want to play. But yeah, it's gonna take you time. A hunter lol avoidance for hunters. Yeah, exactly. You remember farming him back in the day? Yeah. That one's stupid rare? Oh, maybe. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like something with the drop chances is fucked, but maybe this one is just really rare. Hard to say for sure.
You smell of good fortune.
Trail Yaka Pack move along the road. Trail guide leads the pack that two as they are told. We stand in enough stuff as is, yeah. Did you do the quests on your main? Notice you don't get faced with these rares until you do the quests. Maybe. I think you're right, actually. That might be it. Because I don't think I actually did the quests on my main. I think you're correct about that. If that's the case, then, you know, that is a really good idea. I missed my message that I accidentally deleted, then wrote properly about Mythic Plus. Oh, shit. Yeah, I was gonna scroll up and, Oh, personally think Mythic Plus should have 12 difficulties over 3 tiers. Each tier has +1 affix, and then 4 levels in each tier with... I'm not sure I fully understand that. It's one of those things where it's just hard for my brain to wrap around it while I'm trying to think during a stream. I'm sure, like, if you broke that down for me, It's entirely possible that it'd be like, oh yeah, that's a good idea, but like I'm just off the top of my head, I can't fully understand that. Nice. What's I doing? Right, I need to finish looting all these threads. Mastery helmets. I get a rare item and it's leech. Just my luck. It's really all this shit secondary stats? Christ. That is some really bad luck right there. You ran into Scritch with your level 20 twink and didn't do the quests? Ah, okay. Yeah. So then I am just unlucky. Good to know. Not that I'm surprised that I am unlucky. You write it in Discord, it's a bit challenging to write properly. Yeah, for sure. No, I understand that. What's a good way to get into raiding after coming back and not playing any Dragonflight? Best thing I can say is find a guild that is willing to help new players. That is, without a doubt, the best tip that I can give you, more than anything else on how to get into raiding. That's going to make your life a lot easier. Because, like, realistically speaking, there's no other way that you really can raid. Like, I would not recommend pugging. And admittedly, it's going to be difficult to find, like, a really good guild early on. Especially if you're brand new. Because a lot of guilds, like my guild, for instance, you know, top 300 cutting-edge guilds, we're definitely looking for, like, experienced players. That kind of thing. So, you're going to have to work your way up. That's how it works in raiding in general. But if you find, like, a beginner guild that's maybe, like, doing AOTC and willing to help people who want to learn, speaking from experience, right? There were many times over the years where I have led an AOTC early Mythic guilds with some of my friends. Zach in chat a lot of times was in those guilds, so he can attest to this. And I ran into a shit ton of players who had really no idea what they were doing, but they were willing to learn. And, you know, can't speak for everybody, but I'm sure that I am not the only person in existence who is willing to try and help new players and get them into raiding, because as long as I think that somebody has potential, there you go. Back in Castle Nathria, I had a random warlock in one of my pugs who was getting, like, relatively good parses, and, you know, he seemed like he had a pretty good attitude, but he was brand new to raiding. We only, like, had to pug 1 or 2 spots, and he joined in. We just happened to bring him. He was a relatively new player, really shy, was kind of, like, similarly worried about, like, oh, I don't really know what I'm doing, sorry if I screw up, that kind of thing. But I could tell that he was a good player, so I helped him out, I sat down with him, I worked through, like, you know, little tips and stuff. And right now, he is, like, top 100 ranked in Mythic Plus, and is a cutting-edge raider. Obviously, I no longer raid with him, but I still have him on my friends list. He's, like, one of the best Mythic Plus players in the world. So, he started off just like anybody else, and then he kept moving on. Obviously, my Nathria guilds eventually fell apart, but it was honestly really cool to see that this random player who I decided to help years later ended up being, you know, extremely good at the game. I saw that he had potential, and he fully realized that potential, and that made me really happy. It's not Milk, no. Now, Milk was already a banger Rester Druid when I first started playing with him. And, I mean, I'm pretty sure Milk likes doing Mythic Plus, but I don't think he's, like, anywhere near top 100. Not to say that he probably couldn't if he really wanted to. He is one of the best healers I played with in a while. But, no. Different person. Let's go Haste, Mastery, and just crit for now. Mistweaver is what you tend to main. Yeah, I mean, Mistweaver is really good right now. So definitely a good pick. Let's try to get aim shot cleave going here. And that should, yeah, proc slay. Oh, hey, Word of Salvation. Yay, totally want that. You're top 150 in EU for DKs and DK tanks. Nice. That's pretty good. Like the Narcissus add-on? Yeah, it's definitely really, really nice. At this point, I could not play Remix without it. It is a game changer for sure. So, definitely huge thanks to everybody who pushed me to get that, because it was absolutely worth it. Go. Is this live? Yes. This is live. Hello. Is this my slowest run yet? Not even close, no. My slowest run was obviously my very first run. And then my run after that on a druid was still like 9 hours. Because we were testing a bunch of stuff, so it wasn't like super duper efficient. And after that, my third run was on a paladin, and I did all of the raids, including like Throne of Thunder and Siege of Orgrimmar. And I did not have people to boost me through all of them. So some of them were a little bit challenging, and they took a while. That run was 8 hours-ish.
Greetings, friend of the Brummel.
Fun fact, this mob gives a special item in Remix called Cup of Nearly Infinite Kappa. Gives you a 20% haste buff, and it has 3 charges. So, cool little thing for anybody who remembers Kappa Press. Still technically exists, it's just different now. Your best run is 47... Oh, it's cut off by chat. Get good, bud. Yeah. Didn't you say Remix was the worst thing that Blizzard has ever released? Did I... If I said those exact words, it was obviously hyperbole. But... I mean, I'll be completely honest. I don't really like MoP Remix. Like, my thoughts on that haven't significantly changed. I think a lot of people assume the fact that I'm playing it is a sign that I'm enjoying it now. I'm really not. Keep in mind, this is my job. A lot of you guys are playing it, and you guys want to find out the fastest way to level your alts. And I am testing that for you. There are a million other things that I would rather be playing right now if it was just a question of, like, what am I going to do for fun in my free time? I do not think MoP Remix is good. If you are having fun with it, awesome. I'm happy for you, but yeah. But yes, obviously, it is not the worst thing that Blizzard has ever released. If I said that, it should be hopefully clear that that was just hyperbole. I am prone to hyperbole, I understand. But it definitely is not great. The thing is, I think that a lot of the things that people are praising about MoP Remix and enjoying, it's like, that's just MoP. And, like, yeah, MoP is a fun expansion. I like Mists of Pandaria. It's the only thing that I enjoy about this mode. MoP is just a very good, fundamental thing to build upon. But they barely built upon it. Almost everything that they've added to MoP Remix just makes the game less fun to play. So, like, am I going to test it? Am I going to try and find the fun in it? Am I still going to enjoy the parts that are just Mists of Pandaria and not MoP Remix? Yeah. I love MoP. I love the MoP quests. I love the MoP zones. I love the music. I love basically everything about Pandaria and content from this expansion. But, yeah, it's not my favorite mode. And that has not changed. Let's scrap this. You think Remix is so fun, you really love the gameplay? Yeah, and I mean, more power to you, right? If you are having fun, that's great. I am not. To each their own. I know a lot of people really liked, You Disagree Remix is good. Hey, I'm glad you're having fun. A lot of people really liked Corruptions and BFA. I think Corruptions were shit. There were some people who liked Torghast. I think Torghast was bad. It's, some people really like this type of game mode where you just mash buttons and shit dies. I saw a post on Reddit of somebody saying that the thing that they like about Remix is that skill isn't a requirement and that they are just rewarded for linearly spending time. And they think that an enjoyable game experience is one where the amount of time that you invest into the game mode is directly proportional to how strong and effective your character is and how much you're able to get done. And that post had like 300 upvotes, and I am diametrically opposed to every single word that person said. I think it is one of the worst takes I have ever read, and somehow there were hundreds of other people who genuinely agreed with this guy. I think the entire idea that just sinking time mindlessly into a game mode is the only thing that should determine player power, and that skill has absolutely no impact whatsoever, is like fundamentally against everything that I stand for. But that is a genuine thing that somebody posted, and there were other people who agreed with it. So like, everybody enjoys different things in games, right? MoP Remixes, it is not for me. It is just not for me at all. But that's fine, right? I think there are some pretty glaring issues with it, regardless on whether you enjoy the style of content or not. I think the biggest issue that we can all agree is fucking stupid is Blizzard's approach to balancing for this mode, and how instead of just letting it be broken, they have routinely tried to just nerf every valuable thing into the floor. Love MoP Remix or hate it, I think we can all agree that that is just bad design. But, you know. Bunch of terrible WoW players, bottom DPS players for sure. Yeah, I mean, I will admit, reading that post was very, 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 like, shocking to me that there are genuinely people who think that. Because I do not understand. I genuinely do not understand that, that mindset. But to a lot of people, that is what makes Remix fun. A lot of people get to just sink a shit ton of playtime into this mode. They get to get a bunch of really overpowered gems that will do damage regardless of whether or not they're pressing the right buttons or the wrong ones. They just gotta mash their keyboard. And they get to see themselves at the top of the damage meter for the first time because they grinded a lot. And to them, that makes it fun. And I'm not being pedantic here. That, like I said, that is literally a thing that I read somebody say on Reddit the other day. It may sound like I am being really dismissive. That is genuinely what somebody said. And I'm sure that not every one of you who likes MoP Remix is of that same mindset. I would hope not, because dear lord. But yeah, that is why a lot of people like this. Yeah, I will say, the one thing that I can completely understand is the collection element of it. But I think it's very different to say, I like that I am able to collect items in this, and separate that from, I like the gameplay of MoP Remix. I completely understand, like, the collectors who are happy that they have a deterministic way of getting this. I do think that is genuinely good design. But I think we can say that it's one thing for the collection element to be really nice, and another for the gameplay element to be nice. I do not think the gameplay is good. I like the way the collection works, but I think the gear upgrade system's terrible. I think the general gameplay is pretty awful, and I think Blizzard's handling of buffs and nerfs has been some of the worst I've ever seen in any version of this game. So overall, no, I don't think MoP Remix is good. Yeah, it's limited time, so let people be stupid overpowered, exactly. Like, I still would not enjoy MoP Remix if it was just like that. Like, everything, no holds barred, just be overpowered. I would still find it boring. I just wouldn't have fun with that. I like a challenge. And MoP Remix has yet to give me any real challenge. Because right now, the challenge in this game mode is you either get one shot or you steamroll. Because of the way that scaling works. And that's just not fun. You either overgear the content or you just die. and there's nothing you can really do for it. That's just not the type of game that appeals to me, frankly. Some people also like Shadowlands. Yeah, I liked the raids in Shadowlands, so I liked parts of Shadowlands. I played actively through pretty much all of Shadowlands, except I took a break at the very end of Nathria, start of Sanctum, but I still came back and got Cutting Edge Sylvanas, so, like, I did play some of the worst parts of Shadowlands. Those are the people who no doubt pay to win in any game that offers it? Yeah, for sure. Oh, I have to click this. Shit. Halandris was fun? Yeah. Nathria was good. Halandris was the greatest raid boss ever made. Halandris is like 10 times better than half the bosses in Dragonflight. Like, I've enjoyed Dragonflight to an extent, but I have been very underwhelmed by, like, almost every single raid boss in Dragonflight. If I had to pick a boss, I would say, like, Starkareth and Farak are probably my two favorite Dragonflight raid bosses. Right? Yeah. Yeah, probably. Farak is actually a really fun end boss. That kind of saved Amirdrassil for me, because I think Amirdrassil was an extremely mediocre raid. To the point where I would say it is one of the worst raids we've had. It's pretty mid. I don't hate Smolderon. I know a lot of people absolutely love Smolderon, think it's like one of the greatest bosses ever made. I think it's okay. He's a fine boss. I have no issues with him, but I don't enjoy him as a fight. And I know a lot of people really love Tindril. I think Tindril is very much a love it or hate it boss. I hate it. I think Tindril is one of the worst fights ever created, and I have a lot of friends who tell me I'm crazy and that it's one of the best bosses ever created. And, like, you know, I think generally speaking, if you are a tank, you probably hate Tindril, like me. And if you are a DPS, maybe you like it, maybe you don't. I don't know. I've heard mixed opinions from DPS, but every single tank friend that I have also hates Tindril, because Tindril as a tank is fucking miserable. It is awful. It feels really, really bad. It's not fun at all. Echo of Neltharion is a really cool concept, terrible execution. Echo of Neltharion on Mythic. So, Corey, have you done Echo on Mythic? Echo of Neltharion on Mythic is a weak aura boss, through and through. The only real challenge in that fight is dealing with weak aura bullshit. And that makes it not fun. And now you could argue that that is not on Blizzard to do, except it 100% is, because they knew it was going to be a weak aura boss, because Echo of Neltharion is why they introduced private auras. So there's a lot of bosses where I cut Blizzard some slack, because I'm like, they didn't necessarily know that this was going to be a weak aura fight. They knew. Absolutely they knew when they created Echo of Neltharion that it was going to require weak auras, which is why they banned weak auras. And I assume that, like, they just somehow blindly imagined that by banning weak auras with the private aura change, they would magically force people to do the mechanic in whatever fucking way they intended it to be done. And instead, people just found workarounds, and they had a janky weak aura that didn't actually solve the mechanic for you and had to be, like, manually done. So it was just a weak aura boss, but worse than any other weak aura boss we have ever had. It is bad. It is fucking bad. So it's one of those things where I would agree with you that on paper, Echo of Neltharion has the potential to be a really cool boss. In practice, absolutely terrible. You like the idea they were going for? Yeah. I would agree with that. I think that fundamentally the concept of it is pretty cool. But it just didn't work out that way. And I always think it's important to judge bosses based on how they turned out, not how they could have been. It's the same way where a lot of people say Zaskarn was a good fight. It just wasn't. Zaskarn had a neat concept, but it was terrible in practice in every single version. And that needs to be taken into account. Only nerf you've been okay with is the frogs? Yeah, I agree. I think that nerfing the frogs, technically speaking, I honestly think it would have been fine if they just didn't touch it at all. But doing that nerf, and then they should have followed it up with a massive sweeping buff to everything else to account for that. And instead they nerfed frogs and then doubled down and continued nerfing more things. But if it had just been the frog nerf, I think a few people would have grumbled early on and wouldn't have really cared, because we can all understand that it was a little bit busted. But when they start just doing targeted nukes to any slightly efficient farm that people find, it just turns into, like, why are we playing this game again? Like, what is the point? When the entire game mode just turns into trying to exploit something before Blizzard nerfs it into the floor. Like, there has to be a limit. You have to draw a line and say, okay, we are allowing this. This is fine. But they still refuse to draw that line. And I tell you, the easiest non-boring way to get to 40 to 7... I mean, the moment you add non-boring to something, I can't answer that. Like, that is a completely subjective term. Something that I could find fun could be boring to you, so I don't know. I can tell you the easiest and fastest way, and that's the video guide on my channel. But if you think that's boring, like, I'm not gonna try and sift through a bunch of different things until I find something that you personally deem not boring. You feel like sinking time to get strong should be an option for the less skilled players, but well after the good players have gotten there. See, I agree, but also the problem is that was never going to be something that they could even do with the green gems. I've said it before and I'll say it again. The biggest mistake by far of this game mode is the Tinker Gems. They are just not good. The design of this is trash. If you take this out, I wouldn't even mind if the Tinker Gems were gone and the mode was just about infinite scaling. I don't love the idea of being able to just infinitely scale and overpower the content. I think that's still kind of boring. But at the very least, bare minimum, that would have made it so you are playing your class. And your decisions matter, the buttons you press matter, and it's not just about getting the OP Tinker Gems and then just button mashing to win. The Tinker Gems have completely removed any element of skill whatsoever that could be present in this game mode. They are the worst part of MoP Remix, without a doubt. And it would have been better off if Blizzard just hadn't added them at all. You also hate the Tinker Gems? Yeah. Because, like, I don't understand what the point of them is. It would feel way more fun if you had infinite scaling, because imagine if all of your damage came from, like, playing Havoc Demon Hunter with, like, 100% haste. That just sounds fun. You do not need bonus effects to make 100% haste Havoc Demon Hunter fun to play. That's just an enjoyable experience. Right there. I would probably be having a lot more fun with it, but, like, I'm playing my Havoc Demon Hunter, and, like, I kind of enjoy being able to push my buttons, but, like, I feel like I am absolutely blasting on my Havoc, and I'm doing the rotation really well. I'm, like, really trying to keep up with, like, how fast-paced it is, and then I look at my damage breakdown, and it's just all fucking Tinker Gems. And it feels really deflating when I feel like I'm playing well, and then I look at what my actual damage is, and, like, Annihilation and Blade Dance are up there, but they are surrounded by other shit that is just not at all tied to whether I'm playing correctly. And that just feels really bad. Yeah, there's no strategy if half your damage comes from random procs. Exactly. Completely agree. You want to see a stream of Blizzard clearing an entire Mythic raid without add-ons? Well, considering Ian Hassakostas is a gray parsing Resto Shaman, I don't think it would go super well. Not a joke, by the way. Check his logs. It's like corruption, but not as fun. Yeah, I mean, admittedly, I was also very staunchly in the anti-corruption camp. I did not like corruptions. That's why I said I know a lot of people who did, and I know that they're probably enjoying this. But I did not find corruptions fun for the exact same reason. I played Vengeance Demon Hunter in Nyalotha, and I had rank 2 on, like, 4 different bosses. Rank 2 parses on Mythic bosses. And the entire tier, I never got a single rank 1 parse, because every single time I would get really close, I would barely miss it to somebody who got god tier Twilight Devastation procs. And that fucking sucked. I will still never get over how bad that felt. Of, like, looking at my damage, and I was not playing the Twilight Devastation fish build. I was running Twilight Dev, because, like, duh, I'm not stupid. But there were basically 2 builds that you could play as Vengeance Demon Hunter and Nyalotha. You could play Spirit Bomb, and your Twilight Devastation damage was slightly lower, but you had a lot more consistent damage. And that's important, because on progression, it was really bad if on one pull, you randomly did, like, insane damage, and on another pull, you did, like, half the normal damage, and suddenly you weren't able to meet the damage check. My damage would sometimes be higher if I got really good Twilight Dev RNG, but my damage pull to pull was extremely consistent because Twilight Dev was just, or Spirit Bomb was just really good throughput damage. So I was consistently, like, I forget exactly what my final ranking was. I didn't do re-clear at the end, so I think by the end I was, like, rank 15 overall. But for, like, most of Nyalotha, I was really high ranked because all of my bosses were, like, 99, 99, 99, sometimes 98 if, you know, I was really low on, like, getting Twilight Dev RNG. But if you look at a lot of the other people who had, like, rank 1s as Vengeance DH, they would have, like, rank 1, 77, 60-something, you know, 80, and it was just, their parses are all over the place. Because their entire damage is just complete slot machine RNG. It is, I am going to play Vision of Perfection with Gluttony, and I'm just going to fish for Twilight Devastation procs in my Metamorphosis procs. And it's procs within procs. I have to get a Metamorphosis proc to increase my max health to boost the damage of a random Twilight Devastation proc that I hope to get on top of that. That is awful gameplay. It fucking sucks. It feels super terrible. And that is what so many people played, and I lost to that. Because while the consistent damage boss to boss is not going to be good, there is bound to be one random person who manages to get the perfect RNG to beat my really, really well-played Spirit Bomb pull. And that happened every single time. I had rank 2 World Zanesh, I had rank 2 World Vexiona. What was the other boss I had rank 2 on? I think Il'gynoth I had rank 2. And I had, like, top 10 for all the other ones. But it was so tilting to see my damage, like, absolutely fucking insane. I played the hell out of that pull with Spirit Bomb, and then I look and it's rank 2 behind some guy who got, like, insane Gluttony and Dev RNG, and just, okay, great, yeah, fuck me, I guess. Fuck skillful gameplay when you could just get random procs. Really, really, really stung. So, yeah, I did not enjoy Corruptions, and I did not think that they were fun gameplay. So I definitely do not like the Tinker Gems. Fucking speed. Speed again? Haste, okay, that's good. That's mastery, nice. Speed again. Bloodthirsty Coral. On that. You played Assassination with full haste corruptions? Yeah, I mean, for a lot of specs, you just ran the stat corruptions, so it was still skillful. But I can tell you that for tanks, you basically had to run Twilight Devastation. And Twilight Devastation was pure fucking slot machine. There was absolutely no skill involved whatsoever. And all parses came down to that. And that sucked. I'll be honest, I like parsing. If you watched my channel long enough, you probably already know that. I like parsing. I like, you know, refining my skill on whatever spec that I'm currently playing. And when parses are complete RNG, I enjoy the game a lot less. I should note, one of the other problems with that thing is I am never going to, like, troll my raid to get a parse. That's another very important thing. A lot of people will gladly, like, do really dumb shit on boss pulls just to get, you know, a better parse. Like, for instance, running the super meme Gluttony corruption build that I just discussed, because if you get the perfect RNG, it's really good damage. But it is trolling to run that build. Because that build has terrible consistent damage pull to pull, and if you're relying on, you know, damage from even the tank in order to meet a DPS check in a Mythic raid, having that tank do massive variable damage from pull to pull really sucks. So having much higher consistent damage is way more impactful for Mythic raiding. So I'm obviously going to do the thing that is better for, you know, progression as a whole, and then I'm going to lose to the people doing, like, troll strategies that sometimes get rank 1 parses. Same deal with, like, fights that require you to pad on ads, like Tindril. Parsing on Tindril is a fucking nightmare because you either get allowed to pad on the roots or you don't. And Tindril is removed from All-Stars, so it doesn't really matter, but, you know, it's still really annoying. Oh, hey, shit. A blue item that has actual stats on it. Don't mind if I do. Hello, Kelly. Good to see you. Good morning. Did you just wake up? 5 p.m.? God. Should have uncapped the stats and let us loose. Yeah, that would have been fun. You just missed a perfectly good, Nyalotha Corruptions rant. Ian actively plays WoW? No, I don't really think he actively plays WoW. But he does, well, actively, you know, hard to say. But I've definitely seen his parses, and they are Grey Resto Shaman parses. Around 3:30? Ah, I see.
I have a plan. Be well.
Speed pants. Avoidance shoulders. Lovely. He used to, but not anymore. Corruption was great. Bring it back every Fated season, but only then. Yeah, but you played, like, a hunter and a shaman, so it's not the same. Let me scroll up and read real quick, just see what I missed. Private Errors is an evolution of what they did to add-ons, or what they did to what add-ons could do because of Exorcist raid tools being mandatory to do half the bosses in HFC. Yeah, but, like, here's the problem with Private Auras. Private Auras are fine if Blizzard designs bosses to where it's not basically required to have a weak aura to complete the mechanic. I'm sorry, but with the original design of Echo of Neltharion, you cannot tell me that it is realistically doable without that weak aura. That, like, you have the list of people. Like, that, it's just not doable. Maybe for, like, Liquid and Echo, but I'm pretty sure even they used something for it. So, if Blizzard wants to have Private Auras be a thing, then they need to start designing fights that aren't complete fucking dog shit. So, you know. Like, credit where it's due, right? Obviously, you gave a good example with the whole required add-ons back in Hellfire Citadel, but they haven't really designed many mechanics quite like those Hellfire Citadel mechanics that mandated, you know, pre-assigned stack things like on Archimond, right? So they did kind of lean away from that. That wasn't good for your anxiety, but great for your adrenaline, yeah. I feel like Echo could have been fine if they gave more than, 2 seconds to do it. It's, like, honestly, it's not the worst after the nerfs. Echo is actually not that bad of a boss these days, because it is significantly more forgiving. But that's the thing, if you're going to remove weak auras from a fight, design a mechanic like that that basically requires them, and then make it ludicrously unforgiving if you don't get the timing perfectly. Like, that's just fucking stupid. That's bad boss design. Fix your shit. So I have no problem with Blizzard trying to push people away from weak aura reliance. I don't want to rely on weak auras. I would love if there were more fights that were, like, intuitive that you didn't need weak auras for. Nobody in Mythic Raiding wants weak auras. That's, like, one of the most annoying things that I see, where it's, like, a lot of casual players will say shit, like, on the forums of, oh, Mythic Raiders, like, wah, my weak auras, I'm nothing without my weak auras. Like, none of us want that. There's, like, basically no Mythic Raider that wants weak auras to be, like, the way that you fucking play the game. We don't want it as much as anybody else. We have to do it because of the way that some of these fights are designed. I would love if fights were designed in a way that I didn't need to use a fucking weak aura. But Blizzard needs to do that. They need to design the fights that way. You can't just, like, snap your fingers and magically solve a mechanic that is unsolvable without a weak aura. Some of them are just fucked. Like pre-nerf Echo of Neltharion. You think Dratnos had a video where he showed a way to handle the private aura mechanic? Yeah. Well, but see, Nazal, that is how people handled it. It is a weak aura, right? The thing that you're talking about, the extra raid frame add-on, that is how everybody handled it. Yes, that is a weak aura. The thing is, because Blizzard made it a private aura, we weren't able to just track it and assign it normally, so people had to use that strat that you're talking about from Dratnos, where you have the raid frame and you just assign people by reading down the list, but that is like an infinitely jankier way of doing the assignment compared to just what a regular weak aura would do. So not only did they prevent weak auras in that fight and design a boss that, you know, encourages weak auras, but as a result of them preventing it, the fight became 10 times worse because the solution to not having weak auras was worse than weak auras themselves. That was the biggest issue with Echo of Neltharion. Also, I'm going to have to upgrade my gear soon because I am quickly reaching a point where I'm just going to get blasted by these mobs. 3 Stone Strike. What do I need to do? Oh yeah, the Ballista. Most of them are over here. Do I raid Mythic? Oh yeah, Cutting Edge every tier. For reference, because this is actually my main account now. I didn't raid Eternal Palace, and my guild burnt out before Denathrius, but I did get him in Fated. But ever since Sylvanas, I've gotten Cutting Edge every tier, and I've gotten Cutting Edge on most tiers before that for a while. It's just every now and then before Nathria, I would, like, miss a tier. But I've been consistently raiding Mythic and getting Cutting Edge ever since Sanctum of Domination. It's just, as you might imagine, I had to take a few breaks during BFA and Shadowlands where I couldn't stomach the expansion, and I did not feel like finishing out the tier. But otherwise, I've been enjoying it. Mythic rating is the reason why I play this game. Everything else is just secondary. Okay, I gotta turn in this stuff. Right, I need to do that. Go. Okay, I turn in over there. Your Mythic Plus group was 5 Demon Hunters with Twilight Death. Yeah, that sounds about right. And, like, see, that's, like, I laugh. It's funny. It is genuinely amusing that that was a thing. Like, I get it. I get why people enjoyed Twilight Dev, because it was so overpowered that it was just silly. But at the same time, it ended up just not really making the game fun for me as a result. So. You play this game to get free swimsuit Overwatch skins. Nice. Thanks for clearing raids? Yeah. Twilight Dev was fucking stupid. You would love to become a Mythic Raider, but there's no way, especially as a Blood DK? What? What? There's no way as a... Blood DK is like the strongest tank right now. What do you mean? Every single raid needs at least one Blood DK. Well, needs is a strong word, but the ideal tank comp right now is Blood DK plus something else. You absolutely can get into Mythic raids if you want to. I mean, fuck, you could raid Mythic as a survival hunter if you really wanted to. It's just a matter of how much you want to work towards it. But Blood DK? There are guilds that would literally beg on their hands and knees to get a fucking Blood DK into their raid if you know what you're doing. Yeah. I didn't ask the ranged hunter players for their opinion. It's like, Frog players, Blood DK is so good, people don't want to play with them. No, are you kidding me? People don't want to play with Blood DK. Tell that to any single DPS ever who has seen how mass grip works. Blood DK is like one of the few meta specs that everybody wants to play with. Because on Farak, The difference between having mass grip and not having mass grip, oh my god, it is night and day. Not having mass grip on fucking Farrak is awful. Every single DPS player wants that. It boosts their damage. It groups up the mobs. Yeah, I know you're joking, but I'm just saying, Blood DK is fucking nuts. If there's, like, any spec right now where if you're really good at it, you get a guaranteed spot, it would probably be either Blood DK or Mistweaver Monk. Like, if you know what you're doing as either a Blood DK or a Mistweaver Monk, it is going to be super fucking easy to find raid spots. Tons of people want Mistweavers, tons of people want Blood DKs. There's obviously plenty of other really good specs, don't get me wrong, but those two are, like, some of the most in-demand specs. Now, that being said, it is inherently difficult to find a tank spot in a high-level Mythic guild just because tank spots are limited. I should know, I, generally speaking, have to look for a while to find a new guild if I don't, like, know somebody in the guild, like Musical Surgeon, who got me into my current guilds. But generally speaking, if I'm, like, applying to random guilds, it's tough. But that's just part of playing a tank. And I can tell you right now, it's a hell of a lot harder to find a tank spot if you don't play a Blood DK. Most guilds, if you don't play a Blood DK, they're like, you know... Because, like, I'm not even playing Blood DK right now, and the vast majority of people at least expect me to know how to play it and to have it ready, which I do, obviously, because if it's ever needed, it's kind of important. So, generally speaking, a lot of times guilds will ask you, can you at least play Blood DK if it's needed? Now, technically, the best way to get into guilds as a tank is if you are a multi-classer, like me. If you can play every single tank, then that is the most surefire way to get spots. But the most important out of all of them is Blood DK. If you're a multi-classer who can play everything except Blood DK, I mean, it's basically not important. Unless you want to be a bench tank, it's very hard. What do you mean, bench tank? I mean, there are guilds out there who need tanks, right? If you're saying that it's hard to find tank spots, like I said, I get it. But there are guilds who need tanks. To get a spot in a raid team. Yeah, well, that's the thing, right? You're not going to be able to just walk into, like, a Mythic guild and be like, hi, I'm a tank, please give me a spot, right? Obviously, a lot of the really high-end Mythic guilds already have their tank situation sorted, or if, like, a really experienced Mythic guild is looking for a tank player, quite frankly, they're probably going to look for somebody like me who is already rated in Mythic for many, many years and is, like, just coming out of a different Mythic guild, and, you know, that is kind of where they'll look to go. So, if anything, tanks are the hardest role to immediately jump into high-level Mythic raids on. If you are, like, even a half-decent DPS player, you can usually get a spot in, like, a relatively high-level guild if you know, maybe not half-decent, but if you're, like, a good DPS player. And you play a good spec, like something like valuable like Warlock. If you're really good at Warlock and you don't really have that much Mythic experience, but like you at least know how to play and you're willing to learn, a lot of really high-level guilds will probably give you a shot, even if you really aren't familiar with Mythic raiding. Tanking, obviously, because it is a relatively limited role, and, you know, there's a lot of people to choose from, yeah, it's going to be a little bit more challenging to find spots, but you just got to work your way up. You got to prove yourself. You got to join a slightly lower level guild, you got to get more experience, and then either work together with that guild to, you know, get further, or then after a certain point, bounce and join a better guild, and just kind of work your way up the ladder. That's just how this goes. Speaking as somebody who has done exactly that. I didn't just magically jump into a high-level Mythic guild. I worked my way up over the years. It took a while, but, you know, I got there. Also, where is the mob for this quest? I think it's bugged. I think I need to run out of the zone and back in. You play every druid race, will that help? It'll at least show you that you're... look, it will show people that you are very dedicated to druid, at the very least. So, you know, there's that. What is going on? Where is the mob that's supposed to inspect the smoke trail? The quest is just broken. You were born with 100 parses. I think it's the Shadowpan Ranger, right? There we go. Now it's following me. Weird. Maybe it's because I went too far too quickly, so I'm just gonna do little loops. Okay, yeah, there we go. That fixed it. It's a pain in the ass quest, yeah.
I have a plan.
Alright. Where do you find guilds as someone who never raided Mythic? Either the recruitment Discord, so there's a recruitment Discord, if you just Google that, it should be easy enough to find. WoW Progress, Raider.io, Warcraft Logs. There's plenty of good websites that you can use to find a guild, but that is what you should use, right? A website. So obviously don't look for a guild in trade chat, but there's plenty of great opportunities to find that. Everyone wants an outlaw rogue. I don't know if I'd go that far. Blood DKs are busted purely because of their utility. Blood DKs are very strong as a result of grips, yes. That is one of the main reasons why Blood DKs are routinely one of the best tanks. But there have been tiers where there were no real great mass grip situations. Now, it always helps when there are tiers like this one, where, like I said before, Farok, mass grip is really insane. Generally it is, but there's a lot of reasons why Blood DK is a really, in-demand tank. Right now, it does relatively solid damage, a little bit less now that we have Awakened stuff. It's not quite the king that it was in Emirdrassil, but it is still a relatively high damage tank, and it has insane survivability. Blood DK is basically required in order to do the popular strategy for Farok of the Blood DK just solo tanks for the vast majority of P3, and you have your other tank hold the seed. Where, when I first killed Farok, I was the Blood DK that solo tanked the vast majority of P3. Now that I am no longer playing Blood DK and my co-tank is, I am the one who is carrying the seed, and he is the one who is solo tanking most of P3. But that strategy basically requires a Blood DK. If you don't have a Blood DK, no other tank can really, truly solo most of P3. You're going to have to do more frequent taunt swaps, and that is a lot harder to coordinate. So, Blood DK survivability in Mythic raids is unmatched. It's crazy. Don't look for guilds in trade chat, yeah. It's like looking for fresh sushi at a gas station. That's a nice comparison. You never felt discriminated in WoW until this game mode. People do me mean to froggers. Yeah, definitely. There's 2 mobs over there I can use. Wowhead just wrote an article on the Lifestorm Searing Light Cheese. Okay. Honestly, I don't really mind if that gets nerfed. I really don't like a lot of the healing stuff that is going around. I am very surprised that Searing Light got buffed, which means also it's probably safe, because if they buffed Searing Light, I doubt they're going to randomly change their minds and nerf it. They probably think it's fine, and it is fine. But I like Searing Light as like a Holy Priest Twink thing. I don't like Searing Light as like the best way to kill raid bosses. That is kind of lame. Now it obviously doesn't matter as much, but wasn't necessarily the most fun way to play. Let me crack open some of these boxes. Let's see. As an outlaw rogue main, we suck in raids, we dominate in keys. Well, the nice thing about rogue, I'm not saying rogue is bad, mind you. I don't necessarily think that right now, at least, rogue is 100% mandatory. It's good. Don't get me wrong, it is good. But rogue is like, it's fine. It's not going to absolutely blow your mind with like how crazy it is. It's going to be good. Rogue historically though has been a pretty good DPS. It is good right now. And the nice thing about rogue is that it has many viable specs. So while outlaw isn't going to be that amazing in most raid bosses, there are 2 other rogue specs that are actually very good for raids. So you have options for sure. And while rogue utility isn't quite as useful these days as it has been historically, it is still quite good. So that's why, like I said, rogues, they're not bad, but unless we're talking Tomb of Sargeras, you're generally speaking not going to have rogues requiring a raid spot. But they are good. It's nothing like Blood DK or currently Mistweaver. And at the same time, I said Mistweaver basically guarantees you a raid spot. Well, that has almost never been the case before. It's like Survival Hunter guaranteeing you a raid spot back in Shadowlands Season 3. But nowadays, that is the complete opposite case. So everything kind of depends. And like, for instance, BM Hunters right now in Season 4 of Dragonflight are very good. But at the same time, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say that being a BM Hunter guarantees you a raid spot. It is one of the better options, for sure. If you're good at BM Hunter, you're probably going to be able to find a spot in guilds relatively easily. But at the same time, BM Hunter is also a very popular spec, so there's going to be a lot of other people who are also playing it, and potentially a lot of other people who are pretty good at it. Would I like to see other remixes? For example, Legion remix or WoD remix? Yeah. Well, I mean, yes and no. Obviously, I would love to see them expand upon this for Legion and WoD. But I do think that if they do this again, they need to really focus on making it, like... I don't want to say good, because I know there's going to be... If I say that, a lot of people are going to be like, I think it is good. And I think they need to focus on limiting the amount of issues present in the mode. And I would love to have something like that and have it be really fun, but I think that this game mode could be fun for more people than just who it is appealing to. And I think that with a fairly minimal number of tweaks, which I've already ranted about, they could definitely improve this quite a lot. So I would hope that if they do this again, they put a minimal of additional time into it, because it was pretty bare bones this time around. They didn't really spend a shit ton of time working on it. So it was... not as good as it could have been. I love this music. I fucking love this music. You can check out my character if you're interested. You can send it to me on Discord. Yeah, if you want. I mean, I won't be able to look for a little while, just fair warning. So if I get a free chance, I can take a peek, but... you feel like Blizzard looks up Wowhead every Monday to see what the nerf of the week should be? Pretty much, yeah. I think that's kind of how it goes. BM Hunters are a dime a dozen. You're a BM Hunter in Storm Rage. Yeah. And then Art said, there are many BM Hunters. Big thing for Hunters, just be very good at mechanics. Do all the things, do all the gross jobs. That's a very good point, yeah. If you are a BM Hunter and you can't do mechanics, why do you exist, basically? Definitely Musical Surgeon has a very good point. So, it is definitely one of those roles where if all you do is damage, and you are not good at handling, you know, high responsibility mechanics, and we both know, we're both thinking the same thing, Ard, obviously. But at that point, why? Why play BM Hunter? And, you know, it's hard to justify your raid spot at that point. And be nice about things? I don't know what that means in this context. Maybe I'm missing something. I maybe should have saved a little bit of bronze. Also, I'm lagging a little bit, which is making this entire process really annoying. Oh, if you're a BM Hunter, yeah. One more stupid lunker and the daycare daily for the Tyven mount. You're so over this. Nice. Yeah, I chipped away at that a little bit when I was bored. I should be able to get the achievement before the expansion. I have, like, most of it done, but I'm still missing, like, a handful of things. Some M Hunters are jerks. Ah, words. Yes, true. I think you could say that about a lot of players of a lot of different specs, though. What add-on is that for the gems? It is Narcissus. Hold on, I'm gonna scroll up real quick, because I missed messages earlier. So Neo said earlier, you would actually love to experience Immersive on Mythic as a tank, but there's just no way, and obviously we discussed that a little bit more later. How difficult is Nimue on Mythic? Not that difficult, I would say. Like, Nimue isn't a complete pushover boss. Like, Gnarlroot, for instance, is... You can kill Gnarlroot in a pug on Mythic. It's face roll easy. And, like, Volcaros is also very, very, very easy on Mythic. But then... Like, I would say Council of Dreams is probably harder than Nimue, if we're being honest. But... Nimue requires, like, the tanks need to kind of know what they're doing, and it requires really good, like, group coordination. Which, like, isn't the hardest thing to do. Like, in a Mythic guild, realistically, you just assign people to do this special ad, you gotta know when you're supposed to go, when you're supposed to kill the ad, and it's not too challenging, but if you're in, like, a relatively disorganized guild, and they're not good at, like, setting things up and doing that properly, that can be a little bit tricky. It's not the most reliable thing in the world. Census me over Discord? Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I can take a peek later. Obviously, I can't really look right now. Council isn't that bad if people pay attention. I mean, Council's not that bad, don't get me wrong. Like, I'm not saying it's an impossible boss, but Council has unironically given my guild more trouble in Reclear than, like, any of the other first 6. Maybe Agira. Agira is actually surprisingly challenging because people fuck up the orbs and stuff. But Council is just, like... It is surprisingly punishing for what is effectively, like, a 3rd or 4th boss. It's, and it's very chaotic. Very, 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 very chaotic. There's just a lot going on. So, it's not insurmountable, but relative to a lot of other early bosses, like, compare Council to Volcaros, right? Volcaros is completely free. It is a super-duper easy boss. And then you have Council, where there's just so much shit going on, it is complete chaos all the time, and, it's night and day, pretty much. BM Hunter is a tutorial class. You can't miss doing things wrong in them. No offense, they are so easy to play. BM Hunter, I mean, I always joke, right, that, like, a dog could learn how to play BM Hunter, right? But at the same time, if we're being serious, right, every single spec has a skill floor and a skill ceiling. And BM Hunter has a relatively low skill floor. That being said, it has a skill ceiling just like any other spec. Now, it probably doesn't have the highest skill ceiling, but a lot of people act like, BM Hunter, you know, it's the easiest thing to do super well with, and I have witnessed bad BM Hunters. It is possible to fuck up BM Hunter. So, yeah, it is not just like completely mash buttons and do top damage. There is some skill to it. You have to? Yeah, it's definitely noticeable when it happens. What do I want next? I think I want more haste. I got most of my mastery. And we'll take more verse, I suppose, and Sleech. Sure. Fine with that. Like, if you forgot to summon your pet. Yeah. I have seen that happen. Frenzy stacks if they fall off, yeah, for sure. Managing that can be a little bit involved. Where's the gear upgrade guy? This is probably the last time I'll manage my gems. I feel like my gems are pretty set, but I do need to check my gear to make sure that I upgrade it as much as I can. Wow, it's expensive to do these upgrades, actually. I should have saved a bit of bronze. Okay, that cost is really cheap. The nice thing is probably a bunch of these upgrades I'm going to have higher item level pieces to reduce the cost with. So that'll make things a little bit more forgiving. This, yeah, I can't upgrade. This one I can. Okay. So overall, not that bad, actually. And I can get one more upgrade on my weapon, which will be nice. Cool. So that should help out a little bit. Unfortunately, what I will need to do regularly is check back in to upgrade my gear, because the reality of doing quest leveling, and the reason why this is just really, really shit, is that scaling is just so aggressive every single level in Remix. You do not get a break. The game holds no punches. Every single level is like a 30 item level jump, and you're going to fall off super hard if you don't routinely upgrade your gear. So pretty much every 2 levels, I need to go back there and spend bronze to upgrade all my stuff, or I'm just going to have a miserable time. Which, they really need to fix this. There's like a lot of ways that they can fix it. The main way is they honestly need to just make it so gear scales a lot less, or either give people like almost max gear the moment they hit level 61. I don't know. They need to do something. Because the issue with scaling right now is that it has more to do with the item level jump every single time you level compared to anything else. So, until that gets fixed, this will be pretty fucked. Also, I need to summon my pet. And I have talent. I have a lot of talent points to spend. Oh my goodness. This one likes to let your pet die. Yeah. Forgetting to multi-shot for Beast Cleave. True. Okay. What do I want here? Let's see. Did I... Razor Fragments. Surging Shots. Salvo is nice for this. Lock and Load is really good. Interesting. I don't really want either one of those. Let's get Salvo. Let's get Wailing Arrow. I'll just take True Shot. Wow, I just got a shit ton of cooldown abilities. Okay, wow. Oh my god, I have so many things that I need to press now. I'm gonna do that, put that there. Whew, okay, I like doubled my buttons just by spending talents there. Having a lot of cooldown things is nice. Macros for the win. Yeah, I'll have to look in that stuff. Yeah, this will be... It's really tricky. I forget exactly what I ran on my last MM Hunter run. The other thing is I haven't really played MM Hunter up to 70, so I think a lot of these talents I didn't run in my previous test, which was just up to 60. True Shot isn't a real cooldown. Reduces the cooldown on... Wait, what is it? Not a... How is it not a real cooldown? Also, I really need Victory Fire. It's kind of crazy that I haven't found it yet. Oh, nice. Versatility chess piece. Haste, Mastery, and Verse. So, Haste... Mastery, and Verse. It is, but it's trash. Oh. Have I done all the raids? Yes. Well, on this character? No. If you're saying you want to know if it's worth it, then it is not worth it to do while leveling, not even remotely. The only raid that's really worth doing while leveling is Mogushan Vaults, and then, like, if you don't want to level across multiple days, you could also do Heart of Fear and Terrace. None of the other raids are worth doing while leveling. I have tested it. But for this particular speedrun, I am doing just solo leveling completely on my own. Also, I should note that I'm not going to be talking quite as much towards the end of this stream, because my throat is actually like... it kind of hurts. Normally my throat is like, I'm fine. But right now, like, I can feel that, it's like closing up, basically. It's getting harder and harder to talk, so just heads up. I will be at least a little bit more quieter than usual. Terrace is easy. Yeah, Terrace is easy, but it's like, the amount of time that it takes to get there and get it set up, it's just not, like, super worth it. It's not bad. But the most efficient raid by far is Mogushan Vaults.
All that matters is the mission. Silent and deadly.
What do you think will be faster, Kata Time Walking Dungeons or Remix Heroic Dungeons? Is that even a question? Time Walking Dungeons weren't even the fastest way to level before Remix. They're not the fastest way to level in retail. So, yeah. And Cataclysm is like one of the slower expansions for Time Walking anyway. So, I guess to answer your question, definitely not Time Walking. It's like not even a contest. Raj is actually pretty nice for this, being able to round up all these targets. It would be nice if I got a lock and load proc there. But oh well. Agreed on vaults, yeah. See, that's the thing, like, Terrace is not bad. Even Heart of Fear, like, they're both relatively fast. But they are not faster than Mogushan Vaults, so if you're just trying to level up as fast as possible in one sitting, it's just going to be better to do Mogushan Vaults and then spam Heroic Dungeons. Or, if you're trying to level up just across multiple sittings, where all you care about is minimizing your time played, then it's better to just spam Mogushan Vaults over and over across multiple days. So, you know. They're not bad, but in no realistic situation is it worth doing the other raids. Well, actually, I don't want to necessarily say that, because there are potential ideas that I have that could make the other ones more effective than I'm making it out to be. But based on all the testing runs that I've done so far, unless some theories that I have are good, then right now Mogushan Vaults is the only one that's really worth doing. Oh, fucking tree branch.
How can the shadow
It doesn't look bad that you can chill level a character in approximately 5 hours. Of course, it's more than double the time if you go hardcore leveling. Yeah. This isn't going to be 5 hours, though. It's looking like it's going to be closer to 6 hours, which is rough for me. Because that means that I will really not have that much time to make food and, you know, breathe before my classic raid. I should note, just as a heads up, on the off chance that this somehow takes me 2 more hours on top of this, I will probably need to cut it short because I'm not going to miss my classic raid just for this. Well, actually, if it goes 2 more hours, then we'll have to end the stream anyway because the YouTube cut off. I don't think it's going to take 2 more hours, mind you, but just a fair warning. I mean, the last 7 levels should not take that long, but... the last 10 levels are the longest part of the run. So. You really struggle in Mogashan Vaults if you only bring a level 70 that's not uber geared? Well, I mean, yeah, but that applies to, like, literally every raid. Mogashan Vaults is the easiest one out of the 3 with under-geared characters. Terrace of the Endless Spring is actually really tough if you don't have a character to carry you. Man, if only I had Victory Fire. Like, my damage is actually kind of crazy at this point. I don't have Victory Fire. So I'm able to do those pulls, like, in much slower speed, which is painful. Crap. Where are the wounded blackguards? Oh, up there. You were the best DPS at level 62 in a normal raid, and then you joined a heroic dungeon at level 67 and got one-tapped by a melee attack. It's crazy scaling, yeah. Realistically speaking, you are the weakest by far during these levels, and it gets worse and worse as you approach level 70. It's bad. It's really bad. It's just like, it's a blatant oversight due to how like Dragonflight gearing works. Because think about it this way. In terms of Dragonflight item level, at level 60, you should already be like roughly 270 item level. And look at my gear right now. So the baseline scaling for this is that I should be like 40 item levels higher. And even if I fully upgraded my gear, it still wouldn't be that high. They really just undertune the gear, and that is the main reason why scaling feels so bad. Because it's tuned as if you have Dragonflight item level, because that's just what the inherent game's code does for each level. But in Remix, they don't give you enough gear to account for that. And overpowered Tinker Gems are only going to do so much when mobs are just, you know, way too beefy. And realistically speaking, right, like, what is the maximum item level that you're going to reach around the time when you hit level 70? For most people, you're going to be in the low 300s. For reference, when I started leveling in Dragonflight, on my very first character coming out of Shadowlands, I was already 300-something item level from full faded stuff. Now, most people weren't, because that was obviously like going into it with full faded. But the fact that you end Dragonflight, or end Remix leveling at around the same item level that many people entered Dragonflight at 60 at is crazy. The gear does not scale up fast enough. I don't know why I got credit for one other random one. What's the point of the cloak having so much bonus experience? To level faster? I don't get it. What do you mean, what's the point? That is, the point is to speed up leveling. I'm sorry, maybe I'm misunderstanding the, like, idea behind your question.
What is it? We are the sword in the shadows.
Gloves, versatility shoulders, nice. Speed pants, unfortunately. Let me just use Barrage to round up a bunch of stuff here. And do I have trick shots? No, so I will do... Nice. Do that. If you really struggle... Or I read that already. This is so much slower than your first run today? Yeah, exactly. Now, keep in mind, right? I'm also playing a relatively weaker leveling spec, especially for something like this, solo questing. So, I will continue to do a handful of questing runs just to really refine it. But yeah, I mean, obviously, we already knew that it was going to be slower. I think that, like, if you're really, really, really pushing it... I did not send over legendary gems or anything ahead of time. So if you're doing that, that would save a good amount of time as well. Didn't do that this run. But, if you, like, did a run on, let's say, like, a Guardian Druid, and you had, like, legendary gems and all that stuff, and you were really, really pushing it to be as fast as it possibly could be, I think that just questing could be, like, around 4 hours, maybe even 3.5 if it was, like, perfectly done. But, yeah. It's obviously a little bit rough. That being said, though, I don't really think anybody should do just this. There's no reason to just do questing. If you don't want to do the level 20 Twink thing, that's fine. I know that some people don't want to do that, but at the very least, do normal Mogushan Vaults. A single normal Mogushan Vaults run at level 25 is going to save you so much time compared to any other method. Obviously, if you're going to do this and you don't want to do Twinks, you could also do Heart of Fear, Terrace, as we've already said a few times. But bare minimum, do a single Mogushan Vaults run. That'll speed up the questing a lot. You can't spell cloak. I feel that. I have days where I cannot spell. It's pain. What the hell happened there? Explosive Barrage, Sunstrider's Flourish, Slay. I think they all just fired off. It's most days, yeah. You've been looting the XP threads in Mogushan Vaults and letting the bonus XP go to your mailbox? Yeah. I think that's a really good way to, like, do chill leveling for anybody. Right, we have this quest. Haste Boots, nice. That's pretty good. What do I want? I like Soul Shape. Honestly, you know what? I'm not really using Soul Shape that much. Let's try Trailblazer. And have the stacking Trailblazer. I want to see how that feels. Been out of the loop, what is the mailbox thing? Simplest way I can explain it, because it is a little bit confusing, is if you don't loot the bonus experience item while doing raids, then you can get all of the experience bonuses from, like, the threads that give you 12% experience on every single boss. And that way, when you loot all of the bonus experience items out of your mailbox, they are all benefiting from the full experience increase that you got from Mogushan Vaults. So, let's say, just to pick, like, numbers out of a hat, I entered Mogushan Vaults with plus 100% experience on my cloak. I kill the first boss, I don't do the mailbox trick, and I loot all of the experience normally. Well, now I am getting that bonus experience with a plus 100% modifier. However, by the end of Mogushan Vaults, you'll have obtained 72% increased experience for your cloak. If you don't loot the bonus XP on every single boss, and then instead collect it from your mailbox at the end, every single one of those bonus experience items will be giving you 72% more experience than it would have otherwise. I hope that made sense.
Let us meet back up with Lord Zoo. There is nothing more we
Don't loot, then goes to the mailbox, yeah. Because if you don't loot it, that's what sends it to the mailbox, just to clarify.
We are outnumbered, but not.
Oh, does Terran Zoo take, like, a while to get here or something? I guess I can just sort through my bags real quick. Not bad. Leech. Ah, yuck. Leech gloves. Let me just erase all of this gear. Yeah, that's leech, so I can't take that. Every day that ends in a Y. Yeah. You have speedy auto loot, so you didn't even know the threads were items. Yeah, it's really nice. Also, looks like this quest might just be bugged, so I'll just do the thing where I head to Dread Wastes and then go back. Sorry if you've answered this, but how should you play in order to get the first character to 70 ASAP? Bear in mind you're relatively new to WoW. What the fuck is happening here? Where is the NPC? I've never had this issue. I've definitely flown straight here before, and it has just worked. I'm just, you know what? I'm going to delete this and pick it up again. Maybe that unfucks it.
We shall never yield.
If it's just fucked, then it's just fucked. It's just fucked. I'm not doing this quest then. I don't know why it's choosing to be fucked today. But the rest of this quest line isn't even really that good. It's like, okay. And I have more than enough efficient quests elsewhere that I can do. What's your gear score going into the Cata raid? I think, 348. I want to say. Full heroic dungeon gear and then like a handful of other stuff. Small indie company? Yeah, that's a weird one. I've never encountered that bug before. But it doesn't really matter because, like I said, there's a ton of other perfectly good quests that I can do. Think I forgot to answer your question? No, you're good. I was going to get back to it. Yeah, basically what I was saying is, it's hard for me to, like, evaluate, like, I can't really say, you know, new to WoW, etc., like, what would be better or worse for you. I would say your best option would be kind of a solo questing route like this, with the addition of, as I said before, run Mogashan Vaults, run Heart of Fear and Terrace, and that'll give you a lot of bonus experience. That'll make it pretty easy. Yeah, I can't get trick shots on a fucking 2-target cleave. God, how do people play the spec on 2 targets? Woo. Why is this not working? Did it bug out because I fought both of them at once? It might... Yeah. It breaks if you fight both of them at once. Maybe I'll get credit. No, I have to kill her again. Ah. You don't, yeah. But yeah, I think that method should be your best option, Lucario. Only normal. Yeah, you cannot do heroic raids while leveling. Normal raids give you 12% experience to your cloak for every single boss, so they're pretty good. Okay, let's... I hate how Meteor Storm sometimes just makes it really annoying to kill all this stuff. You know what, before I do any of this, I already know that I'm going to get absolutely cranked by the scaling here. I'm just going to go back and upgrade my gear. It's right over there, I may as well. I'm going to get fucking demolished if I don't do this. sucks that you have to, because it feels really, really, really bad.
Reporting for duty.
But I'm just preparing. Scrap some gems for extra bronze. Fuck, what? What are these upgrade costs, man? Blizzard, really? At the very least, I'll be able to upgrade the stuff where, like, I got a cheap thing that, reduced the cost. But, like, fuck off. I could use the cards, but it's right there. It's, like, literally right outside. I don't even have enough fucking bronze to buy all of these upgrades. Actually fucking insane. At the very least, they need to nuke the upgrade costs up to level 70. It just feels so bad having to do that and not even being able to afford those limited upgrades. So this isn't even going to make the difference feel that impactful. Don't scrap gems, it doesn't matter. I mean, like, generally speaking, sure, but understand that I have like 1,000,000 gems. I don't really care about losing 1 or 2. I'd rather have the 10 bronze for like slightly more upgrades in this run. But you are correct in that, generally speaking, I think it is not a good idea to scrap the gems. Alright. I got enough Mushan bladders. I need Mal Willow, which I can get by, it's like off the little trees somewhere. I need to kill turtles. Where are the turtles? There's some Mal Willow. Another Mal Willow over there. I'll use Cheetah here. Currently only done the raid daily quest. You have 500% bonus XP and all the bonus XP sitting in your mailbox waiting to loot Lifestorm. Nice. Yeah, definitely a nice way to level. Barrage gets you Trick Shot for the duration, but that's the only 2-target cleave you get. Yeah, damn, that feels really bad then. At least while leveling, you rarely enter situations like that. I can almost always find, like, a 3rd target to drag in, but whenever you're forced to do it, oh, man. I feel like they need to change that, right? Like, it is really weird that an entire spec's design is it doesn't do damage on 2 targets. Like, that just shouldn't be something special about a spec. It is shit in this one scenario. Like, why? How is that fun at all? I don't think there's any MM hunters that are really happy about, like, oh boy, my class is niche, being unable to do damage right now. I'm so excited. My class fantasy, woo! That kind of feels unfortunate, and they should probably fix that. MM needs a whole rework in general? Yeah, I could see that. Let's get, this guy.
Is this hot enough for you?
Is that enough? Oh, fuck, I'm 3 shell fragments off? Fucking hell. Alright, let's blast this one. I hope it doesn't... Oh, I did its fucking protective shell. Can I even break through this absorb shield? Oh, apparently I can. Alright. Alright. Now, this quest. This quest sucks. Oh, no, and there's another person here. Alright, this quest might not be really realistically doable if there's somebody else here. It is really rough if you have other people to compete with. Have I really not gotten the first clue yet? Okay, I did get the first clue. It just took a second. How am I? I'm good. Hope you're doing good as well. Your main character has been at 100% XP since level 70 and it never goes up. Is it normal? Is it your first character? Not sure what you mean. Also, if by level 60, I assume, are you saying level 70? Like, because at level 65, you stop gaining experience threads. The only way to get XP after reaching level 65 is by doing LFR and getting the guaranteed ones. Shit. Got Malwillow there. Ah, shit. It barely missed. Come on, second clue. Oh my god. Yeah, this quest is pain. Oh, and of course it got stunned, so it's not going to give me the, Yeah, that's rough. Okay, there we go. Second clue. We're making progress. For the tusks, is SOO on LFR too? Well, yeah, but you can't get any tusks from LFR. It's only normal enough. So you can do SOO on LFR, it won't give you the currency, to be clear. Fucking speed, man. Oh.
We make a great team. Is this hard enough for you?
Come on, final clue, please. Final clue, please. Oh, is that it? No. The game's trolling me. Final clue, please, 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 please. Get me out of this hell. Oh. Are there mobs down here I can kill? I absolutely despise this quest. This is probably a skip, if you have, like, any other reasonable amount of experience. Come on, please. Yes! Okay, we're done. Thank God. Fuck that. While I'm out here, I'll head to the island and do those quests. You miss MM's Sepulchre tier set. It was dumb, but at least it could do 2-target cleave. I did not play MM, so I don't know that, but I will take your word for it. That sounds much nicer. You watched the first speedrun. After the second MSV raid, couldn't I just start looting all the XP tokens since you'll have the majority of the big XP threads? No. That is a really good question. I can understand why you would be confused. The main, so there's two sides of that. One, I want to intentionally skip the later levels because it's a weird XP scaling thing. Basically, the amount of experience that you get from the tokens scales to your level. It's not like a direct one-to-one, but it does scale. So you want to save it for later, ideally. That's why people wait until the end. But the biggest one is that the heroic dungeon... heroic dungeons give experience bonuses from queuing, and the experience bonus starts falling off dramatically after you reach level 51. I believe it is a bug, because there's no way that that is intended, but you basically get exponentially more experience at lower levels than at higher levels because of, like I said, what I assume is a bug But right now it means that you're going to get a shit ton less XP from heroic dungeons past level like 55-ish. So you do not want to be doing heroic dungeons still at that point. But they are significantly faster earlier on. So good question, I can understand the confusion, but yeah, for a few different reasons, it is just better to do it early. What do I need to do? I think I just kill mobs, right? I need 5 total. Let's just do an aim shot here. Nice. I only need 1 more. So let's just do this. And then I need claws. So that would just be find, yeah, this pack. And then do... Nice. Okay, perfect. So that's those 2 down. Thanks for explaining, no problem. Yeah. Definitely a really good question, because that's like, those are the questions that I like when people ask me, because that, like, I clearly understand why you're thinking that, and I can completely understand why it would be confusing. But yeah, there is definitely a weird reason as to why it's not the case. I guess I was about to say I should round up more mobs to make this go faster, but I don't have victory fire, so like technically it doesn't actually matter. Though, yeah, okay, that just deleted it anyway. That was just, that had nothing to do with victory fire, that was just, my damage being ludicrous at this stage. Oh, don't, oh, I fucking overshot the cliff. Why it's a perfect run, what's that mean? Go watch the start of the stream. And you'll understand what I mean. Because it worked. You were just thinking open all of them, that way you don't overshoot it? Yeah. Well, I mean, technically speaking, I lost less time by overshooting it than I would have if I opened them early and fucked myself with the heroic dungeon scaling. It probably would have been about a comparable time loss, because it's not like you can't do heroic dungeons at higher levels, it's just slower. But realistically speaking, the trick isn't to open them early, the trick is to just do the math better. I should have just, I figured it out. Frankly, I just wasn't paying attention to my level. I thought I was a lower level than 50. I did not realize I had leveled that fast. So, it just ended up being so fast that by the time I noticed I was already level 50 and went, oh shit, I should open it now, I was overshooting it. Which, good problem to have. But, yeah, realistically speaking, the solution is to just count better, which I'll need to do if I attempt this again. What is happening here? Why is the mob... It's supposed to summon ads, it's not. One thing that I do like about leveling MM is look at this range. That is ludicrous range. Nice. Okay, so I need a little bit more arcane powder. Actually, that's all I need at this stage. Okay. So, let's just round up some stuff, and... yeah, my throat is starting to give out, unfortunately. What is happening? Why can I not... Oh, yeah, this is scaling. This is scaling shenanigans. Oh my god, look at that bullshit. Look at my health bar just getting shredded by a randomly poorly scaled cast. Now you know, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, this is just a bonus speedrun. In addition to the other one. That was the insane speedrun. This is, like, just for fun. There we go. Alright, so... Let me... do I have any gear upgrades that I could use? Yes, this is an upgrade. And let me do all this stuff first. That's an upgrade. Versatility, that should be a boost. Actually, I'd rather just have the master at this stage. Is that an upgrade? Probably. And then we'll resocket all these gems. Opportunist. Enkindle, perfect. And then, before I do anything else, I'm just going to quickly break down this gear. Will people accept me in their group easily when you're level 70, or do you need to upgrade your gear? I mean, it's really hard to say. It really depends on the group. The easiest way to do it is just make your own group. I can assure you that a bunch of people will apply. They do not care who is leading the group. It is easy enough. So, realistically speaking, that's the best method. You don't need to know anything. Like, a lot of people are worried about, like, oh, if I'm leading a group, people are going to expect me to know XYZ thing. No, I can tell you right now, people do not give a shit at all. They're going to just join your group and be like, all right, hold W, blast stuff. You know, nobody's going to really put any thought into it. Let's scrap that. And I have one more quest. I need to kill a Shanza Dao Death Speaker. Nice. Oh, are you kidding me? Okay. Fuck off, game. Oh, that is some bullshit right there. Fucking hell. Alright. Turn this in. Okay, so the quest is not turned in there. You're doing your first ever normal SOO. You haven't raided in years. Nice. Yeah. Admittedly, raiding in this mode is, like, kind of fucked compared to regular raiding. It's, very, very odd. But I do hope that you have fun with it. I still think there's, like, some marginal fun to be had doing the raids here just because of how broken everything is, but it's a different kind of fun. Alright. Mogu Incursions. Oh yeah, that quest. Let's see. I have good gloves, right? Yeah, I have good gloves already. Let's do that. Still at it? Yep. Yeah, I mean, we kind of knew this was going to be on the slower end as far as the speedruns go, because it is a marksmanship hunter, and I have resigned myself to just doing quests. That is all I am allowed to do for this run, as per, you know, the entire idea behind it. Also, how did I turn off enemy nameplates? When did that happen? Alright. Better than LFR and gives you that feel of remembering? Yeah. That I can totally relate to, for sure. Surprise attack. We'll do this one. While they do that RP, I will go loot this. Oh shit, it's, let's get Meteor Storm. There we go. All of my stuff. What? Oh, was I out of range? That's frustrating. Oh, this quest. Yeah, no, I don't want to do this quest. I might need to restart this. Yeah. I think it broke. I think I went too far away and the quest broke. I'm not going to do the quest then. Just a little bit too finicky. Okay. Problem is, weapon upgrades are just so fucking expensive. It's stupid, man. It's incredibly dumb. This is cheap, at least, kind of. I need to upgrade the good Tinkers. Yeah, this is where all my damage is going to be. Okay, that one is already upgraded. Yeah, no, it's totally okay for that to cost 1,000 bronze while you're just leveling up. That's totally fine. Totally not problematic. I think that's all I can do right now. Yeah. Oh, that feels awful. Okay. Yeah, am I... I'm gonna do this quest just because it's like... I might as well. 45k XP is not bad, and this one's pretty fast. It's unfortunate that it kind of broke the first time I tried it. Did I try the dungeon leveling without auto loot? Yep. Check the start of the stream. 1 hour, 11 minutes. That was the time for that run. Hello man, trying to do some leveling for my alts with the method you explained in your video. Is there a number of dungeons you need to clear before looting mailbox? It entirely depends on like how much bonus experience you have in your cloak, so it's not like set in stone. There's a tool in my Discord that Dosakuva created, a spreadsheet, that'll be helpful for you. Oh. Let's see. Alright, I have roughly 1 hour to finish this run. I think that's absolutely doable. But man, am I tired. Whew. Wonder if there's like a roleplay section where I can make coffee, because I really need coffee right now. Let me tell you. What's a good... You know what? If I go to Dread Wastes and I do the introduction quests, when Kilruck is flying me to the main Klaxi hub, I should have enough time to run and make coffee. It's like the perfect opportunity for that. let's do that. Do aim shot. Oh, there we go. Why is my pet constantly getting dismissed? Oh, my pet's dead. Oh, fuck. I didn't realize that. Is it getting killed by something? I'm like super focus starved. There we go. Let's do this and then revive my pet. Nice. You don't have a coffee pot next to you? No. I wish I did. I got credit for surprise attack. Unfortunately, due to weird phasing issues, I'm unable to turn in Wisdom of Nizao, it looks like. The NPC just isn't there. But I can turn in surprise attack, at least. And then we'll head to Dread Wastes. Alright, yay, hooray, woo! Leech. Yuck. I guess I should check this quest to see if it unfucked itself. Would be nice if it unfucked itself. Oh, it has unfucked itself. Okay, I'm gonna continue questing here then. Because these quests are good. I have no idea why it was just randomly broken. Never run into that issue before. You saw someone do that in a little over 3 hours? Yeah, I mean... My run earlier with a different method was an hour and 10 minutes. Like, I'm not saying that method isn't a, like, good way to level. You absolutely can. I did runs like that. But there are, like, so many different ways to level, and right now... I am fairly sure that the method that I showed at the start of this stream is the fastest. Like, it doesn't really get faster than 1 hour. The only way that I think you can do it realistically faster is by just optimizing that process even further. Mastery. Hey, nice. These ones. Need to do this. And then grab all the arrows. There should be a bunch, yeah, around here. It's doable like that. You missed the leveling route. Was it a trial account? Yes and no. I mean, really, it's one of those things where, like, you can just go back to the start of this stream and watch it. Just rewind a little bit, and you'll be able to see. It's a pretty involved process, so it's hard to, like, put into words. It did involve a trial account, yes, but it involved a lot of other stuff on top of that. Relatively low amounts of arrows from all these. Man, that is tough. There we go.
You have my attention. I will handle the rest of this. You take those arrows and get down to the action at the bridge.
Mastery gloves already have that. Mastery belts. That I like to see. Oh! And finally, got another damage gem that I can use. Avoidance chests, all that stuff. Don't need that. You're going back to leveling alt number 4? Nice. Best of luck with that. Finally a weapon upgrade. Okay, that's going to be really nice. That took a while. I stunned. Man, I'm missing one. There we go.
How can the shadow path serve? Yeah.
Fucking leech. Okay. That's another really big issue with the gearing system. I know I've ranted about it a lot, but, like, I'm talking about how you get, like, poor gear as you're leveling up, and one of the biggest issues with that is you're not even guaranteed to get gear by completing quests. So you routinely end up in situations where you just don't get an upgrade for, like, 3 levels in a row, because the game just keeps giving you dog shit. Avoidance gear is not an upgrade. So not only is the scaling on the gear really bad, but the game can sometimes just say, fuck you. You get nothing. Good day, sir. And that's just not fun. Also, I should probably start using these scrolls just as a nice, tiny little bonus. At this point, I only need to kill Hulking Korthic Fleshrender, though. There we are. God, this thing has a lot of health. What the hell? Is my pet dead again? Did it die when I looked away? Seriously? This thing just falls over from a stiff breeze.
We are outnumbered, but not outwitted.
Yeah, same item. Speed belts. A few quests I can do here. Think you should be able to turn in the other quest after turning in Surprise Attack. You had the same problem. Oh, maybe. How much XP does it give? The, Wisdom of Nizal? Yeah, it's, I would say a little bit of XP. That's worth doing. I'll check after doing this quest line. May as well. And... nice. Is it actually dead? It is dead. Oh my fucking god. The stupid pet. These mobs keep dying before I even have a chance to tag them. What is going on? This definitely does not feel normal. Just falling over instantly. Alright, there we go. You have a weak aura that shows a round pet health bar, and when they die, it plays the Wilhelm scream and shows a flashing skull icon. That sounds nice.
Up here, I could use a hand. There were large wave of flyers approaches. Take my cannon, quickly.
Alright, this quest... This one can be kind of buggy. Alright. Why is it not working, man? Literally shooting directly at them, and the hitbox just doesn't exist. Okay. Right. There we go.
Is that thing? Is it really trying to fly across?
Where's the hitbox? There we go.
Let's get down there and finish it off.
Many deals for a friend of the Grumbles. Like you.
Nice. 304 item level's good. We'll take Slay and that. If you've heard of, interesting. Yeah. Oh, what? Huh? How'd I get over there? What happened? I've never seen it spawn over there. I've literally never once seen that happen. That is so weird. It's supposed to spawn right there. There we go.
Well, I am proud to fight.
Leech, You did a similar method the other day, no trial account, solo rogue, DPS queues. Took about 4 hours. You had to start your own raid groups for the raids. Yeah. It's really not bad starting your own raid groups. It's like pretty chill.
The Shah of Hatred is inside that mantid structure. I suspect it was drawn to a powerful host there.
Nice. Yeah, these quests are pretty good.
Specially tuned crystals from some of the mantid
Mastery helmet. Love that.
I located these leaders here,
Bring orb.
here, and here.
What is this? A speedrun for ants?
Kill them. Take the crystals.
Yes. I mean, in some cases, you could argue that, yes, the entire point of this is it is a speedrun for people who don't like, you know, doing speedruns. Obviously, a lot of the slow time is down to marksmanship hunter, because, you know, MM hunter, right? But this is questing only. So, this is the fastest questing only run that I've done. Definitely, if I were to play a spec that's, like, really good, it could be faster, but effectively, what I'm trying to do is show the time difference between, like, if you're just trying to quest and do this normally versus if you're doing the super efficient route with alt boosting. Like, how much slower is this compared to everything else? And the answer is pretty slow, unfortunately. It's a shame because I know that a lot of people would vastly prefer questing to be fast. I really think they need to buff questing to make it more effective. Because this is a little bit tragic. Shouldn't even do that. It's just gonna die anyway. Nice, the mob's up.
Good work.
Why is this evade bugged? Is it just going to evade bug all the way back to where it came from? Unlucky. Alright, we need to do the other ones over there. Pro snail run, yeah. You've been doing the 20 boost method today. Biggest issue is tools kicking the alt AFK. Easy solution for that. Get a third account. So just create a second starter edition account. You can have as many as you want. So you just create another one and you queue up with it. And that way you have kick protection. If you want to really min-max it, you could also continually create new characters on that third account and make sure that you're locked to the 10 to 20 or 10 to 19 bracket. That way you don't get Stormstout Brewery. So you could take it one step further, but that is absolutely the way to go if you want to avoid getting kicked. That is what I do every single time. But yeah, I haven't actually gotten kicked yet. Partially because I've done a lot of my runs with the 3-stack. But even when I don't do it, I have not run into that yet. But a few people have told me that they run into that issue. If they end up getting kicked from groups, and that is the best way to avoid it. Literally just got kicked, super annoying, yeah. That sucks. I mean, it is really stupid. I don't know why idiots are doing that. It's, unfortunate. But I'm telling you, you want to completely prevent kicks, just get that third account set up. Minimal additional effort, and considering that apparently a lot of people are running into that problem, it'll likely save you time in the long run. It's unfortunate that it's necessary. You'd think that people aren't gonna try to, like, you know, screw over the person who's helping them. But a lot of people are stupid. You have 4 starter accounts, may have been doing some multi-boxing before. Yeah, nice. I've done that a lot. Let me jump down here and start the roleplay. And I assume somebody... Yeah, somebody killed the Shah. So I'll have to wait for him a little bit, but that works out well. Actually... Yeah, no, that's an upgrade. Never mind. Just do that, and pop this sucker in. I'm just going to scrap all of my gems. Or at least a good amount of them so that I can get free bronze to do the last set of upgrades, just because I want to power through this. Skipping the one boss in Jade causes some complaints too. I mean, like, it really doesn't matter. I don't know why people care so much about that boss. It's called WoW Brain Rot? Yeah. You had someone earlier complain about how quickly the dungeon run was over. Like, Yeah, I don't understand that. It's like, if you didn't like that the dungeon was fast, like, you're not limited to a certain amount of dungeons per day. Just re-queue. Do another fast dungeon. Nobody's stopping you. It is so weird.
The more your hatred broils within you. Everything that you are is mine.
Nice. Where is the quest turn-in? It says it's right here. Yeah.
Get down to business.
You've been kicked exactly once. Some idiot didn't realize what was happening despite you having boost in your name.
You could not have done this without
Yeah.
Thank you.
It's annoying. That's another reason why I usually name my characters something boost. Just on the off chance, like, people see. I have no idea if, like, anybody would recognize that it's me by, like, you know, I put Harl something. But what I would imagine is that, at the very least, anybody who has seen my videos would see that character and realize, and understand what's going on, but I doubt that that would actually occur. But on the off chance, you know, I figure I might as well do that. The rest usually lizard brain kick, or vo kick, yeah. Unfortunately. We had someone complain the boss fights were not instant and your SO normal. Yeah, so there you go. The opposite complaint of the bosses aren't just falling over. You can't please everybody. God, it really is crazy just how amazing the music in Mists of Pandaria is. Like, it is just next level banger. It has no right to be as good as it is. Every single fucking track. If it was you, you'd report and block everyone just to be safe. Yeah. I'm not gonna upgrade that. Wow, I have really not gotten a chest plate upgrade. A while. One shoulder upgrade. There. Jesus Christ. I'll do that. Get that, and then I need to get my bracers. Yeah. And I'll send one upgrade on my boots, because, like, why not? Have I 100% to Townlong Steps? I think I'm missing, like, one quest line on this character. Campaign, Townlong Steps. Oh yeah, I didn't do the Mist Lurkers one. And then I'm guessing that this quest line, yeah. This quest line, I haven't finished the very end of it, and that counts. Townlong is weird. It's like, there's only technically 5 chapters, but there are so many quests in some of those chapters. And there's other ones that have, like, a lot of chapters with very small quests. Like, look at how many chapters are in Jade Forest. I've done, like, way more quests in Townlong than I did in Jade Forest, but I've done the exact same number of chapters. It is wild. And I did, like, Kunlai Summit. Yeah, I'm missing a bunch in Kunlai Summit. A lot of that because I skipped the very last quest, just because. Do I kill the spiders? I forget. No, I don't. I think there's a mob down there that gives me a quest to kill the spiders, though, right? So let me go grab that. What's the run? We're doing a no boost run with Hunter? Yes. Yeah, solo questing only run with Hunter. We're near the end.
We are the sword in the shadows.
Yeah, basically, this stream is like, you know, the full difference between the two things. You get to see the super ultra fast optimized 1 hour speedrun, and then you get the really slow solo questing run. That's... I need 4, right? So this should be enough. Did I not? Oh, it's because it's the yak. Right. You have started to really hate Dragonflight music? Yep. Yeah, the new music is just pretty terrible. In most cases, unfortunately. I agree with you. I don't know if I'd go so far as to say that I hate it, but I'm definitely not a fan of Dragonflight music. I have done these quests so many times. I never realized that the name of this quest was Psychomantic. This quest came out... When did this quest come out? It had to have been before Donkey started making, like, all of these Psychomantis jokes. So most people know that by now, but that, like, he's been doing that for years. You don't even know what it sounds like and you hate it? Yeah. Sapfly bits and Girthani spirits. Man, this guy has murdered the entire fucking local population. Jesus Christ. Okay, so I'm going somewhere else to get my sapflies. Let's do that. And then I have to actually loot them, unfortunately. Makes it a little bit harder to do spread AoE like this. Go. It's still only 80 out of 100. Psychomantis first appeared... Well, yeah, but like... I mean, am I wrong, or was it Donkey who turned the Psychomantis thing into a meme? Right? Maybe somebody did it before and I just only know it from Donkey, but... Like, I'm well aware that Psychomantis was a character, but that's like the entire thing, right? Donkey will randomly, like, whenever characters in video games start asking a lot of questions, he'll just, like, cut in a really old Metal Gear clip of Psychomantis. And it's been, like, a thing for years now. That's at least where I know it from. Maybe it was, like, done by somebody else, and that's why. It's entirely possible it is also just not even a Donkey reference, and they're just literally making a reference to the character Psychomantis. But I only really know Psychomantis from the Donkey bit that he does all the time. Guessing there was a Metal Gear Solid fan? Yeah, it could be. And that it's just a coincidence. Also, I think this is where I get flown there. Okay, the moment it picks me up. All right, coffee time, real quick. I'll be right back.
In my time, this was a Mogu stronghold. It was my honor to paint the walls with their blood. For my deeds, I was named a paragon. A hero to be preserved in amber for a time when the Empire would need correcting. Wakener, what power is this that burns our land and corrupts our trees? The palace. This is not our way. I see why the Klaxi have been forced to act. They are a council of our wisest cultural leaders. They serve to check the power of the Empress. Should the Empress ever fall to corruption or endanger our civilization, the Klaxi are sworn to unseat her. There are others like me, paragons of each era, frozen in time and buried safely beyond the whispers of the Empress. We answer only to the Council, and we rest only when their will is done.
All right. Let's see. The Donkey vid came out way after MoP. Well, to be fair, Donkey has done it in a lot of vids. It is also possible that it is a Donkey reference, and what's it called? And Donkey vids use that for much longer than I thought. Because I started watching Donkey around the time of original MoP. But, I mean, I'm pretty sure he was making videos before I first started watching him. I think I first started watching his channel, like, about a year or two after he started. So, who knows? Okay. Only one level left to go. Devs are nerds. Yeah, I could totally see it just being a pure coincidence, but that was the first thing that I thought of. I'm more surprised that I've never noticed that that quest was called Psychomantid before. Does the XP gain in your main transform to an alt immediately? No, it does not. There is absolutely nothing about the cloak that is account-wide. The only way to get bonuses on your alt cloak is with the infinite power achievement. And it is not at all tied to your other character. It is entirely based on the achievement level. Nice. Yeah, MM Hunter AoE feels really good now. I should also just spend random points. Just get Just boost my damage, nothing crazy. Alright. What's his level? 68. We're nearing the end. It's actually going to be perfectly timed. I should end up finishing the leveling process right around the time of my classic raid, which means I will have just enough to, just enough time to basically, like, order food and then jump in and start tanking Bastion of Twilight. Now, I will admit I was hoping I'd have a little bit more time, but, like, nobody but myself to blame for that one. Oh, I should, while I do this, I should click the crystal, because there's some roleplay here. So I'll wait that one out. I need more amber blades, so whatever that drops from, I need to pull that in. You killed a mini-boss called Duke Ukum during the Jade Forest questline. True, yeah, I never even made that connection. I didn't even think about that. But you're not wrong, that technically... Same general era of references. Alright, that's one Amber Blade, so now I literally just need one more, and we wait out the last bit of this roleplay. There we go. Okay, roleplay's over. So, one Amber Blade. Alright. That. Alright, we're on to the last level. Final stretch here. We have that. I know I've been saying this a lot, but, Dread Waste's music, God, it's so good. I think one of the best things about MoP music is just the range. Like, so much Dragonflight music just sounds so samey. But the range of music, like, the very, like, haunting vibes that you get from Dread Wastes compared to, like, upbeat Valley of the Four Winds with, like, the little, like, just such a different tone. And they're both so good in their own way, and it perfectly reflects the zone. It really is amazing just how brilliant the music in this expansion is. And upsetting at the same time that they haven't managed to really capture it since. Don't forget the coffee? Oh, I got the coffee, don't worry. That was one of the reasons why I wanted to get coffee now, because if I had waited to get coffee later, then I would have to do that, you know, while I'm prepping for raid, and I don't want to leave that until the last second. I feel like I'm still able to kill things relatively quickly, so I don't think I need to upgrade my gear at all at the very end here. I think we're kind of fine to just roll with this until the last moment. I remember you saying when you were starting that you wanted to get food and coffee before my cattle raid. Yeah. Yeah. I just made coffee. I don't know if you were AFK. During the Kilruck flight, I ran and made coffee right then. But I do still want to get food. Unfortunately, I'm not going to be able to eat, which is going to suck. But I will order food, and it'll arrive sometime in the middle of my raid. So that'll be nice. Make sure I do this. Right. Why MM over BM? Well, MM is just better for leveling than BM, period. But, I didn't pick it... Or I'm not doing it, like, because, it is faster. I'm doing it just because I wanted to. I put it on the poll, and that's what technically won the poll. Yeah. MM is just a better leveling spec than BM. I'm pretty sure that's reflected on my tier list, right? I don't know if I already thought it was better at that time. Yeah. But the issue is, like, at low levels, BM has the exact same problems as MM for, like, killing things. But BM's damage never really improves, and it's entirely reliant on Beast Cleave, which is really mediocre in a leveling context. And MM, at this point, you can see, like, our bursts for, like, killing mobs is actually not that bad at all. Okay, we'll take the chess piece. That's Haste Mastery Verse. And one more. Reed Stalker Gloves, that is crit, so that is a slight upgrade. And then for Tinker Gems, I want Mark of Arrogance. We're going to switch to Fervor, and then we'll do Static Charge. Okay, so this is where things get weird, right? Where you have a shit ton of quests all over the place. I'm going to go and do the Brew Garden. But there are technically a lot of things I could do. He put it on the poll, then coerce chat to vote for it again. Yeah. Yeah. Kind of. Look, I think a runoff poll is a very legitimate way to decide things, totally. Really, like, if we're being honest, though, the main reason is I just wanted to have a hunter named Yukong, because I got this name, and I've been wanting to use it. But I figured this was a good opportunity to actually do that. And I figured it should be marksmanship. It fits, right? And I also wanted to test MM further. So it was like a variety of reasons. I was going to do this run no matter what, but... I just wanted to get it out of the way now. I should note what I'll probably do as well, in addition to this, is... I am going to take the, I'm going to take this part of the speedrun, so just the part where I'm leveling the character, the marksmanship hunter, and I will probably cut that out of the of the stream and post it on the second channel. Maybe. Actually, maybe I won't. I don't know. I'll think about that. I think that would be a nice way to kind of give people a way to watch this easily without having to, like, sift through it. But I'll have to see. Lost Keg. And then these quests should get me there, I think. Might actually be barely sub 6, which is pretty cool. And, like, as far as my pure questing runs go, this is actually relatively fast. Like, I had a run, same general idea, except I stopped to test the raids. And even doing the raids on my druid, it ended up being around 8 hours, so, like, a bit slower. But the other thing is, I wasn't doing the raids, like, super efficiently, was one of the problems. So, it just goes to show that if you do the raids, but you don't, like, do the raids optimally, then it's not actually faster compared to just questing. And by do the raids optimally, I mean, like, doing them with somebody who's one-shotting all the bosses. So if it takes you a while to actually get the thing formed, and you're actually having to do the bosses normally, then it's not actually a time save. Oh, come on. These Mushan don't have teeth, apparently. Guys, they don't have large teeth. I couldn't loot it. No teeth found on this Mushan. There we go. Alright, 2 quests, this should be enough. Bing, bang, boom. Nice. Sub 6 hours. Huh. 9-hour stream. Alright. Honestly, the timing on this was, pretty close to perfect. I would have liked a little bit more time before my classic raid to get food, but it's pretty nice. I will have time. Rats, thank you. You're in a dungeon with a level 20 arcane mage, one-shotting everything. Yep. Yep. Arcane is a good option. What was the add-on for gems and tinkers? That is Narcissus. Better than the quest in Krasarong where the snakes don't have heads. Yeah. There's a lot of weird ones like that. But yeah, anyways, it's a long stream. I'm honestly really exhausted, and I need to prepare for my raid in 30 minutes anyway. So I'm not gonna, like, you know, stick around and talk about how it went. The run went well. The first one was really good. I think it is safe to say that that was a close to perfect 10 to 70 run. And then, you know, we had the fun level 70 run after the fact. So I am happy with how that turned out. I think it was pretty good. The nice thing is I can use the free bronze, at least, on this character to, the 30k to buy some cosmetics. I'm not going to do that right now, but get that there. So now I have 30k, and I spent, obviously, a lot on upgrades. That's one of the problems, is you actually waste more bronze with this method, because you need to spend bronze to catch up with the scaling, or you get destroyed. But I still have 30k. This is my main account, so I can actually buy cosmetics with this, and it'll be nice. But I'll do that later. Have a good one. Thanks for the stream. No problem. Good game. Thank you, SureStab. Azaro Avadris. I appreciate it. So I will end the stream here. Thank you guys for watching. And I will probably do an Arcane Mage run over the next 2 days on Twitch, because I promised that. So stay tuned for that. I'll keep you posted on my Discord. But yeah, thanks everybody for coming to the stream. This was a good one. I'm happy with how it turned out. And I will catch you